Hey guys, how's it going? So it's been a while since I've streamed any Genshin Impact or anything like that. I think it's been since about, sorry Raiden, since about 2.8. So I thought it'd be fun to get back into it today. I've definitely been meaning to stream it a little bit more, do some content on it since I do play it quite a lot still in my free time. But I wanted to start out today with rolling for Nahida and then playing some of the 3.2 main story. I don't know how weird it'll be jumping back into it since I haven't streamed any of the story, but lots happened. It's some interesting stuff. Either way, I usually wish from on top of the Jade Chamber, so let's hop up here. I know a bunch of people have like good like rituals or routines they do for pulling. I feel like I have pretty rough luck either way. I've been pretty lucky though. So I did lose my 50-50 on Nilo last patch, but I was doing like just some quick pulls for the 4 stars. I think I got like Candace in 210 pulls and then Dory in 1. I only have C0 on them, but that's all I was kind of aiming for. Lots of new characters coming out. I'm hoping to just get 1 copy of Nahida and then get Dea afterwards, so we'll kind of have to see how that goes. I really do hope I win my 50-50. I did get kind of lucky though in a funny way. When I lost my 50-50 on Nilo, I don't know how to pronounce her name still. I did get Tainari, who I hadn't even planned on rolling for, but you know, he was added to the standard pool. Kind of a fun character. But I'm really looking forward to Nahida. So her E reminds me of the camera skill you get in that one event a little bit back. I don't remember the name, but you'd like pull up the camera, take a picture, and it just blast every enemy you hit. And then her ult reminds me of like a green version that applies Dendro of, I believe her name's Elysia from Honkai Impact 3rd. Really, really cool stuff. I actually really like the design of her attacks. She seems like a really good Dendro applicator. I'm not sure, so most teams I actually think that are going for Dendro-based reactions, from what I've seen, actually use Kale and Lumine. I don't believe they use Tainari. So, I don't know which one I would replace with Nahida. I think for the story, it might be easier to use Kale because you need Dendro and I believe a bow for a lot of it, but we'll see. Either way, see how this goes. First 10 pull. I believe that the only... Oh, perfect. I was going to say, so of the 3 4-star characters on this banner, I think the only one that I actually need copies of is Razor. Razor is actually one of the last 4-star characters I got of the original cast. I do have... Well, I have C5 Bennett, but I'm sitting on C6 cons for Bennett. I still haven't decided if I want to do that, because one of my most played comps is actually Eula. I don't use Bennett in that team, but don't know if that's a good idea, and I do have C6 Noah, so we'll see. Either way, 20 pulls. I'm hoping for an early 5-star. I haven't had one in a while. But overall, if I just win my 50-50, I'd be pretty happy. Oh, we're getting lucky on the Razor cons. I don't play Razor. I didn't roll on Sino, actually, because I was told it's kind of like a 5-star Razor. And I know that can kind of be a bit of a meme, but honestly, I know that that kind of does end up being the case with some characters. Even if there's slight differences, like Yelan versus Xingqiu, like... I think Xingqiu is actually supposed to be better for single target damage from what I've been told, but I still use Yelan in my Hu Tao comp. So, we'll see. I believe that was 40 pulls. Let's see, you got 2 Razors, 2 Bennetts? Yeah. Alright, come on. 50. Another no. Okay, I'll take it. I mean, it's nice to see getting a spread of all these characters, because later on I'm probably... I don't know if I'm going to go for Scaramouche. I feel like I'm one of the only people in the community that... just not too, like, enraptured by the character, so I don't know if I'll roll for him, but we'll just have to see. But we should be coming up close on our first 5-star here. Looks like we are going to soft pity. That's fine. That's usually how it goes. But I'm looking really, I'm really looking forward to, oh, it's not here, to Dea, actually. So initially people were saying that she was going to be a 4-star, because I think it was something like when the leaks were going on. I didn't play the beta. I don't usually apply for it or anything. But I think they were saying like she didn't have a 5-star animation, but people were saying for sure she should be one. I think she's coming in like 3.5 or something like that. But she's the character I really want after Nahida. I just think I just really like the design of the character. I've heard like Alhatham's coming out. I've heard that, you know, some rumors around the works that maybe Baiju's coming out before the end of version 3, but we've been waiting on Baiju since like Liyue, so who knows. But here we go. Let's see if we win our 5-star. Or, sorry, 50-50. Oh, that scared me for a second. Yeah, I haven't farmed any of her mats or anything like that, so... Oh, perfect, okay. I'll take it. I've lost like my last 3 50-50s, so I'm happy with that. Yeah, like I said, seems like a really fun character. I actually, for playing the story, I think I wanted to try out the Electro Dendro team that people have been doing. Here it is. Although I had Jean in here. I think I had Jean in here just because I wanted a healer, but I think we can get away with it because I use Raiden for almost everything. My most played characters in the overworld is actually Raiden and in domains. I think my stronger team for Spiral Abyss is actually my Hu Tao comp, but I think Hu Tao is just a bit of a pain to play in the overworld, even with Zhongli. But I really like the Raiden Miko team, and it wasn't until Dendro came out that that felt really strong. So what we might do here is just throw in Nahida. She's obviously not going to be super strong. I think I can only level her to like 70. Okay. But we'll see. There we go. We'll see how far we can upgrade her. Yeah, the character is really, really cool. For artifacts, I believe the set that I was going to go with, I think you do just pump, as far as like the reactionary comp-based build for her goes, I was seeing that you probably just pump Elemental Mastery. I've been told you go, after that it's crit stats, energy recharge, Elemental Mastery. So I don't even know if I have an energy recharge goblet. I have a Dendro damage goblet, apparently. That's not a very good one, though. I could look for... I think I've only gotten, like, 2 Dendro damage goblets, and the other one's actually, I think, on Lumine. But I definitely do not have the best artifacts for this character as of right now. It seems to me, though, like a support Kazuha, where you probably prioritize Elemental Mastery over everything else, and then kind of take things as they come. So... these are not good artifacts. Let's see what this rolls into real quick. I don't even know how much, like, fodder I have, but I usually roll to, like, +4, +8 to see what the last, like, substat will be, and then see kind of what it starts to roll into. You know what? That's fine. As long as it doesn't roll into flat defense. Yeah, it's going to take me a while to build. My Nahida won't be strong as of this stream, but I'll definitely work on it, so... I don't know, it's just weird. I don't know if I should prioritize, like... these two over crit stats. I've heard that her Elemental Mastery actually buffs her crit stats, but I might be wrong, so... active character... So each point beyond 200 will grant 0.1 damage and 0.03 crit. Okay. So, you do probably prioritize... yeah, EM. That makes a lot of sense. Gilded Dreams too, like, already gives you 80 Elemental Mastery there. The extra buffs and such, so... seems like a really good character. I've been looking at what weapons to use. I'm not going to roll on her weapon. But I was thinking about either using, like, Mappa Mare or Sacrificial Fragments. But I was hoping to find one with, like, EM, Energy Recharge, and one other stat. One of the crit stats. I really don't know. I don't know if attack's even important on this character either. There's so many characters that have been released lately that you don't even prioritize it at all. So really interesting stuff. Let's see what this rolls into. If it rolls into either crit substat, this will probably be the feather I go with. I probably could have prepped some of these artifacts in advance. Not the best. We'll use it for now. It's gonna take me all for farming for artifacts. I've been trying to upgrade my Eula for a long time, and it hasn't gone super well. But we have... okay, where was it? EM here. Attack crit rate, it's not the worst. EM here, attack energy recharge. I do think it sounds like a character that I want to prioritize energy recharge for, but I'm by no means an expert at building characters. So it looks like we have 3 Elemental Masteries. So this one only has energy recharge, crit damage going for it, it's a 2. This one has crit damage, well, this isn't any, oops. So this has attack crit rate. I would assume that after the crit stats, you know, as always, attack's okay. But as far as, like, I try to look for one with at least 3 good stats. I don't remember what the other one was. So, tough to say. Because energy recharge, especially if I'm running Raiden, isn't actually the highest priority, I would say. That's one of the biggest reasons I always use Raiden, why I think she's so good with a character like Eula, is she just provides such a big battery for all the entire team. I've wondered if they've done it to try and future-proof characters, because I have a hard time imagining, like, the Archon of War, the Pyro Archon, being a support character. But when you think about it, you know, you can build every character for DPS, whatever you want to do. There's DPS Barbara and Kokomi and whatnot. But, you know, Zhongli's generally played as a support. Nahida is going to be probably a reactionary support. Venti can be played for crowd control and ammo damage. You know, same with Raiden, they're both kind of sub DPSs, but one's a battery support. I just find that really interesting. But I think it does make sense as you see so much DPS fall off. Like, D-Luke originally was considered one of the best DPS out there, and then he kind of fell off, but I don't know. It's tough to say. I think this could be okay if it rolls an energy recharge or crit damage. But I just want to figure out a basic build and go. I don't need my Nahida to be super strong. I just figured we'd roll with her for the story. So here I don't think we had an EM goblet. Let me see what I have for crowns. Yeah, I do not have elemental mastery pieces here either. So we want a 4-piece set, so what we'll probably do is just go with this. It's not very strong, but like I said, I mean, they're place order artifacts. And we could go to look for a... that. Ordinarily, what I usually do as far as like going outside, whether I'm doing a 2-and-2 set or a 4-piece set, when I separate them out, I usually go for either the... That's a terrible artifact in my Kazu. I forgot I needed... There's so many characters I need to rebuild. But ordinarily, I either do the headpiece, the circlet I mean, or the goblet. Just makes it a little bit easier, I think, to find what you need. This has 2 decent stats. This has 2 with an extra slot. 1. This has 2. I don't know what our base crit values and such look like, too. Let's see what this goes to. Alrighty. That's iffy. Okay. See what the other one rolls into. My artifact luck is okay. Certain characters I feel like I get geared up really, really fast. But certain characters just forever. Like, I've been trying to switch my Eula over. She's using 2-piece Pale Flame, 2-piece Gladiators. I've been trying to switch her over. Oh, that's even worse. I've been trying to switch her over to 4-piece Pale Flame for a long time. But I've been running into some issues. Just because I have the issue where, so obviously I'd have to place 2 of these 3 pieces. But this physical damage goblet has 18% of her crit rate. So finding a physical damage goblet from Pale Flame with that much crit rate plus some attack energy recharge has been rough. Replacing the feather's also tough because it has 12% crit rate, a little bit of crit damage. Like, this is pretty much EM it rolled into a couple times, but this is also difficult to replace. And then the crown. The crown's the easiest piece I have to replace, though. It gave me a ridiculous amount of attack, but I'd be willing to sack a little bit of attack if I could get, like, attack percent, crit rate, maybe energy recharge. Like I was saying earlier, though, I always run Eula with Raiden, so I don't think that's a huge issue. We'll have to see, though. But I've been farming Pale Flame for a long time, because I was farming for, like, Yelan beforehand. I farmed a little bit for Kuki Shinobu, because I was considering using her at one point. Like, it's been months and I haven't replaced these, so I might switch over to the Dendro domain here in a sec. But let me just go through everything real quick. I probably have something here. Yeah, for a character that just wants to pump Elemental Master here, I think an energy recharge honestly wouldn't be the worst, but it's probably not the best. So I do have, let's see, Mappa Mare. Elemental Reaction, Elemental Damage bonus, that seems pretty good. Elemental, I just think the Sacrificial series is usually pretty decent. But we'll probably do this. I don't even know if I can... Nahida's one of the characters that I hadn't really prepped for in advance because I started my new job a few weeks ago, so I've been working like 50+ hour weeks during the week. So part of the reason why I'm only streaming on weekends, that's unfortunate. Okay, let me just grab this real quick. Bit of a late before we hop into the story, but that's okay. I think I have some of the pieces first. I just want to get my Nahida to like a usable rate before we just hop into the story. She's obviously not going to be strong. We need to level her as well. But we'll see. As far as her mats go, so... Oh, I might need to convert some of these. I don't know if I have enough of these. I know I'm about 40 shot on these, so I wouldn't be able to go past about... It's either 70 or 80 for that much. And then... I think I'm good on the Dendro items as well. We'll have to see, though. Yeah, honestly, from the character trial and whatnot for Nahida, she seems like a really cool character. Oh, and her base stat that she increases is EM. That's really good to know. She's already at 300, which isn't, I mean, crazy, but when you consider she's a level 40 character that I haven't invested to at all, and I don't have good artifacts for her, that's kind of crazy. That's fine. I think this might be about the point, though, that I do need to go grab some mats. That's fine. Oh, okay. So, yeah, I can probably go one more ascension level. I'm gonna have to convert some of this, though. Let's see. There we go. Yeah, so I should be able to go to level 80. That's fine. I've been fighting the Dendro hypostasis. I made the mistake. Usually I run a Raiden Eula comp. I run Kokomi just because I like having healing in the overworld as opposed to shielding. Just kind of a personal preference. And then I've been running Yelan. I think actually the team's like right here. Yeah, I've been running Yelan in this slot just because I think she's generally good for adventure. But you do need a Dendro character for the Dendro hypostasis, which is a little annoying, but they do give you 2 free ones. You know, they gave everyone a free call at the start of version 3, and then the Traveler's free. That said, though, I did just realize I'm not going to have a healer on this comp, so might have to be a little bit careful. I think this is the one with all the Hydro in it. We'll have to see, though. Oh, no, it's not. I brought 2 Electro characters in this domain. This is going to go poorly. Alright, so our E, you like hold it. Does that. I believe you can do tap as well. Yeah, this team comp should be really good at proccing Quicken, which is nice. Yeah, my characters here that we're going to be using for this stream are not super built. Oops. They're not super built. Yeah, I brought double Electro characters thinking this was, this is not the domain I thought this was. I don't farm weapon mats very often. Especially back here in, like, Mondstadt, but we'll have her, oh, they're draining my energy. Here we go. This reminds me a lot of, Elysia. I believe her name's Elysia's burst in Honkai, though. Really cool character. But yeah, I've really enjoyed Sumeru, though. They seem like they've done a really good job with making sure that there's some quality of life changes back to, you know, exploration and everything, because exploring Leo was basically just climbing cliffs. Exploring Inazuma was just painful. But then we switched over to this, and it's actually been not that bad. Oh. Ugh. I don't like domains that drain your energy, but not... Where did you go? There we go. It's not as much of an issue for me. I really hate the Mondstadt talent material domain. I've put off farming talent materials in that domain for a long time, just because I hate doing it, because it drains your stamina. And so that domain, I feel like, incentivizes using pyro characters like Hu Tao, but even with C1 Hu Tao, it's just annoying. Here we go. Give me 3, perfect. I feel like that's a lot of weapon mats for a non-condensed resin, but I feel like weapon domains usually they don't make you stick around for too long in. Hop back to Mondstadt real quick. Yeah, hopefully there aren't any super tough story battles, because I get the feeling it's gonna be kinda rough. At least with this team. Because I just always like having the safety net of having a healer. Funnily enough, when I first played, the only person I used for support was Noelle. Because I ran like Zhongling, Kaya, Noelle, and Traveler. And that was rough. That was really rough. So, we'll see. I might switch back later. We'll see. Either way, I want to convert some of these over. And we need to make a few of these. Don't know how many. I think it was... I think we needed 4 for the Ascension. Alright, let's see how far we can go. Yeah, it does make characters... I've really enjoyed, though, that they branched out. It's felt a little weird. I don't know if Sino builds pretty conventionally, But I've been surprised at how many characters have been released recently that you just don't focus on, you know, the conventional, sometimes even crit stats, but generally like attack. So many of the recent characters have focused on EM, which is really cool. And weapon. This is gonna be rough. Let me see. I think you can. I don't have too much Stardust. We got a good chunk from rolling there, but can you buy? Is it Star Glitter? I could have sworn you could get those mats. I really don't want to do that domain again before we do this story, so I'm just gonna suck it up. But oh, I need to make Dendro purple. Okay. So yeah, we'll only be able to go to level 80 on Nahida here. That's fine. Here we go. What am I missing? Did I make the wrong one? I probably made the wrong one. That's really awkward. I could have sworn. Maybe I made Electro. Alright, here we go. Just glad I had the XP books to get here too. I haven't actually farmed too much XP in a while because I've just been farming artifacts, and so I'm glad I have the mats for that. As far as talents goes, well, I would assume I'm not even going to worry about her normal attack. Oh, there we go. I would assume you focus pretty heavily on E and Burst. E seems like the more reliable applicator, but oh, and it does scale off EM. That's really cool. Burst as well. I feel like every support sub DPS character, you kind of just neglect the normal attack and then go for your E and Burst. So let's see how this goes. Looking like I'm not. I probably should have farmed mats for this character first. Alright. It's fine. I can upgrade my artifacts a bit. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. What was the best one I had, though? This doesn't even have EM on it, so. Yeah, I really don't like taking a risk. So many of these artifacts are only 2 decent substats, not 3. And I just really hate taking that risk, because usually it bites me pretty hard. This is probably the best one I have. I hate to focus Flower, but I'm going to need some time to get a Dendro damage goblet, a few more EM pieces. So let's just see what we grab. Crit damage is nice. I didn't see what her base stats are. Not that we've helped them along too much. 8% crit rate. Huh. Well, that's unfortunate. I was hoping that it'd be raised a little bit more by this this talent right here. But I guess that's 0.03 per 1 beyond 200. And her EM right now is 415. I mean, that's not great. I think I run my Kazuha at 689. That's not even that high for a Kazuha. So, like I was saying, basically at the point where she should be functional, but not super powerful. Yeah, anyway. Lots of stuff, though. One thing I've been meaning to talk to you about, there's some crit rate, is I've been really excited since they announced way back when, it's been like a month or two now, the Fatui Harbingers. There's even like voice lines from Tartaglia about them. Good old Tartaglia, the only character who I've ever accidentally rolled and ruined my pity on, because I always go to soft pity. But, like, he's talked about, I really, really like Arlecchino's design, the Knave. But I was going to make a video at one point and ended up not doing so. I'm going to pause in here. But, so basically, when they released it, they showed every other remaining Harbinger. Obviously, Scaramouche wasn't there. Signora showed up in a coffin, which was a, that was an interesting cameo. But the only ranks that we didn't know, and I wanted to talk about it at that point, was number 2, number 4, number 7, and 10. And this is when A Winter Night's Laza was released. And we knew that those 4 had to be some combination of Dottore, Sandrone, Arlecchino, and Capitano. And I remember my initial thought was that Capitano was number 2. But my initial thought was that Capitano was number 2. Sorry, my stuff stuttered for a second there. And that Dottore was likely number 4. Because Dottore, we don't know enough about Sandrone or Arlecchino to make a super good guess. But this line right here, about the captain, perhaps I'm ranked too low for him to notice me right now. That makes me think that there has to be a rank disparity there. And so, you know, that means either second or fourth. Because if he's seventh, that statement just doesn't make sense. And obviously with 10th as well. Because he interacts all the time. I think the one that he's probably talked to the most in the story was Signora during Mondstadt, and, well, mostly during Liyue. And she was ranked 8th. So as of right now, now that we know Dottore is number 2, I'm pretty sure that that means that Capitano has to be number 4. And my initial prediction was Arlecchino was 7th and Sandron was 10th. But I'm actually starting to wonder. I've seen a lot of people predict the opposite with those two. There's not a whole lot to go off of on Sandron. We know she was probably involved with like the Ruin Guard factory that we fought in during Tartaglia's story quest. But it's just hard to say. You know, there's obviously Tartaglia's line about her potentially being a traitor. I think I pulled that up for a second. So that could suggest that she's lower ranked. Some people are saying that they interpreted the way she talked at Signora's funeral in that little teaser we got as maybe she had something to gain from Signora's death. Whereas I had almost been like, oh, well, maybe she was just close in rank to her. But who really knows? At this point, I wouldn't be surprised. The only thing that would surprise me, which, again, Dottore being ranked 2 really did surprise me. I would be really surprised, though, if Capitano wasn't rank 4. Because then I just think the voice line from Tartaglia doesn't make sense. You know? Otherwise, like, and maybe it was just out of necessity, but he had interacted so much with Signora that to say that, oh, the 7th ranked Harbinger was on rank too low for him to notice me seems weird. And he's also the one being sent to hunt down Scaramouche as far as I remember. So, either way, here's Candace. During patch 3.0, we kind of messed around in a dream world. And then here in, sorry, 3.0, yeah, I was in the dream world. 3.1, we went out to the desert, met like Candace. A lot of interesting stuff went on. Let's see. Yeah, I really like the eyes of a lot of characters in Genshin. I don't know what it is, but like, Candace's are really cool. I think Shenhe's are really pretty. Really cool design. She's another counter character though, and like, same thing with like Beto. I really like Beto's design, but I don't play much Beto. Oh, but she's kind of like a village guardian out here. Okay. We kind of met her out here during, I believe it was like a sandstorm, and she kind of took us in, helped us out. So, Akasha pulses the Kalpa Flame rises. So, I don't know if everything's going to be resolved this part of the story quest. Because we are in what? We're in Act 5. So, I would think that things are probably going to be resolved in either this act, or if there's an Act 6 there. Based on how long previous chapters have been, but I don't really know. Yeah, we have met some really cool characters during this story, for sure. Yeah, here's Alhaitham. Here's Sino. I guess quick introduction, because I haven't streamed it. Sino is one of the, he was the Grand Mahamatra. I don't really know how to describe that. Deo is a mercenary. We've met her probably the most out of any of these characters. Alhaitham is from the Academia. There's a lot of sketchy stuff going on with that, but we just have to see. Either way, though, these 3 are all supposed to be 5 stars as far as I know. Again, unless they change Dea.
Hey, where have you been? I missed you too.
But Dea does remind me a lot of Beto.
Very well.
Are you sure this is gonna work?
Yeah. So there's some really weird stuff going on. I don't even know how to explain what's going on with us trying to help Nahida. But we do know they're trying to make a Scaramouche an Archon in some way. I don't know if they're trying to make him like the new Electro Archon. That's what I've been confused about, because we know that, you know, we've gotten all the teasers and stuff about him being the new Trounce domain. But I've been really surprised. Apparently his playable version is supposed to be Animo, which is interesting. People were saying that's probably his delusion. I know there's like a purplish fog when we met him and Miko saved us from him way back when. So that might be part of it, but either way, kind of like a fog, you know, like Animo mixed with Electro. Either way, though, I really don't know, because when you're making an Archon, you would assume they'd have to be an Archon of a specific element.
Let's cut the small talk and move to the next point.
And I've been wondering if Gnosis are specific to each element as well. Because we know they're like specific chess pieces, but I don't know if it actually differs, you know. I would assume it does, but who knows, we haven't really had that described. But I am wondering how this resolves, because I don't feel like A even wants her Gnosis back.
You're
So,
finally done.
you
I
know,
have some other
do the
stuff to
Vitui
take
get
care
it?
of.
We obviously don't leave it
Don't
with the
let-
Academia. I doubt we take it. So,
Come
we'll see.
on, don't give me that face. I know what you're going to say.
Hmm.
I'll be careful.
But yeah, Dea's like super like, she's almost like crazy. She actually, in trying to convince some bandits around this village at one point, she like said, "Here, cut off my arm." And it obviously ended up being like a bluff, but it was just, it was
That's what I
crazy.
wanted to hear. Take care.
Hmm.
Well, traveler,
Hmm.
Paimon, judging from your expressions, the meeting must have been
I
quite
hope so.
productive.
We didn't even really hear the plan, but
Hell?
I'm sure it was great.
I'm not that good at scheming or strategy,
Hmm.
but I can sense people's emotions. And based on your reaction, things must have gone quite well.
Okay, so we're making our next move then.
Paimon's a little worried. Hopefully nothing will go wrong.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
To be honest, I feel the same. But you're already some of the most capable people I know. So you have my trust.
Hmm.
Candace gave us a compliment.
Your
Hmm.
deeds speak for themselves.
Candace, we stayed behind to
Hmm.
tell you that, although you won't be coming with us,
Yeah, now that we're getting a conclusion, I mean, I remember Inazuma ended up pretty early in patch 2, I mean version 2. Like, as far as us resolving everything with A, and that main part of the Archon quest, so I do wonder what all we're going to do throughout the rest of the version. Because you have to consider, like, in version 2, after Inazuma, there was so much stuff that happened. We had all this stuff with Yelan, we had Shenhe, like, it's easy to forget just how much happened, like the rebuilding of the Jade Chamber. So I do wonder, once we resolve everything here in Sumeru, you know, assuming there's like 8 patches, or 8 versions, you know, like, you would assume there's at least going to be like a 3.8, based on the previous ones. I do wonder how long that's going to take, and what we're going to be doing, whether it's going back to other ones. Because we did have a little mini event recently as well, where we went back to Mondstadt. We met Mika, a knight of Favonius that was actually under Eula's reconnaissance division, and he was talking about Varka having met Capitano, actually, so really cool
I'm
stuff.
very glad to hear that.
In fact, I think if you count the Ruinguard factory as Sandro and stuff, Arlecchino might be the only one we haven't
I
really,
said to you when you arrived,
well, no, we haven't
your
seen
safety is the most
Pulcinella, I suppose, or,
important thing.
nah, never mind.
Only when you're safe
mind.
can the plan be successful.
Hmm?
So please, take care.
Thanks, Candace. I always like the characters that are just gentle
You're welcome.
and caring,
And thank you.
even
for
though my
taking
favorite character is
advice.
Miko.
Good luck with
Hmm.
everything. I'll be here in the village praying
Okay.
for you.
That's nice of her to say. I suppose she can't probably leave the village to help us, but, you know, probably next best thing. Sometimes it's just the thought that counts. I have a lot of side quests. I have a ton of quests to do, by the way. I was thinking about, depending on how long this takes today, maybe tomorrow or next time, doing Nahida's new story quest. But as you can see, I haven't finished the 3 ones that have come out since version 3 dropped. Though I have been really interested about Nilos. I still don't know how to pronounce her name. I know it's been said in the game, I just forgot. But the dream that we are in, it's really hard to explain in the original part of version 3. Opening acts of this part of Sumeru, we were actually in her dream, which is really crazy. But let's hop into this. Here they are. That's a bandit that... There was something going on with like the Scarlet King and Old God that people were saying had been revived. Turned out that wasn't the case. And we did actually find out that Nahida has a deal similar to... similar to Guoba, Zhongling's like her elemental skill, but the little bear that follows her around, in that she was once a much more powerful god. They call her Lesser Lord Kusanali, whereas she's like Greater Lord, another name I won't pronounce. But it turned out that sometime in the past, with events that involved the Scarlet King, which this guy's a follower of, she had used so much power that it caused her to lose most of her memories. She like regressed to like the form she is in now, all that stuff. I have wondered though, because her playable version is the one we see, I don't think that she'll make that return to her previous form. I mean, a big part of everything has been that the Archons are weaker than they once were.
Okay.
But I have been wondering how that's going to resolve out. If Sumeru is going to find out the truth, or if they'll just come to accept her as she is now.
Saying your goodbyes?
But either way,
To be careful.
we'll see.
Yes, she did. But I think my point also bears repeating.
Hmm.
Our plan is not child's play. We won't be able to achieve anything if we're simply careful. We
Yeah.
must go beyond that and fully commit ourselves to it.
That is fair.
I hope this is clear to you.
Huh? Shouldn't you be saying something more cheerful to boost our morale right now?
To be
Didn't
fair,
we already do that during the meeting?
you know, this happens every time we go to a new land, but early on, until things are resolved, people aren't really cheerful.
Candace can cuddle you to your heart's content while
Oh,
I
okay.
continue to remind you of the seriousness of our situation. We
Fine.
all have our jobs to do after all. It's like how some people can be put in charge of logistics while others will fight on the front lines.
I'd say that makes sense, but I always got the impression, you know, there's all the memes about like 4 stars, 5 stars, you know, Beidou and Ningguang, based on lore, would be 5 stars, whereas you have like Hu Tao, who's one of the weakest characters in lore. I did genuinely get the impression that in a straight up fight, Candace and Dea might be stronger than Alhaitham. Cyno seems like he might be stronger. I mean, it's difficult to get a read on some of these characters, but he is a member of the Academia. Obviously pretty powerful, but just interesting that he says something like that.
You don't look anything like a soldier.
Well, yeah, exactly what I was saying.
Well, of course. Compared to the mercenaries, I'm merely a feeble scholar. But the advantage of not being a mercenary is that I get to stay in a safer place and offer my strategic insight. Just
Oh.
think about that mercenary who lost his mind.
Why do I feel like this means he's not going to help us fight?
In constant danger every single day.
Well, being a scholar is also a high-risk occupation.
Is it?
You are a scholar.
We've seen some scholars do interesting stuff in Teyvat, though.
Even among members of the same species, some will exhibit far more potential than others.
This
Hmm.
guy. Huh. Paimon still remembers when those mercenaries in Port Ormos called you a lunatic.
Yeah.
All intellectuals are
Oh my
lunatics in the
gosh.
eyes of fools. I'll take that as a
Well,
compliment.
he's never been short of confidence, and that's one good thing.
That reminds me. Do you remember the record we saw in the King Deshret ruins? It mentioned forbidden knowledge.
Hmm.
You have a good memory. Forbidden knowledge has the power to drive people insane, but this fact has never been shared with the public. Even
Yeah.
I, who has worked
They
in
literally have,
the
like,
field for
canned
some
knowledge,
time,
by the
was
way,
never once informed
out
of
here,
this.
and
I
we
think
gave like a special one to him to
those mad
research.
Scholars and mercenaries we encountered
Hmm.
may have all fallen victim to the corrupting qualities of forbidden knowledge.
Hmm.
But the academia has always held a different view. They've always believed that symptoms of
Oh.
madness are a side effect of human contact with divine knowledge as mere mortals.
Sorry, I hate to keep pausing, but like, I don't like talking too much over what they're saying, just because the voice actors do a great job in this game. But that does bring up the thought that there's been the theory for a long time that something is not right within Celestia, that things aren't like, it's not a good place to be. So I wonder, you know, so much of it is hinted towards it, and I feel like the way Genshin's heading, there's a few things that could happen. People have had the theory that, like, oh, it says, like, Act 1, Act 2, you know. I think there was another part of it. People are thinking that we might even potentially get to a point where we explore different worlds other than Teyvat. Because Lumine and Aether are, you know, they're like world-hopping travelers. That's possible. But one thing that I've thought about in Teyvat is I've really considered the idea that maybe we end up teaming with the Tsaritsa, because you would assume every Archon is going to be playable. I've heard, it's so far off that you never know. But now that we have at least 2 playable by the end of this version, Harbingers, I've heard that most of them should be playable eventually as well. So obviously something has to happen where we align with them even temporarily. So I've wondered if maybe we find out that even if the Tsaritsa's methods and the Fatui's methods of going about it are reckless and dangerous to everyone else, super destructive. I mean, Tartaglia almost drowned Liyue Harbor, you know, starting civil, basically, war in other regions. It does make you really wonder, though, if we're going to find out that the Tsaritsa is fighting for a cause that's potentially something we want to fight alongside. Because we still don't know what happened with Conria as well.
Come to think of it,
So,
perhaps the
interesting
academia
stuff.
has also never understood the true nature of forbidden knowledge,
Hmm.
and thus always approached the issue from the wrong direction.
Hmm.
The Withering, Elazar, and the Sandstorms. Don't you think what is happening right now across Sumeru is rather similar to the forbidden knowledge pollution that occurred in the desert thousands of years ago?
Yeah, I mean, you can see connections between that.
But Paimon thought that Soul's disease is what caused the withering in the sandstorms.
But something that I figured had been more, from my understanding, the withering is something that's been more prevalent recently,
Nari told us.
but had been around for a while.
Wait a second. Could it
This might have just sped it up, made it worse.
You've connected the dots. The cause of Irminsul's illness
Oh, that
would
too.
precisely be the pollution.
I was on a completely different track of thought, but
But if that's the case, what should we do? This is huge.
yep, we should tell Nahida. The problem is Nahida really, like, there's been so many memes about it. Tells us to go take a poo if you're not feeling well, but
Wait,
it's hard to tell.
why do you think Lesser Lord Kusanali would have a solution to this situation?
Yeah, the remaining consciousness. Have we told? I don't remember if we've even told them about this, but
Related to the singing
I want to say we
song
did at the end of the last bit.
That whole the world forget me thing?
In that case, it's imperative that we rescue Lesser Lord Kusanali. Only by working with her to save Irminsul can we completely resolve the problems Sumeru currently faces. To make sure we're still on track, I would
Yeah.
like to check.
And I do wonder if it's possible for her to get, like, her powers back, but maybe she won't get her memories back.
to an Eremite base.
I mean, when you've lived as long as an Archon have, not all of those memories are going to be happy. I mean, Zhongli's the walking personification of that. Osmanthus wine and whatnot. Let's see. Yeah, I've been really drawn into the story, actually. Genshin gets memed on a lot for not allowing you to skip the story. But I've been more drawn into it. Like, I've been playing... the other game that I think, in my opinion, actually potentially has better world building, it just contained within events, is Arknights. But... which is funny, because I think there's been some drama online between those two communities, and I don't know why. I never know why. I don't get involved in that kind of thing, but... world building there is really good. But I've been playing, like, Tower Fantasy well, and I'm not sucked into the story.
Technical work to do.
Not like these games, at least.
And is that the traveler I see?
How's the work going?
Ah, yes. We have fixed the devices according to your instructions. One of them is already ready for use, while the others are still under repair.
Aren't those devices for can knowledge extraction? What are you doing?
Is he gonna
with them?
try to use the... The thought would be, I mean, if anyone could withstand the potential madness, it would be the Traveler, but...
More can knowledge?
don't know if that's the best plan.
Put more weird stuff into her head again.
What's that look on your face? Are you
Like, we
scared?
tried out, like, canned knowledge that gave us quote-unquote combative skill increase. And we tested that out at one point, but then we realized it did work, but it did almost nothing, because Lumine... I mean, lore-wise, Lumine and Ether are very, very powerful. It's hard to get a good reading on them, because obviously they both got mopped, you know, the Unknown God mopped the floor with them. And, like, you know, we really struggled with 3 elements against A. But it does feel like, to me, the Traveler gets exponentially stronger with each element they unlock. So that's important to keep in mind, because we have now 3 more elements to unlock, potentially more.
A little scared, but
So,
very, very furious.
one of those, the amalgamation of everything is stronger than the
That's
sum
an
of its
interesting
parts.
response. Anyway, we're not going to use this just yet.
Because I would assume at full power the twins are probably at least
This
Archon
knowledge
level,
capsule contains a decree I drew up in the past.
if not
The
quite a
other
bit stronger.
should also have their own copy.
Hmm.
And according to the plan we just came up with, Traveler,
Okay.
I want you to record something into this capsule. Do you
Huh.
believe we can save Lesser Lord Kusanali?
Yeah.
Good. Conviction is the most important part of all of this.
Hmm.
Now, please get ready and put on this device.
That thing just does not look comfortable.
Us to
Looks like a
record
helmet, but...
conviction into the knowledge capsule?
Yes.
I wonder if there's some way to, like, they're gonna try and broadcast this into everyone through, like, the Akasha terminal. It's like a... almost like a hive mind information uplink system they have.
This is something we have to do. It's
Actually-
best if you can do as I say.
Kind of scary to think if there was
Because
something like that in
to
real
achieve
life.
this impossible task, it sounds like you'll need to fool your own heart first. Although it may feel like a trick, self-encouragement may be the most important tool we have.
Okay.
Paimon can see the point you're trying to make.
I do like, though. I know a lot of people. It's been memed since forever. But genuinely, Paimon tries really hard to look after us.
Imagine this. We have orchestrated our plan and successfully rescued Lesser Lord Kusanali. As a result, we have changed Sumeru's entire political landscape.
Yeah, I've been wondering though. We know we fight Skarmish.
And everyone
Do we deal with the Tor here? I can't imagine. So I don't know, like the Harbinger is another power scaling thing that I don't quite understand. There's been a lot of argument on that based on one of Tartaglia's voice lines again. Because for example, people like Tartaglia doesn't seem to be the weakest in terms of combat. Harbinger, given that there's ones like Pantalone and whatnot. But it would be assumed as the second ranking Harbinger, Tor is insanely strong. So
now, open your eyes.
I just wonder. I feel like he's probably not going to be defeated here, but I could be wrong. Just seems odd.
Read it out loud.
Given that we are still no match for Scaramouche and Inazumu. To be fair, we weren't really a match for A either, but, you know. I guess, but well. I don't know. I can't imagine that Scaramouche is stronger than 8. There's just so much to unpack. I think that would depend, though, on whether or not he can use the Gnosis by this point. Because we did fight A without a Gnosis. And with everyone's help.
There should be no negative effects.
But what was the point of doing this? Paimon doesn't get it.
And that's perfectly fine. In any case, these capsules aren't meant to be used by you.
Huh?
I think they're trying to, like, project our feelings to other people. I don't know.
Have you forgotten?
Yeah.
Our plan needs to account for those who have long relied on the Akasha. You may find it hard to believe, but for those people, everything the Akasha
yeah, so they are going to try and,
is
like, mass
nothing
send
short
it out,
of
I think.
absolute truth.
I wonder how we hijack the Akasha, though.
Imagine if you've been using a device like the Akasha since the day you were born, and this device has always supported you during times of need. After all that time, what do you think you'd become?
You'd become dependent on it.
A fool? A machine?
Huh?
A slave to orders.
Oh, yeah. That too.
And
That is
that's why
legitimately
rules
really
are so
scary.
important. In addition, those who understand the rules can delineate boundaries and identify gray areas.
But why would you need to identify the gray areas?
You could say that those kinds of ambiguous zones can be very interesting. One might even say they're advantageous.
When
in
you're
the right
so, like,
hands.
black and white, you know, right or wrong in terms of, you know, like one side or the other with rules and stuff like that, that gray area really is where you can make your own interpretation. That's where you have the freedom to act.
Things you're interested in are really out there. Are all Sumeru scholars like this?
Who knows? I mean, Lisa studied at the academy, and she just
I'm
doesn't
going to take
do
those two to
anything.
work on some small projects. You can head to Caravan Rebot and start preparing for the next step.
Small projects?
We're going to tinker with the Akasha terminal and make a few modifications.
Interesting. It's time to meet up with Sino. I have been assuming too at the end of all this. Sino, I think, was technically deposed as like the General Mahamatra, I believe it's pronounced. But you would assume that's something that'll be kind of repealed once everything goes through.
I thought we agreed on a plan. How can you go back on your word?
The plan is too radical and carries a high risk for casualties. I've given it a lot of thought. And in the end, I still can't agree to it.
But it's still the best plan we have. As a former Matra, you of all people should be able to see the bigger picture and recognize the innate advantages of our plan.
I did. And that's how I saw the danger behind these so-called advantages. Hitham's plan is even more radical than I imagined.
But we're in a point where we're trying to change a very established system.
My friend,
Have to go a bit out
just
on a
in
limb.
time. Why don't you help me persuade Sino? He's turned against our plan.
We
Does he have a
agreed to
better
work
one,
out
though?
a plan at the meeting. As mercenaries, you're familiar with the local environment, so you'll take care of the specifics. But then, you went to Al-Haytham for suggestions.
Those two just can't get along.
Had I known Al-Haytham would give you those kinds of suggestions, I would not have agreed to the plan.
Look, you already know that we're all on the same side here, don't you?
Mercenaries place a lot of importance on their bonds of friendship, but also will not hesitate to make sacrifices if they deem the situation to be sufficiently dire. I'm sorry, but as
I
things
can
stand,
appreciate
I
Sino's way of
can't
thinking
accept
here,
your
but
principles.
seriously, we are trying to like turn over a
Seems
country.
you really do
In
understand
Inazuma, it took us
ways.
fighting a god. So,
Traveler, Paimon,
you know.
this is also something you should know. Ramon's plan is to have me work with the Caravan Reebok guards in my capacity as a Matra.
Oh.
We will arrest the mercenaries and escort them into Sumeru City.
So I thought he no longer had his position. So there is danger in this plan, obviously. But I mean, I can think of worse ideas. I'm interested to see if this is what they go with. The problem is, if he'd already technically lost his position, does he even have the capacity, you know, the authority to do that? But based on Sino's personality, too, it's possible they'd just be like, ah, it's Sino, you know?
How can we work with the guards?
We can't get through that wall easily, remember? Caravan Rebot would never let so many unregistered members of the Eremites enter Sumeru City. My plan will clear us of any possible suspicion, and also let us enter the city as a big group. There is no better way.
That
This does seem
also
like a very
sounds like something
cliche-
Al-Haytham told you. Am I
Oh,
right?
yeah. Well, Al-Haytham's also the type to throw everyone under the bus.
Dangerous this plan is?
We've met a lot of characters who will do that, though, to be fair.
He told me, there is no perfect plan, but this can get the job done. He also said that with the help of Sino and the Traveler, our chance of success would increase significantly. I never blindly trust anyone,
Yeah.
and I've always had a good eye for people. I think he made a number of valid points. It's my own choice to trust you.
If I make the arrests alone, I can control myself and prevent you from getting hurt. But I can't guarantee that kind of
okay.
discipline from the guards.
That's what he's worried about.
To make the whole thing more convincing, you'll need to resist to some degree. Casualties are inevitable once push comes to shove. I'm okay with the deaths of enemies. But now that we're allies, I'm against the
Yeah.
meaningless loss of our own.
I can appreciate that.
I can't believe a Matra would actually care about us. I've lived a hard life, and I can say that people like you are hard to come by.
I've always treated my allies with honesty and respect.
Hmm.
They have the right to know important
Well,
things like
to an
this.
extent. But I do find it interesting that there's such a divide between like the Eremites and then the people of Sumeru and the Academy. Just because Academia. Because, you know, other lands, there were obviously divides. That conflict is where we enter in the story, whether it be like, and even sometimes between, but you know, just whether it's the Fatui, whether it's, you know, like people like Ganyu, the Adepti being a little bit separated from regular humans. You know, there's always been some kind of divide, some kind of conflict, whether it's internally or between an external force like the Fatui. But I was just surprised to get here and find that it was literally like, I knew that it was going to be like a desert region and then the forest region, but the fact that it's literally like there's a huge divide, like that's always been something that's been interesting to me.
It's hard for me.
Is there something we can do to help?
Yeah.
I knew you would say that.
Hmm.
We can help fight some of
Hi,
the
Boo, how's it going?
mercenaries, which should reduce the number of times you'll have to struggle directly with the guards.
Hmm.
That should help at least a little bit.
Let's see how this goes.
Sino, on behalf of my people, I thank you for your kindness. But this is a mission we cannot turn our backs on. We strongly value the lives of our friends, but the goal we are about to achieve is even more important.
Yeah.
We
And I
have no
do
fear of
wonder,
casualties, because we crave the
I mean,
spoils
as
of
far as significant character
So
death goes, the
please,
only one that comes to mind is
lend us your
Signora.
support. We will show you the determination of us desert dwellers.
I'm doing alright. Just playing some of the Genshin 3.2 story.
Well, now that you've put it that way, I can no longer refuse. But remember, you need to follow the plan and not do anything reckless. Candace made it very clear that we can only achieve our goals if we can ensure our safety.
Interesting.
Since you and I both recognize the significance of this operation, there should be no more animosity between the followers of the Dendro Archon
There's a
and
King
those
Deshret.
of King Deshret. Everyone's life is equally important.
Yeah, I did find that really interesting though.
You have a deal. Let's do this for our shared dream.
The guards should be
I do doubt Ramen will ever be playable.
You can find them there.
I just don't think that's likely, but I always find it really cool when they have kind of repeating characters in these quests. Like I know Dunyarzad's been a big one in Sumeru so far. Where are we going?
Guards,
General Mahamatra!
I am surprised Sino agreed to this plan though. I get his hesitation, but
keep your voice down.
did not think that was gonna go.
This is a secret operation. I'm going to arrest a large criminal gang near this location. According to the Academia's Guide and Regulations on Secret Operations, I have the right to ask for the cooperation of Caravan Rebot.
See, and I'm still really confused. Like, I was just talking about this. I thought he wasn't still considered the General Mahamatra. I might have missed something there. Do you like Nahida? Yeah, I think she's really cool. So, finally managed to win a 50-50. I had to go to soft pity, but did that at the start of the stream. I think it's really interesting that they're making so many characters that don't rely on just the standard, like, attack crit setup. She obviously benefits from crit stats, but to find a character like, I guess they've done it with Kazuha before, that focus so heavily on EM, but she's a really solid, like, Dendro applicator. Her E reminds me a lot of that camera event we did, where you just took a picture, yeah. And then her ult reminds me of, like, a green version of, I believe her name's Elysia's ult from Honkai, if you played a bit of Honkai. I'm not super into that game, but I know I've seen that ult and reminds me a lot of it, but she seems really good. I'm trying to figure out, I mean, I'm just carrying her along the team right now. I didn't get her upgraded. She's like level 80, like level 5 burst in skill, and I don't have good artifacts for her. But I'm trying to figure out if people are going to replace either Lumine or Kale, since people weren't using Tainari for her, like, for the general Dendro reaction teams. I think Lumine was actually supposed to be a little bit more reliable with that, but definitely seems like a strong character. I think they're making so much of the, like, Archon's support characters, though, so they don't fall off as hard. I mean, like, how many DPS characters have we seen fall off? I remember when D-Luke was considered, like, the best DPS, you know?
And resale of supplies from the Academia.
As many as I know, Ahmar. This should definitely be classified as a joint operation.
Then I suggest that you report this to your superiors as soon as possible, and treat it as a top priority desert operation. I will need personnel.
Got it. Please wait a moment. I'll contact them immediately.
Okay.
Because
You
this
look so
is
commanding
work.
when working. Yeah, I was gonna say. For a character that's been known for, like, dad jokes and puns.
Because I trust you.
That's nice of him to say.
Paimon can't believe you're still in the mood to chat. This whole thing has Paimon scared stiff. Aren't
Yeah.
you even a little worried? What if these guards already know that you have betrayed the Academia and are no
Yeah,
longer
see, that's what I was confused about. I was like, I swear.
Even if that guard doesn't know,
Hmm.
their superiors might, right?
You would think with the Akasha, knowledge travels like that really fast.
Discuss this, remember?
The Caravan Rebot operation is of great importance. But don't worry,
Hmm.
the guards there shouldn't know that Sino has stepped down.
How can you be so sure?
First, the other Matras still don't know why Sino has left, which proves that the Academia has been covering up the matter.
Second, this is a crucial moment for the Academia's God creation plan. If something were to happen to the General Mahamatra, it's bound to attract a lot of unwanted attention.
Okay, that's
No
fair.
matter how you look at it, they don't seem interested in sharing the news of Sino's departure.
A reasonable inference. I agree.
Which brings us to our next issue. I'm sure some of you have been wondering if the prediction function of the Akasha will affect our operation.
Yeah.
The Akasha is still in operation, so I must
I
remain
get.
on.
Well, there they are answering what I was just talking about. That's interesting.
Considering the power of the Akasha, it's quite strange that it hasn't already tried to interfere with my actions.
Yeah, and I do wonder why that could be.
For now, I don't think you'll need
Whether
to
it's
worry.
everything going on with Scaramouche and they're just
Remember,
distracted,
when you
or...
first came to Aru Village, all your actions and routes were predicted by the Akasha. It even gave that information to those who kidnapped the village keepers. But
I feel like I'm usually wrong on predictions like that, but I am curious.
with the traveler.
Could be Nahida's influence, I guess, as well.
That's true. But why?
Look at it from a different angle. Why do you think the Akasha will predict your actions?
Because my personal data has been entered into the Akasha.
That's true, but
Yeah.
the key to
Well,
this question is, how well can the
I think they
Akasha make
mentioned
predictions about a
it's
person?
partially integrated with, like,
Haven't
the
you ever
Gnosis
thought
of the
about
God of Wisdom, so...
just how can it do this in the
That
first
could be part of
place?
it, too.
Because the Akasha controls the entirety of Sumeru.
The academia firmly believes that all human actions can be explained through logic.
By sorting and analyzing entered data, the Akasha can derive behavioral logic and predict the actions of those who fit an existing logic model. However, at the risk of sounding like an advocate for fallacies, can everyone truly be considered logical at all times?
We're getting philosophical here, I guess.
Behavioral logic. But can you guarantee that every experience of the same joy or pain would be equally intense? How can our feelings and opinions be predictable down to the letter in every single instance? Sino, in the past, you've always worked alone. In the absence of another person who could sway you or your thoughts, the Akasha could produce predictions that were
Oh, yeah, and they did mention that. He was, like, super strict to certain routines and principles.
You were used to solving problems alone.
I wonder.
That's why the Akasha could figure you out. But now, you've joined a team. And I believe the Akasha hasn't yet figured out the full composition of it.
Oh.
Our thoughts and logic have intermingled and weaved themselves together to become a complicated, chaotic mess. Any one of us could potentially disagree with another. The Akasha lacks data on these interactions.
Well, that did just
It's
happen,
impossible
so...
for it to predict your actions in the
Who
future
knows?
based on your decisions in the past.
And to be fair, based on, like,
After all,
the knowledge
there's
an AI has, you wouldn't expect Alhaitham and Sino to get along in any aspect.
So, in my opinion, you're probably safe for now.
Makes sense to me. I agree. The Akasha is not alive, and I don't think we can be completely controlled by something without a mind of its own.
Is that so? I guess there are things that even the Akasha cannot calculate, and people will not be forever trapped by the past.
I'm so glad that this is settled.
Yeah.
Next time, pay attention during our meetings.
Jeez. Why is everybody so mean to Paimon?
Stay vigilant.
General Mahamatra, we were not expecting your presence here. I'm the security officer. of the Grand
Luxembarbo.
Desert District. My name is Luxembarbo.
You have
This is my
Hutown?
assistant, the traveler.
Yeah, I still need to fix some of her artifacts,
The
but
construct next to her is for her work.
I've been meaning to fix her for a while. So for like Spiral Abyss, I usually use like a Raiden Eula team and then a Zhongli Hutao team, but yeah, definitely one of my favorite characters to play. I just don't use her in the overworld very often because I like running a healer in the overworld, which you don't really want to do with Hutao. You want to run Zhongli with her. But then I just get annoyed because I'm chunking myself. I get hit by things when the shield maybe fades. And it's just annoying. But I need to switch like I think it's her goblet or it's her goblet or her sands. I think it's her sands to HP.
Your golden hair is as bright as the sun. And is this the latest technology from the academia?
Have you made a decision regarding the matter I mentioned to your subordinate?
It seems to be a dire situation, so of course you will have our full cooperation. To be perfectly honest, I've always longed to go on a mission with someone as well known as yourself.
There's no need for flattery.
Yes, sir.
Take your most elite platoon and follow me to the eastern side of the district. We will carry out the operation there.
No, I do really like Hutao, but I've killed myself too many times in the overworld just not paying attention and refreshing like Zhongli Shield, and I was like, okay, we're not doing this anymore.
In 2 days, we will
But
engage Ramon's Eremites.
I will say my Hu Tao pull was probably my luckiest 10 pull I've ever had. I was on guarantee, and I pulled in one 10 pull I pulled my guaranteed Hu Tao, another Hu Tao, and D Luke. And so I had guarantee for the following banner. And I will take it. I swear I use like all my luck on everything Genshin in that one 10 pull. But yeah, it's definitely one of my favorite characters. Lore-wise too.
None at all, sir.
Good. See you then.
Yes, sir.
Maybe hanging around the General Mahamatra isn't so bad after all. Everyone's so respectful towards us.
This is all due to the absolute authority of the academia. And now, we're going to strike back against that massive pillar of power. Get ready. We will move out in 2 days.
Oh, yeah, wait 2 days. Day after tomorrow. We'll see. Yeah, I still don't know. I didn't look it up if this resolves itself in this act, because we're already on like part 6 of Sumeru, which seems actually really long to me. Just compared to how some of the other ones have been. But they've added. Oh, we're only in Act 5. I'm an idiot. Wait, Chapter 3, Act. Yeah, we're in Part 6 or Part 5. Yeah, Hu Tao Zhongli must be same team. Yeah, I don't think I do really enjoy like C1 Hu Tao is super nice, but I think you can get away with C0 Hu Tao with a good build. But without a good shielder, it's just so difficult to keep her alive. I haven't built my like Diona or a few of the other options. I used to play a little bit of Noelle, and I just don't think you can do it, Miko. Yeah, Miko's probably my favorite character, honestly. Not my most played, but definitely one of my favorite characters. But it just depends. I just feel like I like playing characters where I can just throw together a bunch of sub DPS and then just throw someone in random and go. So it's why I like Raiden, it's why I like Miko. It's unless you're running like Raiden facing almost any comp unless she messes up your reactions with her E. So pretty nice. Let's see, I'm hoping there's not too many fights. If we do have to fight the, I don't know if we'll have to fight Scaramouche like the actual Trounce domain, like we did with, say, the Raiden story. I'm assuming that'll be the case. I might switch up my team then, because I feel like that'll go poorly.
Our helpers have arrived already. Let's hurry over.
Wait a moment.
Why are you surprised? We're meeting him here.
Assistant, remember?
Yeah.
Being my assistant, you must stay with me. Now let's head over there.
It's General Mahamatra and his assistants.
We meet again.
You're here early.
It's to show how important we think the operation is. Since this is a big case for the academia, we are prepared to give it our best.
I'm glad to hear your sense of resolve. Remember,
yeah,
we must capture them alive. They are our only leads for the case. If they die, we will be unable to continue the investigation.
Understood.
Everyone! The Eremites are approaching from the west!
Make preparations and be ready for combat.
I'm so sure that this plan isn't going to work, but they're really painting it like this is actually going to go off without a hitch.
Oh, what a warm welcome. What do you want? Judging from those shiny weapons in your hands, it seems like you're not interested in a deal.
Ramon, the academia has caught wind of your smuggling and illicit sales. If you value your life, I advise you to surrender.
Who are you supposed to be? A Matra from the academia? I can't believe you came all this way just to catch us.
I'm not here to talk.
Oh. Nobody's given me this much time of day since I became a mercenary. Brothers, Let's wash our blades with their blood. Let's show them we Eremites are not to be messed with.
Illusion shattered. Right here. Emerge. Right here. Nothing lasts forever. Emerge. Right here. Right now. Scatter! Inazuma shines eternal. Ha! Shine down.
Yeah, it's interesting too that they're having enemies up to like level 90. I was wondering about that because they really did make Sumeru a lot easier to explore than other regions. You can still hear Miko's ego off in there.
Operation is now over. All Eremite mercenaries and
That's pretty
related personnel
funny.
in the area have been arrested.
You pitiful Dendro Archon dogs! You'll regret this.
I'm afraid you'll regret it first.
King Jeshred will curse you, and you will all.
Silence!
Jeez. I knew we were trying to sell it like they'd never met before, but like...
As instructed by the General Mahamatra. Yes, sir.
Oh no. Just straight up slugged him. I wasn't expecting that.
I will now take my leave. If you need further assistance, please come to Caravan Rebot and ask for me.
Understood. You are dismissed.
There they go.
Let's talk elsewhere.
This part of the plan went really well.
Yeah, I mean...
Yes. Things went perfectly.
That's fantastic. And that punch you gave Ramon there sure looked convincing enough.
Yeah, it sounded like it hurt
Once we're
a
done,
lot.
I'll return to Caravan Rebot and oversee the group's transport. I promise. I'll get everyone into Sumeru City safely.
Where is Ahoitham during all this too? I don't remember what he said he was gonna do. And I've been wondering, is Dea gonna help? Candace sounded like she was gonna stay in the desert,
I
but...
believe Dia should already be waiting for you.
Oh, well.
Go join up with her.
Okay.
She will need you to introduce her to Tainari.
Speaking of which, is it really okay for us not to share the full plan with Tainari?
I feel miffed about it.
He'll feel miffed about it and refuse to work with
Yeah.
us.
That does sound a bit like Tainari. I'm still really worried too. I still really do not think... Yeah, Paimon's pretty funny. I still really don't believe that we're going to deal with the Tora here, even though he's in Sumeru at the moment. But I don't want to have Kale meet with him after everything that happened in like the manga.
With Tainari. Given
Sounds
how
like a
well
bad
we know
idea.
each other, I believe my message alone should be enough to bring him to our side. He knows I won't make jokes about things like this. If we need help, Tainari is the best option.
The context for this is so funny just because of all the memes going around about like Sino making stupid dad jokes or puns and then Tainari just choking him. Just
Get ready for the next phase of the plan.
the context of that,
Don't keep
jeez.
them waiting.
Yeah, I've been wondering like is...
It's about time. Didn't you say our part of the plan is the most important of all? And here you come rolling in late. In the time it took you to get here, I already did 5 laps around the place, down 7 drinks,
What?
and even did some clothes shopping.
Sorry. We didn't mean to keep you waiting.
I just wanted to fix your attitude and rub it in a little. After all, you took your sweet time getting here, and we've got important stuff to take care of. I just like seeing that serious look on your face. Alright, I'll stop.
Man, I can't wait till Day is playable.
I'm glad you're here. Let's get moving and take care of this as soon as possible.
But where should we start?
Our responsibility is to get a status update on the Fatui Harbinger known as the Doctor. We need to make sure he won't get in our way when we rescue Lesser Lord Kusanali. Dealing with an institution that controls all of Sumeru is already hard enough. If the doctor were to crash the party, it would be next to impossible for us to achieve our goals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't want him showing up. Ooh.
I still can't get over the fact that Dottore second. I was so sure it had to be
Hearing
Capitano.
his name just reminds me of those stuffy old geezers in the academia. I'd rather not have to deal with someone like that. According to the plan, we should first go to Pardis DI and ask for Forest Watcher Tainari. If all Hatham and Sino's sources are solid, then we can be sure that Tainari still has the academia's trust.
Well, they were trying to
So
rely on him for some
find
stuff a
Tainari
bit ago,
and
so
convince him to get us the latest
possible.
intel on the doctor. Then, depending on what we learn, we'll make any necessary adjustments to our plan. The sages have placed spies everywhere on the other side of the wall. I'll follow you as a bodyguard.
okay.
You should be honored. I don't offer my services to just anyone you know.
But Paimon thought mercenaries would do anything for Mora.
That's certainly true.
Why are we antagonizing the person trying to help us? Like,
Services, you should always go with the best offer. Let's see. If I were to charge you a bill, I guess I can apply a discount.
thanks.
How much more do you want? Paimon's not sure we can afford it.
How much do I want? Hey, how about paying me with a smile?
Oh.
What do you say?
A smooth talker.
I haven't seen you smiling much recently. If you ask me, someone like you must look lovely when they smile. Come on, give me a smile so that I can be less worried.
I like Lumine. I remember back then, I didn't even know. I don't know if I'm just dumb. Back when I first loaded up Genshin Impact, I had no idea that it mattered which of the two you chose. I think I literally just clicked on one. And so I ended up with Lumine, which doesn't bother me, but I've just always thought that was funny. Because I think they were saying, like, in a survey at one point, like, more people play Aether? Or it was the other way around? It has to be one or the other, obviously, but...
Looking good. I hope this pretty smile will become our lucky charm. There are many kinds of smiles, but only a truly joyous one can bring blessings to others. Let's consider this smile a down payment for our future victory.
Okay.
Let's go. It's time to pay a visit to Pardis DI.
The names in Genshin, like, are super creative for this region, but I swear I look at them and I would have no idea how to pronounce them. Like, I don't even try, like, oh, what is it, Greater Lord? Whatever it is. I won't even give it a try. It's too hard for me, but... Just kind of interesting stuff.
He's over there. Let's go say hi.
Surprised he's over here, though.
Tainari.
Ah, Traveler, Paimon. And you are?
Hey there.
Surprised, well,
Friend Dia. She's
I was about to say I'm surprised they haven't met, but she's been around Junior Zod for such a long time.
Mercenary.
So, kind of makes
You must
sense.
have some big news for me.
It's something really important. Please help us out.
All right, then follow me. This place is better. We won't be disturbed by any passerby.
We walked like 10 feet one direction.
Ask me.
Sure. You ever met the doctor? Yeah, I want to know where he is. Yeah, I mean, he should still be in Sumeru, huh?
He's that strange-looking Fatui Harbinger with the mask. Paimon thinks he has blue hair.
Yes, I know him. Actually, he left
Oh,
Pardis DI just
perfect.
a while ago.
He left already?
Oh, unless he went back to... Yeah, that could be bad.
He came looking for me.
Can I ask what it was about? Sorry to ask you like this after having just met, but your answer is very important to us.
Weren't we trying to get
For now,
Tainari not to
share with
suspect
you is that
anything?
your friend Sino is working with us.
Because I feel like we're not doing a great job of that, but...
Sino, you say? I see. So that's why he hasn't been at the academia. Okay. I will answer your questions and will assist you any way I can. You don't have to tell me everything that's happened.
Oh,
Sino's
I'll
name
take it.
really does work wonders. You're not even a little worried that we might have made it all up?
Despite having just met you, I can sense that you're the serious type. Between you, the Traveler, and Sino, none of you strike me as the type
It's
that
a
would
good thing we didn't mention Al
conspire
Hatham then, huh?
you don't need to tell me anything you don't want to. I'll also
Yeah.
get straight to the point. The Harbinger you mentioned came to me because he wanted to take the scholar Hypatia away with him.
Oh. And you know what? Since like the last patch, she was laying on a bed at the top of the area here.
And what do you mean by take away? Is he planning to leave Sumeru?
Yes.
Oh no.
He told me his return to Snezhnaya is imminent.
That means we don't have to deal with him, but he's trying to pull a Kale. Potentially with her. And we know how that worked out, so that's... yeah. Not good.
You're leaving this place soon?
Indeed. Otherwise, we could have perhaps talked a little more. I was just about to set out when I remembered something important. To that end, I made a final trip to Pardis Di. Let me ask, have you been taking care of a scholar by the name of Hypatia?
Your sources are accurate. No doubt because you recruited many informants. But you're right. Hypatia has indeed been receiving treatment from me.
Forgive me for asking, but how's the treatment coming along?
Given the way you're asking, I assume
Yeah.
you have something to say.
Since you asked, I'll be frank. I would like to take Hypatia to Snezhnaya.
It's incredibly difficult to transfer.
Yeah.
As a scholar yourself,
I wonder,
at least
since he's looking after Kale, does he know everything that he did?
I can't believe your utter lack of faith in me, to the point of even questioning my general
I think it was mentioned that he was somewhat able to help treat Kale's condition. It was just the other stuff going on.
I have my ways of keeping her safe during the journey. In addition, I can also promise that under my care, Hypatia will receive the most advanced and effective treatment. I will personally supervise her treatment and see to her recovery. Would that be agreeable to you?
Yeah.
Hypatia was born in Sumeru
I really hope he didn't
and
agree.
remains a scholar of the academia. Her situation has not become dire enough to necessitate her transfer to another nation. Transporting her to Snezhnaya is risky, and the potential benefits are unknown. As the person currently responsible for her treatment, I cannot
There you go.
possibly sign off on this transfer. Your suggestion is rude and reckless. I'll pass.
Very nice.
I don't know much about the doctor, but after talking with him, I realized that, just like many other scholars, he possesses an aura of arrogance that I've come to detest. It's not so much that he's looking down on others, but more that he's so confident in himself.
To near insanity. Isn't this the guy that cloned himself a bunch of times?
I would never refer a patient to someone.
Because that does kind of speak volumes about that.
I prepared myself for a protracted battle of wits, and was really surprised to see him just give up on the topic. Still, his reaction really concerned me.
That's a cool transition.
I see, I see. Of course, your opinion makes perfect sense. You're still young, but already quite stubborn. I must say, you are not like what I had expected.
Wonder what he expected.
Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't just let you off the hook like this. But unfortunately, I'm in a hurry today.
Calling for our return.
Majesty the
Okay,
Tsaritsa calling for our
so I do
return.
have to wonder, because again, I know I mentioned this earlier, Winter Night's Laza was released at the start of Sumeru. I wonder if canonically, in terms of like the time frame, he's being called now for that event with Signora's funeral and everything like that. Because that would make sense why it's something that called Dottore out of the situation going on in Sumeru, and we know Scaramouche wasn't at that meeting. I could be wrong on that, but that would actually make a lot of sense to me.
Luckily, there is still some time left for me to take care of everything before I leave. It's just as the
'Cause we do know,
said, you're a responsible and gifted scholar. Sadly,
Dragon Shrewdness. He just turned you down when you wanted to take Hypatia. But I was just about to say, I think it does make sense though. We don't know where a good chunk of the Harbingers generally are, but if they had to call to, it makes sense that they would maybe give more time to come back as well. Like the Tora here is saying he has a little bit of time. When you consider that we know at this point, because of the previous event, that Capitano, for example, had run across Varka's expedition team, which is supposedly like far north. We do know that, you know, potentially at least. Trying to think, like, of what Harbingers we know where they generally are. We know, obviously, Skarmush and Dottore and Sumeru. But again, Capitano's that far off, you know. I think I've seen, like, a concept map of Tevat, and I don't know if it's accurate, but if, say, Sumeru is a little bit closer to Snezhnaya than people who are further out, you know? Just thinking in terms of time frame, you know? Just kind of rambling on that, though.
People like you can never realize that sooner or later, everyone must pay the price for what they've learned.
Okay, well. Yeah, I wonder. Because you would assume there's been at least a Harbinger active in almost every, you know, country in Tevat. Major place to be.
Paimon can't help but feel like he's hinting at something unpleasant.
It's Dottore, of course he is.
Yet didn't care for my answer. Perhaps I'm nothing but a talking rock in his eyes. He never came off as malicious, but an utter lack of compassion permeated throughout our conversation. From his tone, I can sense that he's always looked down on others.
Yeah. Yeah, I genuinely, I like that I was right in that we shouldn't have to deal with the Tora here, because I don't think we're strong enough yet to, but I didn't think he was just going to be dipping.
I can barely believe it myself, but if that's true, the situation will be in our favor.
I don't think I missed any details. Frankly speaking, I don't want you to do anything too risky. Now that you know a little more, it should be easy.
I mean, I'll take it. So far, things are going almost scarily well, though. You know, the whole getting the Eremites into Sumeru safely, well, relatively safely, minus that punch from Sino. And I guess us beating on them as well. But Tighnari I really did think was going to pry a little bit more.
Sorry we can't tell you everything. We appreciate that you helped us anyway. I won't forget your kindness.
It's okay. I have an obligation to do so.
Oh.
To be perfectly honest, all of this may have started...
What did you do?
Recently, my master wrote several letters to me, asking me to return to the academia and assist him with his research.
Okay.
Hasn't he already asked you?
Yeah, I was gonna say he turned him down.
Yes, but there's something off about this most recent batch of letters. The handwriting and tone are both familiar, but some details have been omitted.
Okay.
My master will occasionally leave a few dots on the back of the letter. 1 dot means that he wrote the letter on a sunny day, and 3 dots stand for a rainy day.
Interesting.
This has been a habit of his for many years, but I didn't find any dots in his recent letters.
It could be like an SOS little ding, or it could be a forgery, you know?
I get it. Since you are always at Gandharvaville, you would like someone already working at the...
And maybe that's what he feels like led Sino to losing his position as the Mahamatra,
I'd like to ask you to do
because he started getting involved.
If you can keep yourself safe, please withdraw immediately at the first hint of danger.
I can do that, but I have a feeling it won't be that simple.
Well, nothing ever is.
The Academia has been working on a big project. I'm not quite sure what it is, but your master might be involved with it. If the higher-ups really are hiding something, then it will be difficult to remove myself from the situation once the investigation starts. If the situation becomes critical, I'll leave the Academia. If you don't see me there for an extended period...
So he did okay, this explains a lot, too.
All right.
I really like, though, that so many games and stories and stuff kind of layer that in. That little hesitation of just why is Tighnari? Not even questioning it.
And be wary of any messages or direct requests from the Academia.
I must say, I didn't expect a warning like this from the General Mahamatra.
Being loyal to the Academia doesn't mean blindly doing whatever the sages say. I know what I'm doing. On that note, Aren't you also being quite distrustful of your alma mater?
The
Yeah,
academia,
maybe, well.
yes, but my master is a man of integrity.
Huh.
Even when I was a student, I was worried he'd get in trouble for sticking to his beliefs.
So he might be helping with everything,
Suppose
just
he's lucky to have lasted so long.
willingly.
But in the end, it still caught up to him.
That's kind of sad, actually.
I see. So you noticed something was up with the academia from the very beginning.
Kind of goes to show why so many of the characters allied with us have left the academia, or weren't a part of it to begin with.
In that case, I must keep my promise and help you however I can. Also, if you run into Sino again, please help me pass on a message to him. Trust your own senses and experiences. I think this may be something he needs to hear right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's pretty wholesome.
Thanks.
Right. Now let's go hunt down this harbinger. Oh, by the way, which way did the doctor go when he left Pardis?
Oh, has he not already left?
That way.
I feel like this happens to me a lot when I read Genshin's story. I'm like, oh, this is what's going on.
We'll be on our way.
Never mind, I'm wrong.
According to Tainari, the doctor is leaving Sumeru soon. I want to check if the doctor was actually telling the truth.
I mean, is it even safe to spy on
He
him
also said
leave?
that he'll take care of everything before he leaves. What did he mean by that?
Maybe he's gonna take the Gnosis with him. That would be my next thought.
Just to be safe, let's chase him and see what we find.
This sounds like a bad idea.
No idea where he went.
That too.
Can we start chasing him?
Because I have such a hard time imagining that he'd just leave
I'll find leads as we go.
without the
All you have to do
Gnosis,
is
but...
just follow me.
Because I had been under the impression that he didn't just come back to the academy
May have tried to cover his trail,
to show up,
still
but...
left some traces. Or perhaps he never even thought
That's what's
about
been
these
confusing me to those. Everyone was saying that Tartaglia was meant to be the one chasing down Scaramouche. So maybe he did show up and didn't know that he was here. I don't know.
The traces are still fresh, but there's no sign of his entourage. Clearly, they're in a hurry.
The entourage. Was that all the people that he'd brainwashed?
It's just as
Are we just letting them leave?
We can stop here. I think I know where the doctor went. To the south of here is Port Ormos, which seems to be where they're headed.
Port Ormos? They're going to leave by boat?
That's right.
That's
Let's go to the
interesting.
port and have a look
I guess it
first.
makes sense. Not everyone's like us just walking from place to place. And they have gone out of their way to like establish that there are ports in... How did she tell? I guess there is this path here. How did she tell that he was going to Port Ormos from that? We're all the way up here. Yeah. I mean, like, we know Mondstadt has a port, even if we haven't really gone to it. Liwa's harbor is basically a giant port. Inazuma has some. That's where we escaped from. Got there with Beidou. So, it makes sense. I'm curious, though. So, I know they've... I don't know if it's a leak or, like... But we've seen designs of, like, a twin character, or, like, two characters from Fontaine. I'm still unclear on whether it's Natlan or Fontaine next. Because I haven't seen anything on Natlan. But prior to Sumeru being announced, I didn't know Sumeru was the next place either.
Their attention. The port is crawling with Fatui soldiers.
Let's keep going and see what we can find.
You think at some point, too, the Fatui would just attack us on sight.
Proper farewell ceremony for a Snezhnayan Harbinger.
The Lord Harbinger is leaving. I've still only seen him once or twice.
I used to hold a position in our homeland, and back then, the doctor spoke in a very different way from the way he speaks now. Maybe the way people talk in Sumeru has rubbed off on him? It's always like that when you spend too long away from home. When he gets back to Snezhnaya, perhaps it will also take him some time to get used to the life there again.
Huh? But, sir, that can't be right.
No, I remember it like it was yesterday. Both his expressions and tones are now...
Okay, so maybe it is just one of his clones.
For some reason, he seems like he's
Or something good happened, but...
Miles now.
Something good happening to Dottore is probably a bad thing for us.
Nobody's supposed to look happy when they're on a business trip.
Yeah.
The doctor is on that boat.
Oh yeah, there he is.
So he told the truth after all. He is actually leaving Sumeru. Let's get closer and find a place to... This place will do. We can hide here while we keep an eye on the boat.
Yeah, could we really leave that simple? There has to be some... Oh, has he figured out we're here? Oh no.
He saw us.
How did he see us? He's wearing a mask over his eyes.
Huh? Is he waving at us?
It's time to say goodbye.
Man, I know they'd never do it, because this is like a family game. But could you imagine if like Paimon or Lubin or Dea just flipped him the bird there? I don't know why, but that would make me so absurdly happy. I don't like Dottore.
You mean there's nobody with him?
And where are all the soldiers we saw in the port just now?
They were all here just a
Huh.
few minutes ago, but now they vanished.
Yeah, no, that's not concerning at all.
This was a trap. Wait, don't tell me that.
Well,
Luckily, there is still some time left for me to take care of everything before I leave.
okay, so he just left. That's one of those things, it kind of just flipped frames on us and we just saw everyone gone, but that's not good.
Might be after Hypatia. Let's get back to Party's
Oh. Tainari should still be there. I mean, if all of those Fatui showed up, he might not be okay, but...
Seen something that she wasn't supposed to see.
Oh.
If I were the Fatui, I would also try to take her away. And if I couldn't...
See, this is why it's so hard for me to believe the theory, though, that I do think something's messed up with Celestia.
Let's go.
But it's like, how do we ever, like, you know... Like, when it came to recruiting Tartaglia, we were at least temporarily allied with him, and he's generally friendly to us. With Scaramouche, we know something's gonna happen. He's already kind of distanced himself from the Fatui. How do we side with, like, the Saritsa at any point? She's the one ordering all this. Like, jeez.
You Fatui can just show up and do as you please.
I believe we've already made ourselves quite clear.
This guy's got a fancy mustache.
To search for and collect medicinal herbs in Pardius Di for research purposes.
Our superiors, as in the other Fatui?
In Sumeru for some time already.
Huh.
I find it coincidental that you chose to only come here today.
Even the Grand Sage himself may not have the right to question our research,
Oh.
much less an ordinary scholar like yourself. I've done my duty to inform you. Don't make things difficult for yourself.
It would seem that my words have fallen on deaf ears.
So Tainari really does not care.
But coming to Party's DI now? I'm pretty sure you're not just looking for herbs.
You go, Tainari. I like Tainari. I wasn't gonna roll on him, but I like him.
Well, you only have your
Hey, Boo. How's it going?
He knows nothing about keeping a low profile. I may be staying at Party's DI as a scholar, but that doesn't mean I'm no longer a forest watcher. It is still my duty to protect the peace and safety of the scholars who have
Oh, he really is about to throw hands, huh?
Then it seems our conversation has hit an impasse.
No one will lay a hand on you, Hypatia. Not on my watch.
Dude. What a guy.
These Fatui have really crossed the line. Time to teach him a lesson.
There's no use resisting. Give us Hypatia. Keep dreaming.
Yeah, Tainari, beat him up!
Torn to oblivion.
What's happening? So the Fatui Harbinger Dottore, we heard was about to leave. We saw him in the harbor with like a ton of Fatui agents. We're confused that he was actually leaving. And then we realized that they're going to try and get Hypatia, since they couldn't take her with them. So, here we came back to help Tainari defend from him.
We need to make sure they don't try to sneak around and attack from behind.
I was really surprised that Dottore just left, but...
Hypatia's still here. Doesn't look like anyone's broken in.
Yeah. Why is she so still? I mean, she's still breathing. Yeah.
that's good.
Oh.
So, you think this is over?
I was wondering when he was going to show up. It's like, did Tori left the harbor? Time to switch back to Scaramouche. Oh yeah, he's supposed to be here. we knew he was here, Paimon. What do you mean? At least in Sumeru. They need help. Yeah.
I've missed that look of abject horror. You've given me that look every time we meet.
That is new, though.
But, where is he?
It's because I made... That's possible. I mean, Nahida's done similar stuff.
You know.
Huh.
Don't you remember? I already saw you the first time you came to Party's DI and made contact with Hypatia.
Oh.
I didn't need to do anything. It is her honor to be able to connect her consciousness with me.
That's not creepy at all, or anything. Like...
It can't be the Balladeer, right? That's impossible.
And
I know you must be curious.
I know it's not gonna happen. But after all the memes, I wish so badly that A just showed up and smacked Scaramouche. I know we have to take care of it. She's all the way in Inazuma, but could you imagine?
I wanted to observe you on a fool's errand.
Okay.
Hey, Traveler!
Hmm.
What are you doing?
My deification is nearly complete. All that's left now are just some final details. Do you understand? Even if you managed to rescue Lesser Lord Kusanali, it would be impossible for you to defeat a bona fide god.
There were a lot of caveats in us defeating A, but he is aware that we kind of did already, right? Academia acted faster than we thought.
Scholars consider the god of wisdom to be the sum total of their faith. It's how they can justify reverence for a god as they construct it. But this also shows that humanity's worship of gods is a combination of blasphemy and exaltation. It's truly laughable.
Okay, we're just not even going to put in the effort.
Yes.
They're like, here was an opportunity to give Lumion and Aether voice lines, but we're not going to go with it. Just going to have them think. More fun than usual.
I'm in a good mood.
Yeah, I suppose. Every other time we've met him, he's attacked us. So.
What do you mean?
Infuse your consciousness with divine knowledge capsules. Yeah. Yeah. It's interesting though, like... Yeah. I'm still really confused though. Like, we know he's in possession of the Electro Archon's Gnosis. But now they're talking like they're trying to make him the new god of wisdom.
Make you sound like a friend who actually cares. But you're wrong. I'm different from all of you. I was born to become a god. My entire life up until this point has just been a meaningless routine.
But to be fair, the Shogun kind of already
about a sheet of paper.
had that happen.
It holds no
Really makes you wonder why it is A can just create these puppets that become so absurdly powerful.
I had recorded down before were some painful memories and boring human feelings. Such senseless drivel should have been erased a long time ago. Indeed, to me, the sight of you fools in your futile struggles is far more amusing. Tell me, just what has this world done for you to protect it with such zest and conviction?
What scares me is his kind of sentiment on this almost does remind me of like the Abyss sibling in a lot of what we're hearing, but...
I'm connected to your consciousness, so I can hear what you're thinking and sense the depth of your determination.
Oh, okay.
This is a good conversation we're having. So here's a word of advice. Let go.
It's a good conversation we're having.
Guardian complex. You know nothing about the truth.
Lumion hasn't actually said anything.
As well as everyone else's. Humans are a species that can only find bliss in ignorance.
Well, yeah.
Ah, you've seen my affection for her. If you were in my position, I think you'd feel the same way. She peered into my consciousness and saw my past. Someone like that is qualified to become my
I mean, he
first
does have a
follower.
really tragic past, but
All
like...
gods need followers. So Hypatia has been chosen. Her appearance heralds my imminent arrival at the throne of divinity, while her worship shall become my glory. You're doubting me again? No matter. Soon, you'll know what kind of authority you're challenging.
You protect her from harm. I don't...
Who wants to hurt my devout follower?
Is he that type of person? Yeah. And he has to have been aware that he was there.
Follower?
Are we trying to... Yeah, fair enough.
How very amusing. Has anyone ever told you that you're not good at sowing discord? The
I mean, we
doctor has
tried.
never known his place. Even now, the puny human thinks himself capable of interfering in the business of the new god.
I mean, he was 4 ranks higher in the Harbingers, so...
A few words will be enough to convince me to destroy the doctor. But I'm willing to give you a gift, just like my expression of affection towards Hypatia. It is an honor for you to be able to stand here and speak with me. As my listener, you will be rewarded.
Great. Yeah. The look on Lumine's face, just so unimpressed.
After all, gods have never needed to be reasonable.
That person Paimon couldn't see was the Balladeer? Oh, he sure chatted with you for a while.
Scaramouche has had a weird story, though. That's for sure. I mean, he was created by the Electro Archon. People are saying, I don't know, like, I genuinely don't know, but people are saying that they believe part of the reason he's an Animo character is maybe he gets an Animo vision and he has an Electro delusion. I have no idea, because I was under the impression, like, the Shogun, I mean, maybe those Electro powers are just internal, but somehow more deranged. Have any of the Harbingers we've met or seen not been somewhat, you know, off-kilter, though? Like, if we're being 100% honest. Yeah, I mean, that's what A did. See, that's what I'm still confused about. They're, like, trying to make him potentially the new god of wisdom. But he has the Electro Archon's Gnosis. But we know the Academia also does have control of the Dendro Archon's Gnosis. What just flew at me? Little purple particle there.
Oh, have the Fatui retreated? Hey, what happened to you?
He's hurt.
I'm fine.
When he gets struck by lightning?
Don't move. I've seen Eremites get struck by lightning before.
Oh, no. I didn't mean it. Oops.
We were fighting, and just as things started looking grim,
Hey, to be fair, every other second in Inazuma, when you first get there, you get struck by lightning.
As if it were alive. Luckily, there were only 2 of us, and both of us were nimble enough to dodge most of the strikes. There were a lot of Fatui, though, and they were being torn to shreds by the bolts of lightning.
With that,
Well then.
all the Fatui soldiers were forced to retreat. Why are you sorry? It's all right. I'm sure you also never expected this to happen.
Tainari seems like just a good friend, honestly.
My wound aside, you look like you've seen something unpleasant. Is Hypatia all right?
Hey, didn't I tell you not to move?
Just in case. Let's go to Hypatia's place and talk about
I mean,
things
for being struck by lightning, he seems... I mean, not okay, but you know.
Thank goodness she's fine.
Hey, how about taking care of yourself first?
I understand my condition. The wound is not fatal. I'll be all right.
Ugh. The more you understand medicine, the worse of a patient you become.
You have Nilo? Yeah.
Always think they
This is the only character I was gonna roll on. So the three characters I wanted to roll on from Sumeru, from like the ones we knew about, were Dea, Nahida, and Nilo. I still haven't finished building her either. I've been trying to finish up my Eula's build for a long time and it hasn't been going well, but yeah, she's a weird one. HP scaling characters are like, I don't know how to describe it.
Oh, he sat down.
Let me rest for a bit. Sorry, traveler. Now you may start.
Meeting doctor?
So that's what you were talking to the balladeer about? Oh, Paimon can't believe what he's thinking.
The Academia's God creation plan. How ridiculous.
She's good with Nahida? Yeah, that makes sense. It's a little weird to me that she could only be played with like Hydro, Dendro, but
way beyond me.
yeah, about Bloom.
As long as I can enjoy
That makes
every
sense.
day
A
with
reactionary
milk in my
comp.
hand, tasty food in my stomach, and a good night's rest, that's enough. I'll only work when I have to. I must be the least ambitious person who's ever set foot in Party's DI.
Don't say that. I haven't even thanked you for your help back there.
Don't mention it. Well, if nothing else, all this proves that the doctor really did have some urgent matter to attend to and left Sumeru in a hurry.
Yeah, I'm still so confused though. Like timeline-wise, I know we like a Winter Night's Lazo that showed us all the Harbingers coming back to Shnesnaya for Signora's funeral. It's hard to pin down the timeline on things like that, but I have genuinely been wondering if that's what's going on, and we just got the ability to kind of see that. Because I think they released that like during like it was either 3.0 or 3.1. That's the only thing I could think about that would maybe have called him back like that. That we've at least seen.
Maybe the Fatui want to cover up some secret of the balladeer. Is that why they tried to seize Hypatia?
You said the
Could be.
balladeer claimed that Hypatia has seen his past. So, what could be there?
Whole lot of sadness.
Have you
That's
noticed?
about all there is.
The balladeer is not happy with the doctor's actions. He thinks the doctor has no right to consider himself as his equal.
So, if the doctor was to show up again, would the balladeer zap him with lightning?
Based on what the traveler has said, I think he would. Having the doctor gone benefits him as well as us. In other words, we've successfully completed this stage of the plan. The doctor is out of the picture now.
Yay! That's a big accomplishment!
Also happy for you.
Thank you for the help, Tainari. Make sure you rest up for now.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, that wraps things up for us here at Party's DI. Traveler, it's about time we rendezvous with the others at the Grand Bazaar. Let's continue to keep a low profile. You can head there once you're ready.
Alrighty, well. Let's head that way. Wait till 19 to 2000. Oh. That's really awkward. This is why I shouldn't be starting the story quests. Oops. Alright, so which one is she in? The warm rhythm of the streets. Okay. I don't know if I'm gonna do my other character quest. I'm just gonna go skip through this real quick. That's really awkward, though. I haven't gotten around to doing my character quests. I still have Tainari's, Nilo's, and Sinos. I just always unlock them out of habit, and then forget, and then find out characters are busy. I had that issue at the start of Sumeru, actually, with Tainari. Yeah, this is literally the first step of Nilo's, though. I hadn't even started it. And it was easy to avoid because of, oh. There we go. But yeah, it was easy to avoid because it was in the Grand Bazaar.
Nilu! It's nice to see you again! Oh, hey there, Traveler in Paimon. Are you here for some shopping too? That's right. Although there were a few hiccups here and there, the Sub-Zerus Festival turned out to be a grand success.
Yeah,
So,
no, that was a fun part of the story.
Theater wants to host a celebration event. Do you two want to come? It'll be a really fun time. It's something like a tradition of ours. Whenever we wrap an important performance,
Okay.
we'll get together and unwind. Rehearsals are exhausting. If you keep your nose to the grindstone, you're going to wipe yourself out sooner or later.
I really hope I don't have to go through too many steps of this to free Nilo up.
Celebrations aren't just for fun, but that they should also be occasions for reflection and review. But no one remembers that once the celebration starts. It's not like he can't also have some fun himself.
Yeah, it's fair enough.
We've been to a lot of festivals during our adventures. Will your celebration also have lots of yummy food and drinks? Of course. We always do lots of eating, toasting, and gift exchanging. We try really hard to show our appreciation for everyone. Ah, so we'll need to bring a present.
I'm so sorry, Paimon.
You in a box first.
Okay.
It's fine. No need to stress, Paimon. You can come, present or not. The gift exchange is just to make the celebration more entertaining. You two being there would
It's like a white elephant gifting.
It'll also be a good time to introduce you to the rest of the theater. Is something up? Yeah.
Yeah, I was surprised that Junior Zod didn't die way back when in the story. I thought that's what was happening. It's actually really sad.
But I got turned away at the door. The people there wouldn't listen to a single word I said. All I could do was to leave a letter encouraging her to get some rest and keep her spirits up. She'll be better soon. And then we can celebrate together at the theater. It's all thanks to you and Nilu that we managed to save Dunyarzad. You're way too modest. Just now, I actually felt really self-conscious when Paimon talked about us in the same breath. Compared to you, I really didn't do much at all. Anyway, all that aside, are you thinking about coming to our event? Paimon thinks it'll be a great time! What do you think, Traveler?
Shouldn't be too bad.
Then let's head to the theater. Wait, I completely forgot about this pile of stuff.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what is it?
Just one box.
Oh,
The rest
okay.
were given to me. I really don't know how it came to this much. That's way too many freebies. Many vendors give out samples for free, but
That's good advertisement.
I've never seen this much.
Give it to the performers of the city.
All I know is that whenever I start chatting with people, my hands would get more and more full until I can't hold everything anymore. This seems to happen every time. I was planning on making a few trips to bring everything back before continuing on with my shopping, but I don't think I'll have the time. So this isn't even all of it? Are you sure?
Yeah, I don't have a problem helping her.
Carrying stuff is a piece of cake for her, right, Traveler? I'm so sorry to trouble you like
Lumine's
this.
face.
I meant to invite you to our celebration, but now you're helping me instead. Well, let's hurry up and grab the last few things, so we can get back to the theater.
Alright then, let's see if that freed us up. Yeah, I keep forgetting about that. I need to stop. Oh my gosh. Alright. Bit of a detour. Gotta free up Nilo. This is also, to be fair, kind of what I get for not finishing my story quests earlier.
Oh, well if it isn't Nilu.
Greetings, Mr. Jute. Do you still have any food that's ready to go?
Of course I do. I've heard that Zubair Theater is hosting a celebration event, so I reserved some food for you in advance. Although, it looks like you're gonna need 2 more portions.
Please allow me to introduce them.
I like that most people seem to be pretty friendly towards her, though.
A very experienced adventurer. And this is Paimon, her super reliable guide and helper. No, Paimon is... hold on. She got it completely right. Look, Traveler, she introduced Paimon correctly!
She's so excited about it.
Don't underestimate Nilu. She always remembers every last little...
To be fair, she's been getting roasted by everyone since we got to Sumeru.
She's also very brave. Just a little while ago, she saved my precious spices from the jaws of a sumpter beast.
Don't think anything of it. I just help out when I can because everyone else takes such good care of me. Anyway, sorry to get off topic. We're in a bit of a hurry. Mr. Jute, did you say you didn't reserve enough food?
I was joking. Anyone who runs a business knows to keep some extra stock. After all, orders get changed all the time. Oh, that reminds me. It seems that these friends of yours aren't
Tachin,
from
huh?
here. Have they ever tried any delicious tachin?
Ooh, what a fantastic idea! Mr. Jute, did you bake a batch recently? Tachin is a mixture of rice and meat that's baked into a
okay.
cake-like shape.
That does actually sound pretty good.
Special spices into his. Its aroma is just so wonderfully delicious. If you ever see kids crowding all around Mr. Jute's place, you know he's baking up a storm.
But is it really just for the kids? Don't you often follow them in too?
I mean,
I just can't help myself.
good food's good food, you know?
We're 2 peas in a pod. Who doesn't enjoy some good food?
Wait here. I'll bring some over.
Whoa, what a dish! It's sweet and sour and full of deliciousness! Paimon can't eat it fast enough!
I always feel bad when the only option is to antagonize Paimon, though.
Many times I eat it, it's still so delicious.
Didn't seem to bother her there, though.
I wouldn't have offered it as a treat if I wasn't confident in the taste. I baked a lot just now, and it's all packaged and ready for you to take back to the theater.
You made so much. Is it really okay to take them all?
It was nothing. 1 serving or 100 servings is all the same to me. If anything, I should be thanking you.
Yeah, we should give him payment.
Don't worry about it. What kind of person would I be if I made you pay?
Someone who's trying to run a successful business. It's nice of him, though. But imagine you roll up to some place and they give you a free 100 servings of food.
Feel free to come back anytime.
It'd be wild. Alright. I need to see... Oh boy. So it's at least until we meet this Tahir person. Hopefully the next step.
Nilu, good timing. I have the textiles you ordered. If you took any longer, the sumpter beasts might have gobbled them up.
Well, apparently she just beat some up.
You and your jokes. Sumpter beasts won't eat those kinds of things, Mr. Offsheen. Jute said that some sumpter beasts ate his spices. Were they yours?
Yeah, really
Oh no.
sorry about that. Nilu, if it weren't for you, I would have lost half of my profits that month.
Trying to pull anything out of a sumpter beast's mouth is like playing a game of tug-of-war. So they really do eat anything, huh?
At least they work after eating. They're both options to be mean to Paimon again.
What's that supposed to mean?
Come now. You know, sumpter beasts sometimes eat not because they're hungry, but because they like gnawing on things. The textiles you ordered are highly durable and woven from the finest thread. So even if a sumpter beast got snacky, it'd still have to chomp on it for a full day.
You've tested this before?
But of course. How else could I be so
Ah,
trustworthy?
jeez.
Well, that one time was an accident.
I sell textiles. I just let my Sumter
Terrors
Beast
here
chew on
build
them for
such a
fun.
precious product.
True. It does sound like some good fabric.
Ho ho! Have I piqued your interest? If you want to buy some, now's a good time.
Salesman
Buy
at
2
heart.
bolts and get 20% off.
Ooh, that's a pretty good discount. What do you think, traveler?
What do we need? What do we need them for? Yeah.
You can't use that kind of tactic on her. Look, you've already sucked her in.
Lumine hasn't said anything.
So you mean everything he just said to Paimon was a lie? I
Hmm.
wouldn't go that far. It's just that Mr. Offsheen is really good at spinning stories. A word from him, and you'll find yourself buying things you don't actually need. Mr. Zubair gave me a huge lecture the last time I
Oh,
bought too
no.
many things.
Vendor should. Nah, I don't. That's just kind of how life goes.
Like that?
Yeah.
All she got was a talking to from Zubair.
Oh my
while I
gosh.
was nearly fed head first to the Sumter beasts. My philosophy is that stories give value to merchandise. That's why my business started with such a boom. Our Nilu here is an extraordinarily good listener. Back then, she
Oh,
believed
no.
anything I said. After a while, I began to feel guilty selling things to her because of how happy she looked. Though she enjoyed the stories and I the Mora, I knew she didn't need to buy that much. Anyway, since then, I've come to realize 2 things. One, that stories should just be a
Oh, there you go.
means instead of an end. And 2,
How you get a sustainable business too.
business than
You could
just
scam people once, or you could find repeat customers.
We're all friends
Hmm.
now. There's no need to dig up the past.
In a lot of ways, actually, Nilo and the way she interacts with everyone kind of reminds me of Barbara.
aren't in the best condition.
Which is
They're fine
interesting.
for general use, but my customers have high standards.
Obviously some
I don't have
differences
the
there,
time
but
or
still.
resources to find new buyers right now.
Okay.
Nilu, why don't you take them?
Huh? No.
This is why she ends up with a ton of free stuff.
Just think of it as a favor for me, alright?
Hmm.
The theater can use them for props and whatnot. It costs me Mora to store or ship, so I'm just losing money every day
Okay.
continuing to hold on to them.
Even so, let me buy them at market value.
Nah, these goods are hard movers. Besides, if I let you pay, wouldn't it mean that I'm just using stories to sell my goods again? Just take them. If you really feel that bad about it, give me some theater tickets later. Oh, yeah, you should also take some while you're at it. Adventurers are always in need of materials, right?
Yeah.
Wow, even we get a share of this?
Hurry and take it. Just looking at it all is giving me a headache. Thanks for the huge favor.
I'm glad that people like Nilo, though. That actually makes me really happy.
Still one more store.
Just very wholesome.
You alright holding on to that much stuff?
I'm fine, but I was really hoping to get back into the store really fast.
around your props.
Please,
Oh, jeez.
looking at them to get a better idea of what your new show may be about.
Just a curious fan.
Wouldn't spoiling yourself just ruin all the fun?
He looks so mad about it.
Just wait for our official performance.
These two look familiar. I think I've seen them before. Ah, weren't they at the Sub-Zerus festival?
Yeah, why does he look so angry?
And they're coming to today's celebration too.
Oh, the more folks the merrier. I was actually just talking to Farhad about also stopping by tonight.
Okay.
Oh yes, please do. I'm sure Miss Raykar and Miss Nadja would also love to have a chat with the two of you.
We even prepared a small gift. Let me show it to you. Ta-da! It's a flower wreath.
Okay.
I really think we should wear some of these to give the event.
I know during the R&R quest line, Lumine got one. I was actually kind of sad you couldn't put it on.
Did you make it?
Like a little accessory something.
Farhad did most of the work. What a surprise!
I thought they were going to give him to Nilo.
Actually knows a lot about
Okay.
crafts.
That is pretty surprising.
Oh, you never judge a book by its cover.
I worked really hard on that.
I know. I watched you make it. I wasn't making fun of you.
Hmm.
All right. Why don't you also try some on? We've got some wreaths in your size.
Okay.
It fits perfectly.
Unfortunately, we already gave out all the
Why does this always happen? I actually do feel bad about her. It happened with Ayaka back with the masks.
Fascinating. Huh. That sounds kind of weird, but Paimon will let it slide.
Oh, you all sure got a lot of stuff there. Let me help you carry some. I'm a porter by trade, so this is what I'm best at.
That'd be great! Please and thank you. But we have a pro now.
Oh, okay.
Thanks for the help, Mr. Farhad. But let me make one thing clear first. Don't try to ask about what's in the new show. Otherwise, I may not be able to hold back Mr. Zubair.
Mr. Zubair does sound kind of scary.
You're so obvious that even Nilu saw right through you.
Shut it. Fine. It's not like I want to get on his bad side either. Including Hushang's things, though. We'll each need to carry a box if we want to move everything in one trip. Even my strength has its limits.
Poor Paimon.
Paimon looks like she doesn't want to, so
Oh,
I'll
no.
extra. Although I may not appear super strong at first glance, I actually do a lot of strength training on the regular.
Okay.
Strength and balance are both really important for a dancer. No, let Paimon. Paimon will help carry things. The traveler's right. Paimon shouldn't freeload.
There we go. We got some character development for Paimon in this quest. Yeah, so this is killing me a little bit inside. I don't like doing things out of order. But I guess we go until it no longer says the warm rhythm of the streets, maybe, on that page.
Are you okay, Paimon?
Depending on how long the actual story takes, maybe we'll come back and finish this at the end. That or we'll do it maybe next time after Nahida's character quest.
Thank you, Mr. Farhad. Thank you, Sumpter Man.
Is her vision going blurry? Oh no.
Paimon's definitely going to eat it all back later.
All right, I'll leave you all to it.
See ya. Good thing we had Mr. Farhad with us, or else that would have taken way longer. Of course. Because everyone's working here together.
Well, that would be the idea, but I feel like that's not usually how it goes.
It's easy to forget that everyone's running a business.
That is a good way, like a healthy way to have businesses, though.
Probably don't need to work. I felt so guilty at first. Like I always owed someone something. I was always thinking of ways to repay others. Later on, I realized that it's actually like what Mr. Afshin said. By taking the freebies, I was helping everyone else.
You'd be surprised. Like, I worked at a retail store, I usually push carts, but there's a lot of stuff that gets tossed out. So, even though, you know, they're not in a position where they can give that stuff away. Like, you would be surprised.
All of us repay others by helping them when they need it. Oh, that actually makes a lot of sense. This has become our norm, and no one keeps track of the back and forth anymore. So really, don't worry about it. Alright, I have to bring all this to Mr. Zubair and do a little bit of prep. Feel free to hang out here for a bit. It'd be nice if you could also get to know some other people at the theater. Nope. Mr. Zubair's really on top of everything. You two are our guests. So please, just relax and look forward to the celebration.
Okay. Well.
Wow, the atmosphere here is so
Wait. Oh, perfect, okay. That's a decent little detour. I do want to get back to that, but... Go to the Grand Bazaar. Oh, is it because we literally had to? That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, there they are. Yeah, I've messed myself over there multiple times doing that. Not even just since Sumeru hit, but at the beginning of Sumeru I had this issue with Tainari, because I still haven't finished his quest.
Let's report back one by one.
Maybe I'll do that tonight off stream, so it doesn't mess with us again.
Necessary modifications to the Akasha terminal. In addition, the props required are also ready.
Okay.
I'll go next. The Traveler and I went to Party's DI. The situation was a bit complicated, but we found Tainari. Unfortunately, he was wounded during a fight.
Who is behind it?
Yeah.
Well, that's the tough
Yeah.
part. What should I say, traveler?
I don't think Scaramouche is really, yeah, I was gonna say he's really affiliated with the Fatui anymore, but it's difficult to explain. Although they are aware that he's the one they're trying to make the new god.
He has something urgent to attend to back in Snezhnaya.
But how do you make a new, like, god of wisdom if he's an Electro or Animo user? It's confusing. Or maybe... I don't know.
Good.
Oh, Tainari also asked us to tell you this message. Trust your own senses and experiences.
Alright.
The only dangerous part is it goes back to if they were able to predict Sino because he has such strict, like, tendencies. Maybe if he goes back to that, could be a little bit sketchy, but that's kind of semantics, I think.
I can't believe you actually got so many Eremites into Sumeru City.
Yeah, where are they?
It's all thanks to Rahman and his
They're just in a prison somewhere?
as well as their bold strategy.
It appears to have been very effective. I'm glad to hear it.
Hmm.
Well, is that everything? Okay, this meeting is adjourned.
Huh? Wait, you mean that's it?
Okay.
Well, what else is there to discuss?
Shouldn't you end with some words of encouragement?
It's Al Haytham.
Fire us up now?
Personally, I'd rather we all go home and get some rest.
That is fair. I have a feeling we're going to be doing a lot of fighting before this is over, but...
Oh, and if you wanted someone to say something to that effect, then I must reiterate that I'm here to strategize and not to lead. So you should
Jeez.
find someone more suitable to do that.
But I thought all of you academia big shots were great speakers.
Then I should remind you that I'm the scribe.
I know that. So what?
A scribe is responsible for recording meetings, not speaking.
Yeah.
Fine, whatever.
I gotta say though, I still think Shenhe's eyes might be my favorite. But Deus are really, really nice. I feel like I talk about that all the time, but something about the just eye design of characters in Genshin is so good. She asked for a smile. Did we need to tell him that? Won't that embarrass her?
That's right.
Okay.
So come on, boss. What do you have to say for the team?
If only a smile was enough to pull her from the gotcha eventually though, huh?
What are you all doing here?
There she is. I was gonna say, we had to free her up for this quest. She had to be around here.
Hey everyone. I'm not disturbing you, am I?
Not at all.
You're
I was actually
fine.
just about to go find you.
Judging from the group and all your serious faces, you were discussing something important, weren't you?
Yep.
But you also look like you're up to no good. Seems pretty interesting.
We're trying to free the God of Wisdom. Feel like that's
Welcome, Newly.
technically good.
Would you like to join us?
Huh? Join you?
Yeah, way to really give context.
You also want to discuss something important with me?
Yes. Something very important.
Why does he look so... Oh
Nilu, are there any breaks in your performance schedule in the upcoming days?
my gosh.
Wait, you're seriously inviting me?
Oh, just like that, huh? I mean, we trust Nilo, but like... Still.
I can't believe my ears. You are truly the
It kind of makes sense to go to people, though, that
people of Sumeru
were actual followers of Lesser Lord Kusanali.
I've ever met.
You know? Because they were the ones actually doing the festival for it.
Oh, right. The Traveler and Paimon are not from Sumeru, but
Thank you.
are awesome as well. That's right. I must admit that I'm a little scared.
Yeah, I'm wondering what it is her role is here. Might be a distraction. Unironically. Because you gotta consider lore-wise, she is, you know, a performer, a dancer. Even if she's physically strong enough to fight and has a vision, I can't imagine we're just trying to get together like a big force to fight. Yeah. And if it involves the Grand Bazaar, I feel like surely it's gotta be some kind of distraction ploy.
All the preparations are done. Now, can we finally conclude this meeting?
Oh, this is getting to it.
So, have you thought up what you'd like to say, boss?
Yep. It's a grand plan and we're all super awesome.
He's so happy about it. It's nice though. I really like though that there's at least one character that, all community memes and everything aside, I've never really minded Paimon, you know? She's one of those just companions that's there to help you out. So. Jeez.
Well said. A good night's rest before an operation can be the difference between success.
Yeah, I just like that. I'm sorry, I kind of lost my train of thought there. That Nilo's actually a character that kind of supports Paimon. Because seriously, everyone else has just roasted her. You just feel kind of bad.
Oh, nothing.
Let's all go home and get a good night's sleep so we can be up early tomorrow. Okay. So I guess that means it's time to say goodnight now. Yep. Good night, everyone.
Good night. Got another achievement for that. I'd assume, I wasn't gonna worry about these right now, but I would assume these are all just for, yeah, the main story. It's nice, just a little extra bonus they give you. I was free to play for a long time, and I still just do, really... I've spent money on specific banners, but generally speaking, I'm just a Welkin Battle Pass player. So, I will take it. 5 free gems here and there. It's pretty nice. But it is nice, too, that, like, I haven't wanted to wish on every character. Like I was saying before, I think Blue headed out, I'm really just wanting to get Dea now. I'd like to get Layla, but as a 4-star, it shouldn't be too hard to get 4 stars. Because characters I know are coming up are, so obviously at some point, I'll hate them. I believe next patch, I'm pretty sure they've announced it. Next patch is supposed to be Scaramouche and I believe Faruzan. So I'm hoping I could get, like, Layla and Faruzan without hitting Pity. And then kind of see after that. I think we're supposed to finally get Yao Yao, one of the Liyue characters that works at the Ministry, which is hilarious because she was another character that was announced a long time ago. But I think I've heard there's an event to get her for free, which they've been really nice about giving out several of the 4-star characters, at least one copy. But there's that. So probably gonna have to roll like Faruzan, Layla, and then hopefully get Dea then. I'm really happy that even if I had to go to soft pity, I won my 50-50 on Nahida. Otherwise, I would have been a little sketchy.
Not really. Paimon got too nervous thinking about today and didn't fall asleep until the sun was almost up.
Yeah, that's fair.
What about you, Alhaitham?
Good old anxiety. This is the #1 sleep killer, I swear.
Naturally, I slept just fine. After all, a good rest
Oh,
should be
good for you.
part of the plan.
He's very, like, what's the word? Like, pragmatic character. He can be a little bit, like... he can be a little bit abrasive, but, like, he's calm and collected, and that's important to have in a group.
Anyway, do you need me to go over the game plan again?
I don't know if I really caught the entire game plan to begin with, but yeah. Here we go.
Everyone in the academia knows that's where the Grand Sage's
Okay.
console is. Only they can operate.
That's how we're getting to the Akasha. Okay.
Many restricted commands and operations are executed via that console. I'm sure that console has a way to free Lesser Lord Kusanali.
We're just gonna have to figure that out. Well, Scaramouche is probably gonna... Like, that's the big thing there. Yeah. Well, she is a weakened god, but yeah. She's weakened to the point that she's no longer the Greater Lord.
Scholarly talents alone.
Hmm.
In the sanctuary of Surus,
Oh.
there's a device of Greater Lord Rukkhadevata's that she
Okay.
once used to isolate herself while meditating.
And maybe they just modified it?
500 years ago, the Grand
Oh,
Sage at the time
okay, well,
modified the device so that it
that
could
makes
no longer
sense.
be controlled from the inside. They were effectively trapping one god with the power of another.
Did we never tell Ahatham that this is kind of just a younger version of, in a sense, of the Greater Lord?
Don't forget,
Hmm.
today is Nagarbaha Day, arguably the most important day to the academia.
Hmm.
The sages and core academia
It's always nice how these events kind of fall in a convenient time, huh?
legal decrees into knowledge capsules
Hmm.
so that they can be entered into the Akasha. All the Darshan's researchers have their noses to the grindstone, and the academia's grounds are flowing with all sorts of people.
Hmm.
It's the perfect time for an infiltration.
The perfect time to get caught, because seriously, everything's been going too smoothly.
That's our cue to access the console and free the Dendro Archon.
Yeah, this just feels like it's just like assuming there probably is a way to free her that way, but it's just assuming it's there, and that we're gonna find it. Hmm.
If precedence holds, The academia should have already started preparing for Nyagarbha Day.
Okay.
Everyone should be in position. All that's left is for us to lead the charge.
Okay.
Let's go.
Yep.
So are we just gonna
Yeah, I was gonna say, do we have a plan? Like,
Yes.
oh my
Were you
gosh.
expecting a stealthier approach?
Really?
Paimon can't think of a good comeback. Alright, it's all on all hate.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I mean, that's... Yeah, sure. Let's go with that. It's not like we're gonna also take part of the fall if this happens, but... Hi, guards. We're just gonna stroll in. I swear if this actually works, I might cry. There's no way, right? Hmm.
Scribe? Please, wait. Are you Scribe Al
Ah, we got 2 feet in the door and someone's already noticed us. Wonderful. Yeah, I was gonna say, don't overreact. That makes it more suspicious.
Is something the matter? I'm in a hurry.
No. I was just surprised to see you here. I had heard that the sages were looking for you not long ago, but I didn't know what for. And, also, please don't bring outside guests into the academia.
Yep, we got 2 feet inside.
How did you arrive at such a conclusion?
Oh.
Your groundless inference shames the Haravatat Darshan.
Oh my gosh. This man's trying to roll a 20 in persuasion. Or I guess charisma or whatever. Oh no.
Third place at the last Inter-Darshan debate. Don't look down on me.
That wasn't my intention. As your Haravatat senior, I just assumed that you possessed a greater aptitude.
Oh my gosh.
Look, based on what you already know, the purpose of my return and the reason they're here should be obvious.
Jeez. What a smooth talker.
Wait a moment. Let me think. Don't tell me the answer.
This poor guy just seems like a stressed student trying to be an overachiever.
A blonde-haired traveler, outside guests. So, from the start, the sages weren't looking for you, but this traveler? And you were gone from the academia for so long because...
Hey, shh.
I love how he's never like...
Yourself as the top student.
Oh, I was about to say he hadn't actually like confirmed. He was just trying to like lead him.
Please forgive me. I wasn't thinking clearly just now. Thank you for getting me back on track.
Yeah. Let's go with that.
We'll be on our way then.
All right. Thank you for your contributions to the academia, Scribe.
I can't believe that worked. Oh my gosh.
What the heck just happened now? What did he just guess?
I'm afraid I don't know either.
You have no idea?
Jeez.
He convinced himself of whatever truth he came up with.
Well, if it makes him happy, I
That is
suppose.
the so-called pride of a scholar. If someone questions their academic facility, they will instantly feign understanding to keep up appearances. Nowadays, the academia is rampant with this type of scholar. Their obvious farces of intellect only serve to highlight themselves as fools.
Wow. So there are special ways to deal with smart people.
Oh my
We
gosh.
don't even need to make up our own excuses.
We
Well
shouldn't
then.
waste any more time. It would be problematic if we missed our window of opportunity. Let's go.
Alrighty then. Yeah, still, I'm just waiting. You know, obviously, something has to go wrong, but I can't believe that. That's really funny. The House of Dana, huh? Hi, guards. We're just gonna... Okay. Seriously, though, what is the purpose of guards if they're just gonna sit there and watch us go in? Isn't that... Jeez.
Is this the academia's library?
Indeed.
How do you get to
Known
the
as
books up
House of
top?
Dana, it is quite possibly the most extensive special collections library in Teyvat.
There are a lot of students going through here. Is it really just to waltz right in?
Apparently.
The academia marches to a fast beat, especially since it's Nagarbaha Day. They're all occupied with their own matters.
I mean, we
Just
are
act natural. Now,
just
leave me alone.
visually, we do stick out. Like, hide for now and take it. Yeah. Which apparently means just walk straight through the guards. Oh boy.
What's this platform for?
It's a lift that academia personnel use to access higher floors.
Okay.
Are we gonna take it then? The Grand Sage's office is up there somewhere.
No, not right now. We can't guarantee that we won't run into the Great Sage.
I assume we're just waiting till we see him leave.
For now.
I wonder though what the Great Sage looks like. I don't think we've visually seen them so far in the story.
The Grand Sage will exit from there?
I could be wrong on that though. Maybe it's someone we've seen in passing.
And after he does, we'd sneak past him? Oh, Paimon thinks that's really dangerous.
What part of our life in Devat has not been dangerous, Paimon?
If we can confirm Azar's current location,
Everywhere we go, we gotta deal with some problem.
Allow me to offer you a hint.
Oh.
If you wish to know his location,
Well, that's unfortunate.
look behind you.
What's Grand Sage Azar doing here?
Oh. What are you gonna do? Try and stop us?
Do not tell
Plan
me
B, beat everyone.
Academia would not grow suspicious of you after such a prolonged absence, scribe. An eyewitness had informed me of your whereabouts, so I came to personally welcome you.
Great Sage, I didn't expect you to care so much about me. I'm truly flattered.
I'm sure, but compared to you, I am far more interested in these two unexpected guests.
I guess our information was somewhat in the terminal, right?
Paimon, correct?
We don't have to make it so obvious that we don't like him.
How have I been afforded the opportunity
Just
to
try and pretend,
formally
you know?
meet two of Sumeru's most esteemed guests? I do apologize for my lack of decorum.
Never mind, guess we're throwing out the window. It's not too late for you to stop.
You immediately
Yeah.
initiated discussion instead of attempting to prepare some perfunctory excuse.
A reckless stand.
You clearly understand the situation.
I mean, I get the feeling we're about to beat up these guards, so I don't know if that's entirely accurate.
Traffic here renders this place unsuitable for discussion. Please follow me to my office.
Huh. I mean, that was the goal, was to get to his office to begin with, so I suppose that does work. Just clock him once we get in there and free Nahida. Oh, I guess we're on the elevator now. Yeah. Thought we were gonna have to walk up there.
This place is crawling with guards. There's no way out for us.
We have defeated literal gods. Are we really scared of some guards?
Discuss with me. Today is Nagarbaha Day, so I still have many responsibilities to attend to.
I think this is the guy people really, really hated. I already kind of get it, but still, the Vaturi have ulterior motives. Yeah.
You seem to know quite a bit about our endeavor.
But again, Scaramouche isn't...
If that is so, then you should be praising our great work, rather than using your trivial misgivings in a futile attempt to sway me.
Trivial?
Okay.
Then
Well,
tell me, what do the Fatui want from me?
probably a Gnosis.
Worthless.
Isn't your entire, like, thing... What? Won't your Akasha terminal stop working if you don't have the Dendro... Did they already take the Dendro Archon's Gnosis? That can't be it. That would be a twist, though. I doubt they do it again, though, after that happened in Inazuma. Where we fought all that stuff and then found out it was back earlier. Yeah, I had given the Gnosis. He does look pretty deranged. You have a god. She may have told you to take a duk-duk, but you do have a god. You don't have to be so mean to her.
For our nation of scholars, this is the ultimate aspiration.
Yeah.
Too great to realize.
This is gonna make him mad, but
You will never
yeah.
understand the rapture of having a god be born within your very hands. With your degree of knowledge, you cannot even comprehend such an emotion.
Gods exist on a plane that far eclipses humanity's. Lesser Lord Kusanali. What can she even
But you
do?
never gave her a chance to do anything. Are we gonna tell him the truth, though?
Fend off sandstorms, fabricate silly fairy tales. These are but child's play for the academia. Does that make us equal to the gods?
Jeez. I mean, we had the whole Leo story of progressing and passing the future on into the hands of mankind, but still, Ruka Devada. That's how they pronounced it.
The ascension of the Lesser Lord has brought nothing but bewilderment to the scholars. They all ask, is that truly what true wisdom is supposed to look like?
Is true wisdom supposed to look like an angry short man from Inazuma?
So our academy will not become
Sorry, Scaramouche, but still.
What a pathetic justification. Do you really think that only the super smart or powerful
Yeah,
should be able to call themselves gods?
I don't even know what you can say to convince people like this.
For your judgment, Grand Sage, they are indeed dangerous individuals. Not only are they acting against the academia, but their ideologies have the potential to lead scholars astray. Looks like
Oh, this schemer. I don't think he's betraying us here, but like still.
Are you talking about us?
It does help that we have Paimon, though, who is swayed by that. Helps sell it.
Academia as ordered, but it took some time and trouble. Oh,
Well then.
that reminds me. Here's the investigation report you had requested.
Oh, I wonder if that's what we've put in.
Of my time spent with the Traveler. An array of information about her, ready for your perusal.
He did do that information gathering when we were fighting in combat. They're really trying to sell. I'm not convinced though. It's possible, but I'm not really convinced. But this is what I'm talking about. Paimon's trying to sell it. Maybe they're trying to like do a subversion of our subversion of expectations, but I really do. I feel like it's not likely. I think he knew, because we talked about the entire time how dangerous of a planet was. To just straight up be like, hey, we're just gonna walk in the office when the sage leaves.
Contents with no errors.
Although it is difficult. Okay, so that wasn't the information we were trying to put in the terminal, though, so I wonder what he showed them. Obviously something about us, but still.
I'll enter the information on you into the Akasha. Surely you know what that means.
We'll be monitored, just like Sino.
With the Akasha's calculation prowess, all of your actions will be predicted with an accuracy of at least 98%.
Okay.
Your data will be updated in real time whenever new information presents itself. To put it into words you can understand, wherever you go, you will be walking under an invisible leash. This is Sumeru's greatest penalty for dishonest persons. Are you not familiar with the concept that great responsibility begets an equally great suspicion? In any case, you are Sumeru's most concerning external variable. Locking you down will greatly decrease the chance of any undesirable outcomes coming to pass.
You're despicable!
Despicable? Perhaps from your perspective, but I suppose you had mentally prepared yourselves for this, no? Your ploy was to sacrifice the Traveler here, was it not?
Oh? Who?
Lord Azar, I know what you're trying to say, but I've been following your plan this entire time.
Let's see, that it's obvious to us that that's probably it, you know?
Must I delineate your entire plan?
Makes sense, the Akasha probably has information on him too.
First off, I received an eyewitness.
But I didn't think he was sacrificing us, I thought he was just, you know, feigning it.
However, you immediately departed for the desert and escaped surveillance range. Judging by the time, you all likely encountered the truant General Mahamatra in the desert. Am I correct?
Maybe Paimon shouldn't have mentioned Sino just now.
He clearly already knew.
Academia had not received correspondence from its scribe for a prolonged time. You were also in the company of the Traveler, a close associate of Lesser Lord Kusanali and General Mahamatra.
It's interesting though that they knew that though. I guess maybe they were just trying to bait us in. And that's why those guards didn't realize that Sino was already kind of demoted.
Academia. Rationally speaking, 50%? 70%? What do you think?
Regardless, that's only a guess. The facts are that I've brought the Traveler right before you, and I gave you my report.
He's really trying to sell it, and it does not seem to work.
To think that despite status as an outlander, the Traveler is still willing to sacrifice for the sake of your plan. If I'm correct,
You know, in honesty though, like story-wise, it kind of makes sense that they kind of didn't explain so much of it. We just got like the black screen, so we explained the plan.
The Academia on Nia Garbaha Day, using Alhaitham's status as the scribe. For there is a good chance that an opportunity to save the Lesser Lord will arise. Should your intentions be
I'm still confused as to where exactly though. Is she in the Academia? We know she's inside that bubble that the Imprisoner was in, but
he can
I
then
wonder.
stay inside the Academia and continue searching for a way to proceed forward. As for Sino, according to the Akasha's calculations, he will soon return to the Academia and confront me in person.
That's the difficulty though. Again, if it could predict everything about him, kind of makes sense that they would have a good idea of what the plan might have been.
You'll see me as a traitor regardless of what I say, no? Even if you impugn me, it would have little effect on you all.
You misunderstand. Losing our scribe would irreparably damage the Academia's regular operations and the development of Sumeru's future academic systems. However, under the current circumstances, even that is trivial compared to what we stand to gain from our great work.
Is that
You
right?
said that I betrayed the Academia, but you, Azar,
Well, he's giving up trying to convince him.
Sumeru, betrayed its archon.
He's like, yep, nope, it's not working. I'm giving up the act.
So flight is turned to fight at long last. Guards!
If you have the information on us though, you know the guards can't hold us, right? Like, right? You know you're gonna have to at least call Scaramouche. Oh, nope, we're doing this apparently. Oh, no, it's a Scory cutscene. Alrighty. Oh, what's going on? Did he look into the... Oh, did he look into the special capsule? Oh. Well, I wasn't expecting this. Yeah, there's the special capsule. Huh.
Well, what do we have here?
Yeah.
You stole that divine knowledge capsule.
You traitor!
Huh.
Even the most rational scholar will yearn for the power of a god in a moment of desperation. Aren't you doing the exact same thing as me, Alhaitham? Unfortunately for you, no god will lend you.
He has a Dendro vision, so there's that. Oh, who's that? Oh, he's just a guard.
He has gone completely insane.
Are we gonna step in and help, or...? Oh.
Take him to the Matra and exile him to Aru village. Then find someone to take these two to the confinement room.
They're just guards. Kick the crud out of him. We're the Traveler. Really? Unless this is a whole, like, plan within a plan thing, but still.
You may begin.
This is part of the plan, right? Oh yeah, okay. I was about to say, I was like... But still, if they have information on us, they surely don't buy that we just couldn't just beat up the guards, like... But I do find it funny that it was like, no god will lend you their strength. He has a Dendro vision. He literally has a floating symbol of power that says it was. You know, God would help him. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, totally. Good job, Paimon. No, I'm gonna tell her Marvelous. Yeah.
According to plan so far, we made it into confinement, and Alhaitham's probably done with his part too. We even managed to trick Grand Sage Azar.
It's one of those though, like... Still though, seriously, they clearly made it so that it's kind of like... It's one of those things that stories have to be crafted to kind of help convince us. Because from what we knew, it was like, oh, you know, we assumed Alhaitham hadn't betrayed us and stuff. But they were sitting there talking about, oh, this plan seems really odd, such and such. Like, maybe that was under the idea that maybe the Akasha could hear them and everything, but it's just kind of funny.
Paimon has trouble remembering things when she's worked up. Right. Paimon thinks it went something like this.
Mm-hmm. Are they actually going to tell us, or okay?
From that, we still have yet another goal in the first stage of our operation, which is to send the traveler to the confinement room.
It is nice that we don't have a vision, so they can't take away our weapons and such, you know?
She's always been the person the sages are most afraid of, as well as the greatest obstacle to the successful implementation of their plan. They are very aware of the risk she poses to them. Once the traveler is imprisoned, the sages will likely think that everything is under control. And with their guard down, the next phase of our plan will have a much higher chance of success.
So is our part just to wait, or?
I can already see the pompous looks on their faces.
Oh, that's a super tricky plan. But Paimon still thinks it's not really worth it.
You're telling me you don't want to go sit in a prison cell, Paimon?
Of course. She has a more important task once she's in confinement. According to the Academia scholars in Ramon's custody, Lesser Lord Kusanali has sealed off her consciousness in the Akasha ever since she was captured by the Doctor.
Yeah.
That way, they can't pry any more information from her. Even if we break into the sanctuary of Surasthana, it will take time to awaken Lesser
I thought
Lord
she was awake,
Kusanali's
though.
consciousness.
Or was she asleep within that
We need
thing?
to do in advance.
That could be it.
Job is to wake up Nahida. Okay, totally worth getting thrown in jail for.
The confinement room is inside the Academia, close to the sanctuary of Surasthana. It's a completely enclosed space, and you won't be receiving any visitors. I'll work with Ramon's scholars to make some modifications to your Akasha terminal. Once you're in, get as close as you can to Lesser Lord Kusanali.
And nobody's gonna hear us busting out of our cell?
However, as for whether she'll actually wake up, that will depend on our luck.
Yeah, well, we'll figure it out. That or we won't, but you know, one way or the other.
Paimon thought they'd take our Akasha terminals when they locked us up in here.
It allows us to keep track of us. Technically, yeah.
Alright, so what now?
Oh, we can just connect from this room. I thought we were gonna have to break out and get right next to her. But I guess maybe we still don't know where it is. So, alrighty.
There's a light flashing on your Akasha terminal. It's almost like... the faster it blinks, the better the signal.
Oh, is this it?
Here?
Honestly, I'm looking at it, I'm really not seeing a huge difference there. Let's see, though. It's saying the faster it's blinking. I'm not even really seeing it. Oh. Oh, is that? Okay. I'm just gonna go to wherever there are lights, though. Is that it?
Is this the right spot?
Well, that's pretty neat. Is that what we were going for?
Please work.
I mean, Nahida communicated with us all the way over on the Golden Apple Archipelago, so surely from right here, you know? Hi, Nahida. Just go, tap her on the shoulder or something, yeah? Oh. Huh. That does make sense. She had to have some kind of protection from it. And it makes sense why Scaramouche couldn't invade it. Oh, hey, she got voice lines.
Hey, Nahida!
Hey, they actually gave Lumion voice lines. Wake up, Nahida. You got it now. I do wish, like, I know it's meant to be the character that kind of represents the player, but I do wish Lumion and Aether, whichever one you have, I wish that you could switch between them. I think that'd be cool. Although I know people have asked for that since forever. But I wish they had more voice lines for him, you know?
Right. It started from
I don't think anyone would complain. I'm sorry, Nahida.
I want to become a worthy archon. So I've kept studying. Kept listening to my people and their hearts.
It's okay.
Kept looking for a way to save Irminsul.
You can only do so much. I mean, you gotta consider, like, we've seen what the other archons have been doing. Ugh. But, oh, I had something in my throat there. That hurt.
Catch up to Greater Lord Rukkhadevata.
Like, have we even told Nahida that she's actually, like...
But I'm stuck in the sanctuary of Surasthana. The sages are creating a god to replace me. And I'm forced to lock my consciousness in this boundless darkness.
Nahida!
I know he's not like a fighter. Can we beat up the Grand Sage? I would really like to. That's all I have to say about this right now. You have to do something for her. Yeah. I mean, she stopped in Catherine's body at that point to protect us. Oh. Oh, hey, it's our Animo power. Well, I think that's what the Animo skill looks like, but... I now get, though, why everyone hates the Grand Sage so much. Jeez. I'll have to actually click.
Now that I think of it, I don't think I've ever actually listened to my own inner voice. Do archons have them? Should archons have them?
Oh no.
Have I been doing the right thing?
She's influenced so many people's lives so positively.
Am I really not needed?
Oh.
How do I really feel about all of this? It's so quiet here.
Since you're the god of wisdom, you've known the answers to all these questions since the very beginning.
Okay, well there you go. This is honestly really like, trying not to get too choked up, but this is messed up.
Are you? Whose voice is that? You're right, though. I won't ignore my own voice.
There you go, Nahida. Come on. I don't know if that's technically like animal powers, but it looked like a slightly different color. But as someone who used to play Animo Traveler a lot, that's what it reminds me of. Hi, Nahida.
Did you wake me up? Thank you. Why are you here?
We're here to come get you, yeah?
Are you alright? I'm fine. It's just... when I think of everything that's happened to me...
Great.
I feel really
Let's go beat up the Grand Sage. Perfect. And probably Scaramouche. But Grand Sage first. Man, it's so cool to get Traveler voice lines. So we get them occasionally, but it's usually like one. That wasn't like a crazy large amount, but it's usually literally one.
Oh, you're back! How's everything?
She's awake.
That's wonderful!
She's still in the bubble, but yeah.
We weren't locked up for nothing. When you went to wake up Nahida, Paimon was listening for any sounds outside.
Okay. Did you hear anything?
There are fewer and fewer scholars going about now. You think everyone's done with their Nya Garbaha day stuff? Yep. So that means our next act is Nilu's performance.
Okay. I figured it had to be some kind of distraction thing, surely. What concerns me is, though, I thought the scholars, you know, we knew they kind of looked down on, like, performers, given the nature of this land. At least the land of the Academia. So... It's a little bit concerning.
Are you sure about this? You're taking such a great risk for them.
There's Zubair.
I'm sure, and I'm
Hmm.
going. You know that I don't like to pass up any opportunity to dance, and this one is especially important.
All right. You seem to have a lot of trust in them, so I won't say more on the subject.
All right, nice.
But if anything happens, the few of us here may not be able to help.
She has a vision. I didn't see a vision on half the guards.
Everything's going to be fine.
All right. You know, if you really do get arrested, we'll do everything we can to get you back. Be careful, even if it's only for our sakes.
Thanks, Mr. Zubair. You're so very kind.
Oh, hey, we're just... I assumed... They've given us trial characters in the story before. I just assumed it would only be during her character quest. Though I think we've had character quests 1 or 2 where we didn't even use them, but... Wait, where are we going? Oh. That's awkward. Well, let's get up there. Yeah, Nilo's kit is really cool.
Nilu, how's it going? Nervous?
Definitely more than usual. But it's because I'm worried I won't dance well enough.
It's okay. Just focus on your performance. We'll take care of everything else.
You sure know how to talk. Taking all the credit, even though we came here together.
This guy's still kind of grumpy.
Well, thank you both. I'll have to treat you to a meal after all this ends. I really, really appreciate all of your help.
Ooh, that sounds great. How can we say no to that?
All right.
You can't.
Let's get back to business. Nilu, we'll be here to keep people from going to the academia so they don't interrupt your performance.
I was planning on telling them something like, the academia has been conducting a weird experiment, and some of their test subjects...
Is that really gonna work?
Really dangerous there, so stay away.
I think they're just trying to keep normal people away, not...
Think of anything better.
Yeah, maybe not the guards, I guess, but still.
Oh well, I guess it does sound like something the academia would do.
Hey, it just has to be functional.
I think it sounds great. I'm counting on you guys.
Don't worry, it'll be a piece of cake.
So are we literally just gonna run up there as Nilo and just start dancing? Is that the plan? I'm just gonna run into your building and start dancing. That's all.
Hey, Nilu. Sorry, it's great to see you, but I'm really busy right now. Our bait people away with Yalda.
Hey, it's this guy. This is one of the people that we helped with the during like the dream quest and such. It's really cool though to see this kind of come together. It kind of happened in Liyue when we dropped the Jade Chamber way back when. But I feel like sometimes it really does end up like, you know, like Inazuma, everyone came together, but then it ended up with us and Yai in the plane of Euthymia, you know? Kind of cool to see everyone kind of converge again.
Stage is cleared and everything's ready, so you can start your performance at any time.
Yeah, thanks to you. I'm really grateful.
I'm surprised they don't know we're about to do this though if she told this many people. I don't know, maybe I'm overestimating what all the Akasha does.
Such a great view of the show.
But... knows. Be fair, if it's something they could, like, predict they would do, it's not something Nilo would do, you know? Okay. So the plan really was just go dance in front of the... That's really cool.
I've never seen a performance like this. This is incredible.
Yeah. But I heard that public performances like these have been banned. I can't believe she's doing this here.
Grand Sage, there's some commotion outside.
How uninteresting. Issue the new Prohibition Act from the Akasha to the guards. They'll know what to do.
Do you
think we should, like, stop her?
Let's just watch.
Hey, nice. Oh. Nice. It's nice to see though that even like the students appreciate it. There you go. Still, I feel like that distraction didn't last for as long as I was hoping it might. It still did its job clearly, and she didn't get arrested, so that's good. Alright, so who are we going back to now? It's the Traveler Door of Resurrection, huh? Okay, so it is back to the Traveler.
Did you hear that?
Hmm.
It sounds like a lot of guards just ran by.
Cool, are we breaking down the door? I'm super ready to break down the door.
The plan has moved on to the next stage?
Hmm.
Yep. It's great that everything seems to be going well. Come to think of it, when did Alhaitham replace the knowledge capsule that was about to be entered into the Akasha?
Oh, yeah, that makes sense, I suppose. Yeah.
That's when he did it. Paimon was too nervous to notice. Speaking of,
I didn't notice that, but I don't know if they animated that.
from that mercenary leader in Port Ormos when everyone else was distracted?
Yeah.
It's a time-tested trick of his.
Yeah, well, practice makes perfect.
Are we complimenting him? Yeah, he's smart and all, but he still makes Paimon's
Hey, it worked out this time, Paimon.
Let's review our plan for this stage again. It's not like we have anything else to do right now anyway, and it'll help us feel more
So we're getting another flashback scene to the table, or... Oh, I actually kind of liked that, though. Oh, are they actually... I actually really like this style of storytelling. Kind of keep us in the dark a bit, to keep the suspense.
Consciousness has been forcefully sealed.
Hmm.
The core figures of the academia and their guards have started to wear their Akasha terminals again.
Hmm.
With the doctor's technological support, they think they have nothing to fear.
How despicable of them to rely on such a person.
Yeah. And Sino, even if Tainari didn't mention it, Sino absolutely knows what happened to Kale. In a way, I'd love to have seen more Kale, because I do like Kale, but I'm kind of glad she wasn't involved for most of this.
The Akasha during the next Nyagarbha Day.
Are they really going to stop all artistic performances?
Hmm.
It's horrible!
I'll make an identical knowledge capsule, but this time I'll smuggle some misleading information into it.
Hmm.
We only need to find an opportunity to switch the capsules. Once it's been entered into the Akasha on Nyagarbha Day, if someone were to be seen performing,
Oh, so it wasn't a distraction.
sages would definitely use that.
It was, yeah, a trigger to have the... Okay, that makes sense.
The misleading information will be disseminated amongst the guards.
Sure sounds complicated, but it seems like if everything goes
And
well,
that's why
we'll
it
be
said
able to
Lesser
follow
Lord
the guards
Kusanali has escaped, head out. That's really cool.
right into their heads.
I didn't even pick up on that.
Question. Even if we manage to get the misleading info out to the guards, how can we be sure that they'll believe it?
People who are used to relying on the Akasha become less inquisitive, and their ability to distinguish truth from misinformation is significantly reduced.
They just don't have any reason to doubt it.
They will view everything the Akasha releases to them as the
Most things like we'd understand how crazy that is, but as someone who's been raised with it with their entire life, they wouldn't even realize. The thought wouldn't even pop into their mind.
Wear it for long when I was working in Sumeru City. At first, I thought it was a good thing too. By the way, this plan still requires a performer, right?
Yeah.
Do you have someone in mind?
Yeah.
Milu of Zubair Theater. I know her really well. We can trust her. I'm kinda hesitant to ask her to participate in a dangerous plan like this, but we can ask her in person.
All right. After the guards and the academia are gone,
Then it'll be time for me and my stowaway brothers to shine.
So Dea is in the city. She was just able to actually get in, I don't know, legally. Which makes sense. She was working, even if as a mercenary, she was working in Sumeru for Dunyarzad for a while. Even if that's no longer technically the case, she was, like, allowed inside Sumeru.
Here they come. Did you see that, Raman? They came out from the academia in
Oh, they're just gonna fight the guards.
After laying low in the city for so
Hmm.
long, this is the moment we've been waiting for. My brothers have already sprung into action.
It's nice that now that they know that the truth, what happened to the Crimson one, the Crimson God,
Inside the academia, this is
they're actually like willing to help, you know?
With a lioness like you, the prey sure won't be able to run far.
Hmm.
We still need to eliminate the guards as soon as possible. If we give the sages enough time to realize what's happening, the plan's doomed.
Yeah, if they can recall a significant number of guards.
Salaries and twiddle their thumbs all day while we fought and struggled every day in the desert. The only advantage
I mean,
they might
did you only bring 6 people?
Speaking of which,
You might struggle a
most
bit.
of the guards who report directly to the six sages belong to the core of 30, but they have a completely different reputation. Following those blasted sages every whim, throwing away all the principles of being a mercenary.
Okay.
As someone in the same profession, I'm obligated to teach him a good lesson today.
Indeed, the trap has been set.
I can't express how excited I am, though, for Dea to release.
All right,
It's gonna be so cool.
let's each take a road and herd those scattered guards back into one place. Make sure to attract their attention. Isak will be the key.
Okay.
You gave such an important task to that child. Will he be okay?
It'll be fine. Isak was so determined to help, so let's put our faith in him.
Yeah.
Besides, even if he's caught, the guards would be too scared to do anything to him. They've never seen
Is he pretending to be Lesser Lord Kusno?
You've got a point.
Oh no.
I think I see them coming.
That's actually great.
Good luck.
I wonder if we actually get to see that. He's put on like a wig or something and they're having him run to the city. That would be really funny. Oh, that's great.
Hey, do you remember what you need to do, Isak?
Oh my
When the
gosh.
guards get here, you'll pretend to be Lesser Lord Kusanali and run away from them.
Oh, yeah, I remember. Of course I do. I'm just a little...
I'd be nervous too, yeah.
Relax. Don't think about getting caught. Even if that happens, we won't leave you behind. You only need to think about getting the guards' attention and leading them to the Grand Bazaar. Leave the rest
Oh,
to
are they
us.
just gonna... Yeah, are they just gonna use like Grand Bazaar as an arena? That'd be super cool.
Got it. I'm here to pay back Lesser Lord Kusanali for helping Grandpa. I won't get cold feet.
Hey, they're here. I can see the Academia guards.
All right, it's time, Isak. Take a deep breath and go. You can do this.
Good luck! Have fun outrunning Season the Guards. Oh yeah, he is running super fast. This is a new camera, like... It's weird. Like, we always control the camera, but that was like automatic. I wonder, do we actually have to take control of Isak? Oh.
I need to make a choice.
I'd mind the house. This is new. I mean, the way those text boxes appears is like a hangout event, but I wonder if you can fail this. It'd probably make it just restart, but
Behind the house.
wonderful. I'm great at this. Oh, okay. I thought it was like,
Looks like nothing's here.
okay.
A wasted time.
I wonder if it'll be like those games like this though, where one time, maybe one time the answer is to not do anything.
Guard looks alert. What should I do next?
Let's keep waiting. Give it a sec. Knew it.
Doesn't seem like anything unusual's around here.
You know, for people whose supposed god has escaped and they're trying to find him, they're being awfully nonchalant about it. They're just hanging out. I don't know what it is though, the camera angle that they're using here, I know it's just like automatic. It feels weird to me. It's like it's just following directly behind and then occasionally lagging into it. But it's just weird.
What? Lesser Lord Kusanali? How did I not notice that?
Jeez. Okay, toward the Grand Bazaar. I feel like that's too obvious, but that's what we were told to do. Why are they willing to just arrest their own god then? That's kind of messed up. Was that actually it? I wonder what would have happened if I'd tried to go somewhere else.
Where did she go? How did she disappear? Did we lose her? Hurry up and find her!
You're not gonna have a sec. You're about to get clubbed by some mercenaries.
Where's your team here? Didn't we say to split up our search?
Hurry, hurry! This place is... Why are you all here?
What is that, like 10 of them? You only had 10 guards?
Isn't it one heck of a coincidence? Everybody's here. What on earth is going on? I suppose that's all of you?
The voice actor for Robin actually does a really good good job. It's funny.
Phew, that was rough. I almost got caught.
I genuinely wonder, though, if you could have messed that up.
So you're not actually Lesser Lord Kusanali. Who exactly are you all? Eremites from the desert?
Just some colleagues. Think of this as a business competition or a personal grudge. After stepping into our traps, stop thinking of yourselves as hunters. Behave like the prey you are.
Okay. Well then.
An ambush? How's that possible? This is Sumeru City, but mercenaries from the desert somehow ambushed us!
How embarrassing.
You spent all your time hiding away in the academia. This place has long since become our hunting ground. Brace yourselves!
Alright then. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think, I mean, it's still a ways off until Dea's out, so we wouldn't have gotten... That would have been a perfect, like, cool place to get a chance to control Dea and fight him. But I get why, like, probably development-wise, that's not what happened.
The academia has quieted down after
Just let us sock him, at least once.
much quieter than usual. Where are the guards? Why have I not seen a single one?
Guards? Guards!
Grand Sage, how may I be of assistance?
That's not a guard.
Called for the guards.
Yeah.
Why did you come?
My apologies, Grand Sage. Right now, all Academia guards have entered the city to perform the ordered arrest. I thought you knew.
Arrest?
Yeah.
Who is there to arrest? I have an ominous feeling.
I mean, plan aside, they surely knew it was about to, you know, it was going to happen. I just feel like this is an extensive plan to get the guards out when the Traveler probably could have just beaten all of them.
You mean she has disappeared?
But...
yes. I wouldn't dare make up something like that.
Well then.
Right now, everyone is in a panic, and many are saying that Lesser Lord Kusanali will take revenge on us.
They really don't know anything about Nahida. Jeez.
Just what is going on?
Maybe part of it was to confuse Azar here.
Somehow escaped. Was it Al-Haytham and his party that freed her? That's impossible. The academia is heavily guarded today, and any order to release Lesser Lord Kusanali would be strictly confidential. Besides, Al-Haytham and the Traveler are already in our hands. What manner of trickery did they employ? How could Lesser
You'd think with the Akasha they'd be able to just check, because we awakened Nahida, but I didn't think we'd actually, like, freed her. So...
How was the arrest order distributed to the guards?
It was issued by the Akasha earlier today. Only you have the authority to send messages like that, so I thought it was your order.
And here he's realizing we played him like a fiddle.
Let me check.
Idiot. But seriously, you think he'd be able to instantly check on the Akasha, like, if Nahida was there?
Here.
If he can check something like this, you know?
Lesser Lord Kusanali has escaped from the sanctuary of Surasthana. Go to the city and arrest the escapee immediately. The Akasha indeed contains this information, and it clearly appeared in my mind. How did they bypass my permissions to issue this kind of message? Was it the report about the Traveler?
Well, you're the Grand Sage. Yeah, you're the Grand Sage. You should be able to figure it out.
I specifically checked that knowledge capsule before entering it into the Akasha. Could that have been a red herring? Well, even if I figure it out now, it won't make any difference. The important thing now is to confirm Lesser Lord
I wonder, was the point to get him to go like physically see Lesser Lord Kusanali?
Sanctuary of Surasthana to confirm that Lesser Lord Kusanali is indeed
yeah.
escaped.
Confirm? No, I haven't. It may be a bit offensive to say this, but Grand Sage, what you're saying doesn't make any sense. How can the information in the Akasha be inaccurate? What the Akasha decrees is fact. That is common knowledge to all of us. If we have to confirm the information and knowledge from the Akasha ourselves, then how is that any different from us learning that information ourselves? Wouldn't Greater Lord Rukkhadevata's legacy lose its
I feel like they've already kind of tarnished Rukkhadevata's legacy, but
It was I who asked
still.
you to believe in the Akasha, to believe in the legacy left by Greater Lord Rukkhadevata.
Oh, he's taking affront to that.
Use my words against me.
No, Grand Sage. I'm merely confused because I believe in you. I never meant to refute you.
Stay here and see if there are any suspicious people around. I'll go to the sanctuary of Surasthana on my own.
Just though everything works out just a little bit too well.
Yes, Grand Sage.
Like obviously things where they were trying to like sell it as like, oh well, this is happening. Maybe I'll hate them for a second as betraying us, and then yada yada. But very clearly everything's going the way it's supposed to, which is concerning.
Escaped from the sanctuary of Surasthana. Go to the city and arrest the escapee immediately. How can that be? Stop thinking about it. Stop. It must be a trick of theirs. As long as I personally confirm it.
Oh.
Impossible. That's impossible. There must be something wrong with my eyes.
Is she just disappearing? Or does she have the ability to do that? Oh. Huh.
What a comical sight, Azar.
Ah, well, he did call that Sino was gonna go confront him.
Once the Akasha has put certain thoughts into your head, even the Grand Sage can no longer see what's
That's
right in front of
crazy. Really cool concept, but that's crazy.
the world in your mind, the one you think you know. And precisely because of this, you disregarded Lesser Lord Kusanali's existence. She has been a wise and worthy archon.
Oh, he's handing it to him.
Waiting for a chance like this.
Sock him, Sino.
Akasha predicted that
Just
you
do
would
it once.
return to the
Just once.
Academia to confront me. But I didn't expect it to turn out like this. I was careless.
No, you were blinded. Your faults stem from your reliance on the Akasha. You're still the same as always.
I truly did not expect a proud person like you to cooperate with Alhaitham and the Traveler.
People change, Azar. Admit it. The Akasha can't predict my actions
Yeah,
anymore.
and people do change. That's one thing maybe the Akasha wouldn't be able to predict.
Your investigation.
You want to buy time? This is the sanctuary of Surasthana.
Yeah.
Under your own regulations, even Academia staff are forbidden to come here. No one will come to save you.
Oh.
As for the investigation,
Oh man.
I've at least confirmed that you are guilty of insurgency against the Archon. A serious crime.
So what? Did you do all of this so I would plead guilty in front of you, General Mahamatra?
No. I want you to plead guilty in front of the Archon herself. You once said that I
Sino.
had no standing to judge you. So now, how about judgment in the name of a god?
I didn't end up rolling on Sino because I didn't think I'd use the kit. And I had every other Electro character, so I was like, I probably shouldn't. If I want to get Nahida and Dea, but at least without spending money. But that's super cool. Visual-wise, I do think his kit's really cool. That and I didn't want to collect beetles. That was actually unironically part of it. I was so sure we were just gonna bust out of here, but apparently that's not a thing. Yeah?
Still chat like this. When Paimon thinks of Nahida being imprisoned alone in the sanctuary of Surasthana, Paimon can't help but feel sorry for her.
Yeah, me too. And there it goes. I mean, I'm sure they're used to, like, if this is a confinement room, they probably confine, like, vision wielders, but we're not exactly a vision wielder.
Comes your savior.
Hi, Dea.
Paimon just knew you would come to rescue us!
You two really owe me some big thanks. I had to search through who knows how many guards to find the key here. It felt even more tiring than whacking them. I'm exhausted.
I'm surprised there was a physical key, but...
Thanks a lot. Need
I know.
Paimon to rub your shoulders?
Oh.
No, that's, I'll pass.
What are you afraid of? Oh, are you ticklish?
Now isn't the time to talk about being ticklish. Things in the city and on Sino's side are both going well. The guards that stormed out of the academia are all taken care of.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what's the Grand Sage gonna do to Sino?
But we already talked to Asfand. They've been fed up with the Sage's bossing
Oh,
them
okay.
around. As long as it doesn't break their employment contracts, they'll turn a blind eye.
We just happened to all turn off our Akasha tournaments. Sorry.
Super great friends with them for a long time. So, how's Sino doing?
The Grand Sage is in his custody. Even I know how terrible it is to fall into Sino's hands, so he probably does too.
Oh, but seriously, where does fighting Skarmosh come into this? It's possible that it's after, Nahida's character quest, to be fair. Because that's how we got Ajdaha and, the Shogun puppet.
Nothing weird happened.
I doubted it,
Already rescued our archon.
but it's possible.
Honestly, I didn't expect our ragtag bunch to do this well. We just came together.
I just feel like things have gone too smoothly. That's why I'm just so
You two better go. I still
surprised, I
have some
guess.
messes in the city. See you around.
Bye. Hopefully you, I mean, see you in like 3 months when the patch comes out. Oh, it's up here. That's what this was? I'd run up here before and was wondering what this was, actually, but that actually makes a lot of sense. Alright then. Where were they keeping Scaramouche, though? I've seen all the stuff about his big, like, mech and whatnot, like... Hi, Nahida.
Should I say it's nice to meet you? This is the first
Yes,
time we've
technically,
met in
yeah.
real life. Before, we've only met in dreams, consciousness, or when I was in someone else's body. Thank you so much for coming to rescue me, but I also need to apologize. During this time, I did some self-reflection. My sense of inferiority and yielding to the academia led to all of this, and created so much trouble for you all.
Nah, I mean, yeah.
We're here because you're a good archon and one of our friends. Thanks, you two. Amazing. So this is how it feels to walk out of that cage with my own body.
I wonder how long she was in there. It's a really sad thought, actually.
I can't even tell if I just woke up or was only now born into this world. My concept of self has become so clear. But now doesn't seem to be the time to indulge in
Yeah. Okay, here we go.
this is really embarrassing. You all just rescued an archon, and now she needs your help to save her country, and even the entire world. It's okay. With you here, Paimon's sure that everything will work out. There's one more thing. What is it? For all the things the academia did to me, and for all the folly it committed in the name of wisdom, as their archon,
Okay.
I will make them pay.
I wasn't thinking that was what was gonna... Yeah. Yeah, that's good that she's standing up for herself. I didn't think that's what she was gonna say, though.
I understand now. To be a better archon, I first need to better myself.
Yeah, that's a good line of thought.
Haven't even figured out how to be a caterpillar. How can you be a butterfly? Yes, true. That reminds me.
Yeah, what do I...
How far along the academia is with their god creation plan. We need to hurry and prevent the birth of that false god.
Ooh, don't let Scaramouche hear you tell him that. You're gonna be mad.
Since I'm now free, I can establish a direct link to the Akasha and control it. First things first, I need to remove the restrictions that the doctor put on me in the Akasha. After that,
Can you do
I'll
that?
make some adjustments and revoke the sage's permissions. The Akasha will then be
Oh my
like how it
gosh.
originally was, only operable by the archon. After all, the academia betrayed Greater Lord Rukkhadevata's trust. This might take some time. In the meantime, you should also work on your own preparations.
Okay.
If we don't stop the god creation plan in time, we'll be in for a tough fight. You might as well prepare for a fight. When we're done, we can take a walk around.
Until 1600.
Missed out on a lot of stuff when we were locked up.
That's fine, I can do that later. Wait until 1600. Oh, that was right then. For some reason I thought that'd be further away. Alright then. I wonder if it's just gonna be one big fight left with Scaramouche and then, you know, we kind of just go after that. Oh.
How's it going, Nahida?
Freeze up for a second. I have been having some, I think I've mentioned this in several streams actually, but might as well be worth mentioning now. I have been having some minor issues with my CPU. I'm looking at a few upgrades to make though. I'm probably gonna have to get a new PC. Now that I've got a full-time job that I've been working during the week, which is why I'm not streaming during the week anymore, I should be able to get one. I'm gonna look at some around Black Friday. I have a few that I've seen, I just want to see if they go on sale. Stuff like that won't be an issue here in a month or two.
Its internal structure and operation procedures are easy for me to understand.
Yep. If only she realized, and I genuinely wonder if she ever does realize that that was her. You know? And why I haven't told her. Oh. What is it?
Small device I put together just now.
Oh, okay.
You can think of it as an upgraded Akasha terminal. You may not need it right now, but it should be helpful in certain situations.
Okay. Wonder if it's like a new gadget we can use, or if it's just, You're trying to replace Paimon. Oh. Are you actually upset? Oh, you don't have to be so mad.
Paimon, it can't replace you. It's only a flying device, but you're the traveler's irreplaceable friend.
There you go.
So good at comforting people, Nahida. If only the traveler was as smart as you. I was simply telling you what I feel like is the truth. I wasn't trying to comfort you.
Okay.
Nahida, you're natural at this.
Okay.
What you just said made Paimon even happier. By the way, there's something I need to confess. Even though I'm the Archon and in control of myself again, I'm not very good at fighting.
That's fine.
That an Archon's power is derived from their people's faith. However, I'm not as well loved as Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. If we get into a situation where combat is our only option, I'll have to count on you and I'll do
Oh.
my best to
Well, here's the explanation about why she's a support unit.
I'm glad I can rely on you.
To be fair, they are both in my team right now. Neither of them is built, but they are both in my team. And I probably will switch to a better team if we have to fight the Transmain.
Time is of the essence, so let's get to it.
Okay. Currently involved in the quest. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Why? Once again, me paying for having not, oops. Done these. I might just tonight try and do these off screen. I need to go buy, I need to get some oil for my car, and I need to pump up my tires a bit. A few other things, but I might do this, because I would like to stream tomorrow as well. Because it's only been one stream a week for a couple weeks now, and I do enjoy streaming. But let's just, see here. Honestly, This, I believe, is Tainari's. I don't even remember what's going on in this.
I'd like to purchase
Yeah.
some Vasanti grass. Do you have any?
Okay.
I'm sorry, Mr. Forest Watcher, but we've been closed for the past few days.
Closed? Now that's odd. It's my first time hearing you say something like that.
Huh.
It's a long story. Some of our goods were stolen recently.
It said the location was occupied for this though, so we should be good as soon as we go out.
Models, they still fetch a good price on the market.
I don't know why they have it set like that. I guess it's because I wish they could just make it so like you just set the active quest, you know? That's what most games do, but
we decided to raise the prices of our remaining inventory.
Oh,
Until
okay.
this plan takes effect, none of us can privately sell anything.
I don't get it. If these goods are so important, then why not think of a way to get them back? Raising prices won't solve anything. At best, you're shoving the consequences of the robbery onto your customers.
You're right, but you don't have to say that.
Watcher, it's not that
It's kind of
we
mean.
don't want to. It's just the thief disappeared into the deepest parts of the forest. We asked
He says to Mr. Forest Watcher.
The forest has been very unusual as of late. Anyone who goes in experiences mental anomalies. We can't keep waiting out here for the thief to come out. All we could do is come up with another
Hey,
solution.
you know what? I understand that. Good on them for trying to be proactive.
Contaminated region after stealing those mechanical parts. How many people were there in total? Were they not affected by the contaminated region?
That crook came from the contaminated
Oh.
region. As for how many,
Could they have been like hilly churros or something, you know?
No people.
even if I tell you, you might
Oh.
not believe me.
What?
Oh, fine. The thief that stole our parts was a huge mechanical crap.
That is interesting. I don't want to miss the story here, but I'm probably not, like I said, probably not going to do these story quests on stream. Especially since for like this one, I've already skipped the first little bit. Just give, I guess, a little bit of like a teaser. Fine. I'm sure people have the full thing posted, too.
We were all shocked.
But
By the time we came to our senses, the thief was already long gone.
I see. If we help you retrieve your stolen goods, then business will return to normal?
Oh, but of course! Not only that, but you'll become one of our caravan's VIPs on all future purchases of any...
Enough. Give me something that's actually useful. Any leads on that mechanical crap?
hey, free discounts are helpful.
Maybe one. After our goods were stolen, we specifically got someone to assess the situation. If you're interested, you can go and talk to them.
All right. We'll go and have a word.
Okay. Interesting. Let's see if that... No, okay, if it's nearby, we have to...
After the goods were stolen, I made multiple ink. It turns out that many others have also been. However, Crab only seems to be interested in machinery. Doesn't even bat. The
Interesting.
Carrying a large amount of more, I had an uneventful
Machine.
trip. But another caravan.
Metal toy.
That thing is a.
Okay. So it's not interested more, which is more not metal? They have a mint for it, you'd think it's metal, but it's interested in metal things. Strong, fast, at least 10 people.
Our salaries even got slashed because of
Huh. Interesting. So there was a ban on it at one point, that type of thing, which tells you it's not someone from the academia.
I heard from the caravanners that we don't normally see the mechanical crap. It only shows up when the caravans are here.
You haven't tried capturing it?
We have.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
However, we did unexpect. It apparently
Lives in the deepest part of the forest. It just hides them.
Stash grows large enough, it moves.
Okay. All interesting stuff. Talk to this guy real quick. I'm just trying to speed this up because I'm right at the pinnacle of things and it's like, here, go do this.
We learned of its behaviors, but assuming normal operational if I were its owner, I'd command it to steal more valuable, but it only goes after mechanical.
Well, maybe it's trying to build something. It could be something like that.
You all found a way.
Do you have any more mechanical parts with?
Yes, I still have a small bag of. Oh, are you planning to?
Under constant
Yeah.
external conditions, here's what we know so far. It has a
This is the
mechanical
containment region tries to
composition.
steal
If we
components.
have said components. Well,
You're right. We don't have any other options right now. This bag of samples is all yours,
Okay.
Mr. Forest Watcher.
It'd be funny if it was just so fast that it just stole those components and we left.
keeping this bag. We'll also need
Okay.
to borrow a sumpter beast.
Oh yeah, no problem at all.
I'll have to decline that offer. Anyway, once it appears, capture it. Highly.
Okay. That's interesting. Oh. Might need to take a nap. Is it another one now? The start of content. Okay. Another detour. Sorry about that. Just one of those things. Part of being, well, it's partially on me for being lazy in Genshin, but the problem was too, like, the story quests take like 2, I think. Well, it's 2 for hangouts, but you have to get those keys, and you can't hold more than 3, and it takes 2 days worth of dailies to unlock one. So that's why I try to unlock them immediately, but then you get situations like this. So I don't know. One of those little design flaws. It is one of the minor things. I know people really complain about skipping story. I get that, but
Looking at the
you know.
trade routes and the contaminated region's current perimeter.
Let's get to it.
Okay. This Sumpter Beast isn't familiar with us yet.
Okay, so be calm with the Sumpter Beast. And to be fair, we've literally fought Sumpter Beasts. Wonder if I stood in front of it, it would just push me. Oh.
Looks like it's loafing around. Or maybe it's hungry.
Oh. There it goes. You gonna... Oh, there it is.
Did you hear something?
Hmm.
Is that the mechanical crab the caravan was talking about? It's charging straight at us!
It looks strong. Be careful.
It does look like those other ones, kind of similar, but with a different color scheme. That's what makes it unique, though, for sure.
Right now. Shatter! Inazuma shines eternal!
Oh. I maybe didn't need to go ham on that thing.
Just try to escape this time, you naughty caravan robbing crab! Hey, playing dumb won't save you.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem capable of
Alright, search for the caravan's goods. He found them.
I don't know why your stolen items must be returned.
Is he really lecturing this mechanical crab?
Came from the depths of the contaminated region. If you take us there, I'll give.
Okay.
It reacted!
We can't be certain.
Okay, so you want the crab to lead us in?
That's right. The contaminated. If we charge straight in, I've been studying this contaminated region recently.
Paimon gets it now!
It doesn't have to.
Yeah.
I gave it some components that it will definitely take back to the contaminated region. So long as it doesn't attack us.
I do wonder. Maybe there's someone behind this, or...
We'll be back soon. If
Yeah.
you're still here when we... I'm not sure, but our priorities are to... we should return. But before we do, we need...
He says right in front of the crowd that maybe understands us. Alright, come on. It does stink, though. It's wild, though, that Tainari is so involved in, I get that it's around the Sumeru area, but like I was saying, there were like 2 steps that I had to go through during the early 3.0 story. So it's crazy that he's once again in the way.
Don't worry about the price.
2 is enough.
No, that won't do.
No need. I've...
Reward? You mean that?
But those parts are very useful. I retrieved the things you needed. Oh, and before we go, just a reminder.
Noted.
Let's return to the village.
Okay. Oh, it's to get someone medicine. Alright, come on. Tell me this is... This is driving me insane, though. That said, though, if they haven't allowed us to skip story after 2 years, I kind of doubt this will be something that'll be fixed. I don't know how they'd go about fixing it. I think they would have to just make it so you could set an active quest. Which, to be fair, I think it's also usually only an issue with world quests and these types of quests. But I do find it hilarious that, like, 3 different parts of, because to be fair, it was, like, involved in this area, actually, and then where we are now. And we did have to go here at the start. Oh, hi, Kale.
Hi there, Traveler and Paimon.
Sorry you weren't involved in, like, the entirety of the story.
Prepared the pharmaceutical equipment. Do you need...
No need.
Oh.
But once I'm done, you can deliver the medication to the... He gets a little nervous when I'm around for too long. I'll go prepare the medication.
Okay. I like Kale, though. I think everyone who read the manga does like Kale.
He asked me to tell you that Suna came by earlier.
Okay.
And Suna didn't get mad, so he wanted...
It's nothing.
Of course I did.
Yes, we're going to the contaminate. I'm leaving everything to you while...
Okay.
But I can't even begin to compare...
You're a trainee for a stranger. It's good experience.
Are learned by doing. Deal with problems as you yourself...
That's right. You do... Alright.
One day she might be the head forest watcher.
Take care.
We'll be alright.
That would be pretty cool.
You put too much... Let's return and...
Okay. There we go. Ah, perfect. It's kind of funny now this one's blocked because of the That's funny. Like I said though, to be fair, we've had these quests for a while. It's on me for not finishing them. I just haven't had a whole lot of time. During the week I basically get up at like 6 to 6:30, get ready for work, and then I haven't been getting home until like 5:30 at the earliest. I get good money. I've been driving trucks for a lumber company. Trying to save money because I'd like to go back to school. To be a radiology technician, but that's about a year off before I can apply to the program because of when they do their application process. I did my prereqs over the past couple of semesters, but I decided to take a year off or so to save money. Because it's a super intensive program, I need to make sure I can cover my bills. I could try to work during it, some people do, but it's a very intensive program. And I just know I'll get distracted and not do well. Either way though, this feels like a bad idea to go in with this team though, like I said. No healer that week. Let's go in with my main team. I'm going to pop back over to Yelan, though. Not exactly the most efficient team. My strongest team, I do genuinely think, where is it, is probably not this one. Why did I have this team here? The team I was using for... Oh, I didn't have it built. That's funny. This isn't the Hu Tao team I use. So, we'll just make this real quick. So, the team I use for Spiral Abyss is this... her, and Kazuha. And it actually does work really well. Kazuha helps shred resistance, Hu Tao is strong, you suck them all up, Yelan gets you that good crowd control. Big part of the reason I use Yelan over Xingqiu for this is actually for the crowd control of her E. Sucking them all up, going through them all with E, and then charge attacking Hu Tao through enemies clears them really, really fast. But I'm gonna use this team. It's not the most efficient thing in the world for sure, but like I was saying, I just kind of like having healer over a shielder. I also just find Zhongli's playstyle kind of boring. But either works, honestly. Kokomi heals such an absurd amount. But I use Raiden Eula, it's my favorite comp to use, and then I use Yelan. Yelan's just one of those characters. I just run a random sub DPS with these setups, and it just kind of works. Yelan's just works really well, and she's good for exploration. For full-on battle, I could use, like, Yai, though, or something like that, but... I do actually have Yelan in my party most of the time nowadays.
What is this place? Is this really the way we need to go?
Yeah, this is weird.
Wow. Who would have thought there'd be a place like this hidden right slap bang in the middle of the city? The sages wanted to realize their god creation plan without...
Yeah, to do it right in there.
The safest and most convenient...
It's crazy though, how did they get the mats to build it in here? That's the one thing, like, people would have noticed, you'd think.
They were already hiding one god, so why not two?
It's kind of funny.
Judging from the structure here, the project is a huge undertaking.
I guess the big downside here is if I need a Dendro character, that could be awkward. Like the first time I fought the Hypostasis, I one-shot it with Eula. And then I just see activate these with Dendro. And I was like, oh, that's not good.
They provided a lot of technological support.
Yeah, I was gonna say I was surprised just because, again, I thought Tartaglia was hunting down Scaramouche. But if Dottore knew, then why not, you know?
Or else they wouldn't have been that generous. Is that it, though? I've always thought that this
Sure, there's some pages. I mean, he is one of the, like, experimenters, too. But I've just been confused. It's almost like all the Harbingers don't have the same information. Because why would Tartaglia be searching for Scaramouche if they knew where he was?
The Fatui Harbingers are all such weirdos. So, the Dark being weird is actually normal. So,
I still can't wait to see Arlecchino.
that they're trying to turn into a god.
Design-wise, she's probably my favorite. Then it's Capitano.
We had previously come into contact with his consciousness. He harbors particularly strong...
But there's some interesting ones. I know people have already made the connection, but Sandrone reminds me of the doll from Bloodborne. I think people I've seen that somewhere, but that was my first thought. Yeah, so he already had the potential to be a god, because the Shogun is effectively a god. Let's be honest.
There's no way he'd willingly be a test subject.
Yeah.
Now with that temper and ego of his.
It's interesting too, because I wouldn't say the Shogun has like an ego so much as she just is the way she is. I don't know how to describe it.
Tell me more about him and what he's like. The more we know now,
Hmm.
the better we can plan for and react to any future situation.
Yeah. Kind of grumpy.
I see. How fascinating. Alright, time to go. Let's get through here and meet him in person.
Yeah. So the Fatui are still here.
Gotcha.
Huh. Say, one downside to this team comp is, Eula is a little bit more protected with Zhongli, but a big part of the reason this comp came to be, too, for me, was that I know Raiden Eula usually does use Zhongli, but part of it was me liking healing more just out of personal preference in the overworld, and then part of it was the fact that you have to have two Spiral Abyss teams, and Hu Tao needs Zhongli more than Eula does, in all honesty. Yeah, arguably I could switch out Yelan with Zhongli. That's what I actually do for Azhdaha domain, is I just run a healer and a shielder and just club them to death with Raiden and Eula. And it's nice to have a physical damage though. I know she does cryo damage, but wait, what are we doing? Oh. But Eula, I mean, as a physical damage, you know, mainstay. Never really been a concern with Azhdaha having, like, elemental shtick. What are we doing? Oh. I really want to jump off just to see what happens, but I know I'll just die. You know? It's a little bit of impulsivity. I'm like, what if? Alright. Where am I? Oh. This is a really cool looking place, though. You wouldn't have thought this would be inside the Academia. Hmm. Hello. What are we doing? Oh. Oh. That's fancy. Some of these puzzles, though, you should have seen me during the, did I stream it? The official part of the, I think it was the official part of the Golden Apple Archipelago rerun. I got extremely lost in there, and it was really stupid. Alright, should be good. Oh, a free chest. I have not even come close to finishing out my Dendro tree. Oh, we are not even, like, remotely at that point. There we go. Where to next? Can I just... Oh. Some of these puzzles aren't bad, some of them I just feel dumb on, but... Was that it? Oh. So I need to get over there. I'm assuming we just get on one of these here. I do think they do a good job with puzzles. There's only so much you can do to make a difficult puzzle in a game like this without it just being tedious and frustrating. Which has happened, admittedly. Do I just... Well... Oh! What, did I just die? Huh. Well then. I didn't think I jumped off there, that's interesting. Well. Now we slowly wait for that to come back. Also, I've been thinking about this for a while. I feel like I'm like the only person that doesn't put his main DPS on 1, but that's another habit from Spiral Abyss Hu Tao team. Is you don't want to lead with Hu Tao. I usually lead with Zhongli on that team, so I usually put a sub DPS. For a long time, my 1 was Raiden. Right now, it's just Yelan, because that's who I use or eat to run around a lot. I really want C1 Yelan eventually, though. Just for that extra charge. The amount of distance I could cover with her held E would actually be really nice. Yeah, I'm confused. So if I literally just got to, like, right there and it popped me off. So, I don't think I jumped down there. I'm just gonna wait till this moves again. I think. Maybe? I feel like I'm missing something. I'm trying to, like... Like, I can see the arrow right there, but the arrow was... I thought just to get on this lift. Is there another... I mean, this looks like it does literally just stop here, is the thing. Like this. Oh. Oh. I'm dumb. Wait. No. Anyway. That's really awkward. It should be in the right position now, though. See, I saw that one move off there, is the thing, and that's why I was confused. But I'm assuming we just ride this over there. I thought it was going to stop, which is why I just kind of... But I'm assuming we ride it over there. I'm assuming at some point, though, we probably have to go that way. Well, anyway. Oh, I hate this game sometimes. It didn't stop last time, did it? This time it stopped and I was trying to jump onto it. That is insanely awkward. Yeah, I'm confused. Last time it didn't stop, so I thought it was going to just keep going. Oh boy. I still need to fix my Kokomi artifacts, actually. So, most of our artifacts are okay. I mean, I literally just built her. You build her for HP stacking, energy recharge, maybe some EM.
Looks like the situation has changed again.
Oh, okay. But, her feather, I kid you not, I've just kept on her because it made me mad. I've gotten, like, 2 feathers from the Ocean Tooth Clam domain. You know, a domain that literally only Kokomi uses. And I got 2 feathers that both had crit rate and, like, attack percent on him. And I was just like, you know what? I'm curious. What stats were on this? It's at... Her feather is at plus 12 and it rolled twice in a crit damage. It has, like, 20% crit damage on a plus 12 feather. Potential to be my highest crit damage roll ever on a feather. And it's on the set for a character that I will never need crit on. I was so annoyed that I've literally left it like that for, like, a long time. Out of spite. Like, I could show it. I think it's like 22%. Yeah, it's plus 12, 22.5% crit damage. Literally, depending on the roll, it could have potentially been the best feather I've ever seen for crit damage. And it does that. And I just remember, I've literally left it that way out of spite and never gone back. Is this the way I was supposed to go? I feel like I've died a lot in this domain. I'm going to become... Oh, there's... Okay. That's the thing about me, I swear. Like, I was really, really good in school, but I am so dumb. I don't have any other way to put it. Alright, so. I'm just gonna get on this and see what it does. Oh. I forgot that's how that worked. It does hover in the air. It's just me being dumb. Okay. Because I'm sure we'll need to adjust this. But I want to see... Does it just go in a circle right now? I'm assuming we need to get it to go around that corner. Or maybe around this one, but based on the direction it's moving, I don't think it's this corner right here. Okay. So that corner should be... Oh, wait. Okay, let's adjust this one first, maybe so it doesn't move. So that should be that direction, yeah. And adjust this so that this moves in. I swear if you don't stop, I'm gonna cry. This game. It did. I'm so dead inside. It's me being impatient and impulsive. I was like, oh, it didn't stop, I gotta go now. And then it just... And this is why I brought a healer. Okay, so, oh, we just have to move this then to, Alright. Maybe it did stop that first time I died and I just didn't realize. I could have sworn, though. It didn't, and then I was just jumping after it. Alrighty. I wonder, though, do we actually fight Scaramouche at the end of this domain? Because if this is the new weekly domain, you would think that there'd be some version that doesn't require this. Because if I have to do this every week, then whatever character I have is staying at, like, level 6 on their skills, I swear. I can't imagine that'd be the case, but I would not do it. Anyway. Oh, that's an interesting effect. For a second, that almost reminded me of the effect when we walk out, like, traumatized after the Shogun kills Signora. Like that shaky, blurred effect. And I'd wondered if they were ever going to bring it back. Alright. This should be the last one. What's nice about this, too, is I can just click it until it turns blue. I don't even have to put any thought into it. Oh. That voice on Raiden definitely just died because of that. Oh no. Oh, I'm so sorry. I've done that so many times. It hasn't happened as much recently, actually. I don't think it matters. It hasn't happened as much recently. But I remember back in the day in, like, Liyue, especially, when you're jumping down on the pavilion, there's that waypoint that's right above it. And I swear, I would, do exactly that every single time. And it's just the funniest thing. It's a good thing they don't have, like, the trust system doesn't decrease. The trust only gives you, like, the name card and whatnot, but could you imagine? There we go. I don't really know where to put my camera. It aggressively zooms in. That's one thing about Xenoblade 3 that made me laugh.
Looking at its operational status, we must prepare for the worst. The god they want us to create is likely close to completion.
Well, to be fair, yeah, he has the Gnosis, and we know the Shogun and A were able to do it with that Gnosis, so... Who knows?
Are you nervous, Paimon?
If you really want to know...
Yeah.
Of course Paimon's nervous! Aren't you too, Nahida?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, there we go.
This is probably the first time I faced with a calamity of this degree since my birth. I feel not just nervous, but curious as well.
Curious? Curious
Okay.
about what?
Curious about our fate.
Oh.
To me, everything we perceive in this world, everything we learn, and everything that happens to us is considered knowledge.
That is generally what knowledge is.
If it's a form of knowledge, then it can be understood. However, only fate is about that which has yet to occur. So it has always drawn my curiosity. So to me, fate is the ultimate knowledge.
Okay. I wonder if, when she was the Greater Lord, she held that same sentiment.
It all brings me great satisfaction. And now, At long last, I'm not just an observer anymore. I will
Well, there you
personally
go.
experience my own fate with you by my side.
Yeah.
Isn't this such a wonderfully
It could have been like, you know, taking a walk or going for dinner. Not in that sense, but like, you know, like, something like just normal. It didn't have to be us literally fighting a god, but sure.
Let's continue on. I can sense his aura from here.
Hmm. Oh. Okay. That does make sense, though. I was like, how are we going to do a trance domain that? You have to go through an entire dungeon. So they have you go up to the dungeon, maybe, and then... Huh. I feel like they could have just done that as a conversation, but... It gave us a little bit of gameplay, you know? I can appreciate that. Hey, look, it's this giant mech. Hmm. That is fancy. I love the memes of, like, Skarmouche gets this mech, the Shogun gets the form that she uses in the trance domain, and he's just like, what about me? Even though she can probably use that form. Oh. What are those tubes?
I remember you, Boer, the god of wisdom.
Boer.
And standing beside you, the traveler.
Is he all-knowing and powerful now like Greater Lord Rukkhadevata?
No, I can't feel the same
Hmm.
kind of divinity I felt from the Greater Lord. It seems that the
Hmm.
sages didn't get the chance to infuse the divine knowledge capsules into him. But even still, he has probably become a true god now.
So we're too late? The Balladeer has already...
I just smack him. He'll be fine.
A long bygone title.
Yeah, he doesn't have his fancy hat anymore.
I felt as if I had existed
The hat that I think he got from his friend.
as heaven and earth.
Hmm.
Looking back, the existence of what once called itself Kunikazushi appears infinitely small and ugly.
Oh. Shogi no Kami, the prodigal oh, Lord of Arcane Wisdom. That's, interesting. Hmm.
A body that capitalizes on the Balladeer's
Hmm.
original construction as a mechanical puppet, with the Gnosis serving as a constant power supply. How much effort and resources did the sages put into this?
Yeah.
From a purely technological perspective, it's a commendable achievement
Hmm.
indeed. It's no exaggeration to say, this is the culmination of human wisdom.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's impressive, but it doesn't make it a good thing.
He's reached the spiritual height of a god.
Hey, don't talk about his height. That's gonna make him really mad.
Strife is engraved
Oh,
upon
boy.
every god and every gnosis brought forth into this world.
Mhm.
Can you feel it? The exhilaration of such power and the thrill of anticipation for our contention.
He's starting to sound like Tartaglia before we fought him.
Do you not realize that you are interrupting a conversation between gods? Lowly creature, know your place.
Uh-huh. Yep, still same Balladeer.
Engraved upon a gnosis. You're talking about the Archon War.
Yeah.
Dad's current peace was not easily won. I didn't personally participate in the Archon War.
Yeah, I mean,
but the way I see it,
still though, like, the Greater Lord is... It's just weird, like, they really do consider Nahida like a completely different person. I guess they kind of do with Gulba as well, but... Still.
Is that so? Yet I am deeply disappointed that I was never
Why?
allowed the fortuity to personally participate in the Archon War.
I mean, if as he was now, maybe, but like...
This is a first.
As the Balladeer,
Encountering a god in this world who
Daddy would have had a hard time. Have you met Zhongli? Or... Yeah, I was gonna say. She'll be fine. But seriously, have you not met, like, any of the other Archons? Even A doesn't really.
Judgment is as your existence.
She was just struggling with eternity.
This is where everything ends, Boer, the god of wisdom.
Hmm.
You should know that wisdom cannot solve every problem. Like now, where your only option is to face me in combat.
Okay.
Come.
us reenact a scene of the Archon War. Come and inaugurate my birth as a god.
You do know in the Archon War most of the gods died, right? Like, he is aware of that, right? Okay, so it's one of these fights. Wow, I wonder if he has multiple phases, because he does not have that much health. Huh. Yeah, he has to have multiple phases. That was just kind of sad. Okay, here we get a cutscene, so yeah. And it is a trounce domain, so... Oh, wow. What is it with the groundbreaking? This happened against Tartaglia, too. What is it with the groundbreaking whenever Lumine fights a trounce domain? And then Paimon having to fly to... Hey! She helped us out. Yeah, you gotta consider, Lumine's crazy strong to be able to hold up that helmet. Hand, whatever it is. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have used all my bursts there, because I was gonna say, I just didn't know if it'd be a one-phase boss, but then I started smacking it, and I was like, there is no way this is the entire phase of the boss. Is that a shield? Oh! Okay, well... Okay, well, hitting him isn't doing anything. That's not good. What about this? Ow! Is it just... Okay. Interesting. I wonder if it's like the Shogun puppet. Where you can do damage to it, but you can also just kind of let it burn out, you know? Because the Shogun puppet will eventually switch back forms. But seriously... Ow! Like... Oh, he is taking damage. Ow! I wonder if any of this does pierce shields. Okay, well that's horrifying. Oh, we weren't supposed to do anything until there. Nice. And we still have a dual sword. That's always... Imagine what happens when the Traveler actually gets a weapon. I do wonder if this is what's supposed to happen in the trounce domain, though. Do you literally just survive for a little bit during that phase? Oh. Oh. Oh, no. We haven't really seen Lumine use any of her 4 elements now, though. Like, come on. That was what was really cool about the cutscene with Tartaglia, I felt. Hi, Nahida. Excuse me? Nahida? Hey. Oh.
This is supposed to be a battle between gods, yet you choose to hide behind a mortal.
Why do people like Scaramouche? I get that he's got some really good potential character development, but like... Oh my gosh. Oh. Oh, what? Oh no.
The data collection is almost complete.
Oh.
Do you even know how many times you've tried to take my gnosis from me?
Oh my gosh. Oh, it's like her burst. Kind of. Oh my gosh. What? That's insane. Did we lose 168 times?
You know that in the effort to create you, the people of Sumeru were forced to live through the exact same number of Subceres festivals and Samsara cycles.
Yeah, and Dunyazad was like dying.
When did you use it on me?
Huh. Oh. That's pretty neat, honestly. It does make you wonder, did we actually lose 168 times? Because that's not good. Is that what you're taking away from this?
Come, traveler. Just like before. Allow me to awaken the memories in your dreams.
Okay, well.
All that battle experience. It's more
Oh.
compile everyone's wisdom in the name of the Archon.
That's so cool. That's not what I thought they were going to do, like a Doctor Strange type thing. That's so cool.
I've sent everything that happened just now to the people of Sumeru in the form of knowledge.
Oh, okay.
I've asked them to help you find
Well, their belief, you know, help power up their gods, their archons. So maybe they're gonna help power up. Well, maybe Lumine, but also, you know, Nahida. Why are you out in the middle of a field somewhere? Oh. That's super cool. It's exactly like what happened to Nina Azuma, funnily enough, but, you know, the abolish the vision hunt degree line.
is at your disposal.
Nice.
Meaningless tricks won't save you.
So do we actually get to fight him now? Or... Oh! Oh, I thought it kicked us out there. I was super confused for a second. It'd be really awkward if we lost this time too after that. And she had to say it again. Oh. Oh, so the exact same thing had happened. Huh.
Are you done with your tricks? Can I finally take this as a real battle between gods?
I mean, if she's a god of wisdom and dreams, then technically, you know, kind of already was. Oh, we got a fancy title. Nice. Except we're not going to stay in Sumeru, but that's nice of her to say. Whew! Ow! That's not who I meant to click. That's what I meant to click. So do we really just hit his legs like this? Is that really what's going on? Oh, I saw a little teleport thing for a second there. I feel like I'm supposed to do something with those little devices on the outside, but they destroy it on their own. What's that? We just... Ow. I just picked something up. For as flashy as his attacks look too, they're not doing that much damage. The Akasha terminal is hold the aim and unleash. Is it? Oh, it's E. Oh, oh. Okay, so you collect those little things and then it fires that out, and it continually fires during that. Oh, I thought I was about to get a chance for DPS. That's awkward. What? Are we gonna be okay? I feel like our character's about to get one shot. Maybe I should have brought some more elemental damage. Because this feels like it's gonna go poorly for me. Okay, really? Can I not? Am I missing something? I feel like I'm missing something here. Alright, well, if you're gonna one-shot someone, one-shot my healer, I guess. I don't know what... Okay, then. Yeah, so I'm confused there, sorry. That music is really loud for me. I don't think it's as loud for the stream, but that's really loud for me. I don't know how you stop that, then. Maybe I just need to bring a... What do you mean? Oh. Huh. I am genuinely confused about that, because I was able to destroy the one in the middle with Eula, but using elemental damage on the other ones wasn't doing anything. That's strange. Anyway. Unless he does that a bunch of times in a row. It is cool that he has a one-shot ability, though, like, Raiden, though. Kind of a cool... kind of a cool parallel. Yeah, I have no idea how to go about this fight. Why did he just take so much damage? Was that... Ow. I feel like I probably would bring a shielder, not a healer next time, but make sure that I can pop those. Based on how he attacks and everything. But, like, I can't even see where some of these attacks are landing. That's what's confusing to me is... I genuinely can't tell where, like, some of them are supposed to go. But they don't seem to do that much damage, which is interesting. Considering when you get hit by some of the other bosses in this game, they just blast you. He did have to... If he becomes a playable character, though, eventually he had to have some kind of character development. So, this might be it. Huh. Oh, did she take the Electro Archonsnosis? Is he unable to stop her?
Wait! Please! Anything but the gnosis!
Ah. Oh.
That's mine! Don't even try!
Well, technically it's Ace, but you know. So now, huh? Oh, we didn't even try to catch him. Fair enough. Yeah, that was a weird fight, though. To be fair, it kind of makes sense that they made the one-shot mechanic something you actually have to actively take care of. Because in the Shogun fight, it just hit it with Electro, you know?
We may now finally understand the last memory of Greater Lord Rukkhadevata.
Mm.
That's right. This is the last memory of
Okay.
my predecessor.
So we kind of get to see what happened. I am interested in this. Huh. But yeah, I'm still just so confused about why. Maybe it's just like, I know Cryo works well on those, but... Huh. Weird. I'll have to try that out a little bit more in my own time.
Different from what Paimon imagined. Shouldn't Irminsul be in this
Hmm.
realm of consciousness? Yes.
Maybe.
That is our destination. But I didn't expect the remaining consciousness of Greater Lord Rukkhadevata
It's like the
to be as
corruption.
polluted as this. Forbidden
Hmm.
knowledge? It seems you know about a concept that even I don't completely understand.
Huh.
Could you tell me what you know? Your inference seems logical enough. Forbidden knowledge once polluted the desert thousands of years ago, but was successfully repelled thanks to King Deshret's self-sacrifice, and Greater Lord Rukkhadevata nearly exhausting her power. Then, a second instance of forbidden knowledge pollution occurred during the Conria Cataclysm 500 years ago.
Okay, so that's part of what happened in Conria.
It's much more serious this time, with Irminsul itself already in danger. So,
Interesting.
we're in the remaining consciousness of Greater Lord Rukkhadevata, and it's also been affected by forbidden knowledge pollution, then does that mean, in order to save us, Greater Lord Rukkhadevata? Yes.
Oh.
It's very possible that she
I
sacrificed
thought she
her
was...
life in the fight against forbidden knowledge.
I'm sure. I'm not even going to speculate about it anymore.
Maybe eradicate forbidden knowledge.
I'm just going to let it be explained.
Her actions, the pollution would have been far more rampant over these past 500 years. The way that everyone,
Because I really did think Nahida was like a regressed version of Rukkhadevata, but...
very well be due to her restoration of Irminsul.
I could be wrong. I thought that's generally what I'd seen though online too.
I'm just
Hmm.
sharing her pain.
Oh yeah.
The pollution of her consciousness here is severe. There is madness, chaos, and pain all around us. Did she fight to resist the forbidden knowledge pollution in such terrible conditions, all the way up to her last breath?
I mean, the fight of the Archons...
Her last remnant of lucid consciousness.
It's easy to forget when like the first one we met was Venti, and then like Zhongli, who had very different situations, but... Even in their stories, you can see what they've been through. It's just... interesting to see one where that's still... I guess it was still going on in like Inazuma and such, but it's just very different. I don't know how to explain it. It just hits differently for me. Like, we got to see some of the past of, like, Venti's story. The past of, you know, Rex Lapis and all that happened there. But for some reason, this is just different to me. I don't know why.
Consciousness Even with the Gnosis' protection, we must always keep a clear mind. Otherwise, we could go mad at any moment. That's so scary. Don't worry. It should be easy enough for you to keep that mind of yours clear, Paimon.
Okay.
Let's go.
I don't even know if she meant that in a mean way. I'm sorry, sir, but you're ineligible. I was gonna say, I wanted to see the description for that. Is it just roasting Scaramouche?
That's the boat of consciousness, which symbolizes reason here.
Do we even have to fight these things? Oh, I didn't mean to release that. I wonder, do we just cure like a withering zone in here? I'll take these enemies out just in case. Yeah, it spawned something else. Ow. Yeah, I've been surprised at how little damage so many things do in here. Like, again, aside from the one-shot thing, nothing Scaramouche did was, like, super high damage. You know? Like, that obviously one-shot, but that's just a clear and cut one-shot. I don't know why. Just surprised me. Oh, it's these things. Wonderful. And this is why... You know, I remember when these first came out, though, they did so much more damage. Nowadays, they're still annoying with the bleed. But, when they first released, before they got nerfed, it was basically mandatory that you had a healer, not a shielder. Because I remember you hit, like, once, and you'd lose, like, a third of your health over time. So... yeah, like, that wasn't bad. You look at, like, Eula's health, that's probably about what you lose now. That's not terrible. Yeah, I remember when those wolves first came out, people were, like, panicking. They're like, they're trying to indirectly nerf Zhongli. Which, to be fair, I'd rather just take a diversity in enemy pool that require different strategies than just nerfing a character because they're busted in every situation. That is also part of the reason I just don't like using Zhongli. Is because I do think it's almost necessary for a Hu Tao team. I just think that Hu Tao doesn't function very well. As always, you can make it work, but Hu Tao is a character I do not like playing at all without Zhongli. With Zhongli, it's actually kind of fun, but it just gets boring to me, getting chipped away over time. Hu Tao chips herself away because you don't want to run a healer. She sets everything on fire. You know, every patch of grass. I just don't like running Hu Tao in the overworld. I don't know why it is, but it's just never been my favorite thing to do. Alrighty then. Oh, I thought that was a door. Here we go. This is not where I thought this was going, though. This is really cool.
We changed direction. Are we still going the right way, Nahida? Judging from the current route, the boat of consciousness will soon take us out of here.
Well, it's a good thing that you know that, because we probably would have just not, you know. But they have such cool designs behind some of these sub-areas. I remember the one where you kind of like shifted time a bunch of times was so cool. Although I think we've had like boats that row through the air before, if memory serves. It's been a while.
How are you feeling?
Mine's attacked. We're fine.
But everything's been completely normal for Paimon. Hopefully there won't
They really do try to lend themselves to the theory that there's something more to Paimon. I know the theory that she's the, maybe even something similar like Guoba, and potentially Nahida happened with her, and she is the unknown god. I never got that impression. Exactly.
Otherwise, I think she would have given me a little more guidance, and I could have done a better job.
I think you've done fine, Nahida. Yeah.
Great job, Nahida. Let's get out of this creepy place and go meet her.
Yeah, I'm genuinely interested, though. Is this going to be like a revelation? Is it like her talking to her past self? Were they actually separate beings and the entire community like, including myself, understood it? Or does she, like, just come to the realization that it was her all along?
Is this the place you were talking
Hey, we finally made it here. That's so cool.
The base of Irminsul?
So again, I know I didn't stream since like 2.8, but this is one of the first memories Lumion had where like she went unconscious because of some weird like effect in the forest when we first met Tainari and like a scholar. In fact, I believe it was actually Hypatia. And we ended up here. And that's where we saw like the world forget me thing. Or heard it.
This is the place.
Yep. Same thing. Same from the memories.
We're here to find Greater Lord Rukkhadevata, right? But
Hmm.
the one standing over there.
Exactly. Okay. That's what I thought.
Is that me?
In the flashback during 3.1 though, she looked like older.
Like me.
So I wonder.
Are you Greater Lord Rukkhadevata?
Huh.
Yes, that's me. Are you surprised by my appearance?
Yeah, I thought in the flashback with like the Oh.
Irminsul and the
Maybe.
surrounding lands have been reproduced here as they were years ago. But this is just a realm of consciousness.
I wonder if it's the same voice actor. Because I believe the Shogun and A are the same one.
Would appear exactly the same.
We're of the same
You're both the
nature.
Dendro Archon, God of Wisdom.
Because you are me.
Yep.
And I am you. You are me in the new samsara.
Like the Sakura Samsara from Honkai.
As Greater Lord Rukkhadevata, I'm the avatar of Irminsul.
Oh,
And
okay.
you are the purest branch snapped from Irminsul.
Huh.
Imagine it this way. Even if a tree dies, its branches will eventually take root and grow, continuing the tree's life in another form. I'm merely the remaining consciousness of Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. The real me has presumably died a long time ago.
It's not quite what I think everyone thought, but still. Very interesting.
Judging from your appearance, I've probably been dead for 500 years.
Yeah.
But you're finally
So
here,
did she die in
like yourself in the
Conria?
samsara.
If this is true, then
I think you're already great Archon now.
going to be a great Archon.
Without throwing shots, because I really like all of the Archons actually. We have like a drunk, a guy who abandoned his job, and someone who shut herself in a realm. Nobody's perfect. And I really do like all 4 Archons. I want to get Venti eventually, I just didn't want to roll on him when his last rerun came. Because I knew I wanted new characters.
That's why fate is the ultimate knowledge, isn't
And I know some people are like, well, the rerun might come less often because he's already rerun multiple times, but
Very good.
I'd rather just get the new characters.
Also precisely why you won't become like me.
Okay.
Really?
I don't think she means that in a mean way.
You may become an even greater
Yeah.
Archon than I.
You don't have to exactly follow in their footsteps and become the exact same way.
Determination in you
Yeah.
that I didn't possess in my time. And the future that it leads you to will be yours alone. Along with the blessings from your past experiences.
Okay.
Don't worry. The growth of wisdom is like that of a plant. You only need to wait quietly for the flower to bloom.
That's really cool. And I really love this passing of the torch moment. We had it during the second Raiden Shogun /A story quest with Makoto. You know, Makoto saying like what she did. I actually genuinely like, as much as I like certain characters, like I love Tao's character quest. I think my favorite for character development and stuff was actually the second Raiden Shogun one. That cutscene made me really sad, actually. I watched it so many times online. When she says goodbye to Makoto for the last time.
I've also looked forward to talking with you.
Could you tell me why you wanted to create me? And what exactly happened when you died?
Do we finally get a clue as to what happened at Conria? Because 500 years ago was about that time.
You're here seeking answers, right?
Yeah.
Everything that day, even the sky itself, changed into a color like this.
Yep. So cool to get these pieces back together, but oh man.
The 7 were all summoned to the nation of Conria.
Oh, okay. Except for Rukkhadevata.
I had a more important task to attend to.
We know that 7 included Makoto, where she died.
The disaster occurred together with the pollution of forbidden knowledge.
And obviously something happened to like traumatize the Saritsa here. Because she kind of shut off from everyone since then.
I sensed something was wrong. The pain started to torment my mind. By the time I reached Irminsul,
It was already displaying signs of corruption.
Okay.
Had I not repelled the pollution of forbidden knowledge with King Deshret thousands of years ago,
Where she'd already had kind of that
I might have felt
experience.
become more hopeless and lost.
So what exactly is forbidden knowledge?
It's a kind of knowledge that
Hmm.
doesn't belong to this world, and a form of truth that
So it just drives people mad.
it came from the very
Okay.
bottom of the abyss.
The abyss.
Even I could never understand it. The world is constantly rejecting it, leading to all kinds of bad phenomena. If we allow forbidden knowledge to pollute Irminsul, I'm afraid the entirety of Tevat could fall apart.
That's really cool to find out that the Dendro Archon wasn't actually there. She had a different responsibility.
Wisdom can't understand?
Yeah, well, clearly, even despite the title of God of Wisdom, there's no omniscient being here.
Knowledge with my strength alone,
But still.
which is why I created a device
Huh.
that compile human wisdom.
Oh.
The Akasha.
Because she needed help to do that.
The world's most amazing
Yeah.
invention.
Kind of crazy that how much it got skewed by the Academia later on.
For a long time, I thought dreams were the fruit of human wisdom. Though it was selfish to do so, I borrowed people's dreams using the Akasha. Then I compiled their wisdom and
Oh, and that's where the dominion over dreams come from. Interesting.
Did it work?
Huh.
Thanks to the wisdom of the people of Sumeru, almost all the forbidden knowledge was cleared from Irminsul.
There you go. Okay.
But things didn't go as
Hmm.
smoothly as I thought. I had a terrible headache, which gave me an uneasy feeling.
Hmm.
And then I remembered that my consciousness
Oh.
was also connected with Irminsul. It brought me knowledge,
Oh no.
but vile corruption as well.
Oh
From
wow.
the very beginning, my existence had been polluted by the
That's really sad.
Oh no.
And taking like her tree analogy, then maybe she did cut off a branch to create Nahida to try and get a healthy remnant, you know?
Horrible experience.
Yeah.
Yes, but my feelings weren't important. The important thing was that
Hmm.
even if I died,
Hmm.
my existence and everything related to me would continue to exist in Irminsul as
Oh
memories
yeah.
and knowledge.
Just that little piece, and that's why she said most of it was destroyed.
Couldn't ever be permanently eradicated.
Hmm.
And there's no way for me to eliminate myself.
Yeah.
It would be a sort of paradox. So, I took the purest branch of Irminsul as my incarnation in the next samsara, and left a trail of clues.
That's crazy.
All in hopes that you would come here and remove me and
Oh.
my pollution from
That's a really heavy burden to put on Nahida, but yeah.
I can't.
Hmm.
So you realize what that implies. You are very smart indeed.
Hmm. It's kind of crazy though, because the Academy was always saying the wrong thing. I mean, the opposite thing.
And as you've realized just now,
Hmm.
removing me from Irminsul means
Oh
I
no.
essentially will never have existed
Yeah.
in this
I didn't catch on to that, so Nahida's smarter than I am. But
the only way to
Hmm.
save Irminsul.
People love you so much.
yeah.
And they've missed you so much over the past 500 years.
It'll be as if she never existed in the first place.
I'm exactly the same. So how
Hmm.
can we just forget you like this?
Yeah, that's always the hardest thing.
Really no other way.
And it happens in some way or another in a lot of like anime and games. Where the only way to save them is for them to never even be remembered. And
You should know that there is no
that's the worst part about it. But then people, surely they would realize there's a gap in their knowledge. The other Archons, like, there were 7 original Archons. How could they forget that? Or maybe they just forget selective memories? I don't know.
to feel so sad, Boer. As someone
Hmm.
who delights in wisdom, you should feel joy at finally finding the answer.
Hmm.
These are the words in their entirety. The answer you've been seeking all along.
Hmm.
Let the world completely forget.
Oh. And that's the callback to what we first found out, but that's incredibly sad.
Under the great tree of wisdom,
Hmm.
peering out to perceive the world. from the earth and from the rain, we perceive its wonders, until we become a white bird to perch atop a branch, and finally snap off the most important leaf.
Oh.
Once upon a time, I alone dreamed in this world. In my dreams, everybody would also dream after they fell asleep. Wild and wonderful thoughts would emerge from their minds.
Oh.
Some tumbled to the ground, and others floated to the sky, connecting all things in the world into one dazzling net. Among a plethora of worlds were numerous smaller worlds, all of fate, finding within the tapestry their brilliant glow. I gradually understood that these indescribable and constantly changing things are the most profound things in the world. Only they can completely repel the madness. Only dreams can awaken consciousness from the deepest darkness. I'm the one who posed this question, yet also the one who sought a solution. Saving the world with the dreams of the people used to be my answer. And now, you've also found your own answer, and I shall return all the dreams to the people.
Oh.
Goodbye, people of Sumeru.
Is that what fixes it?
May you be blessed tonight with the sweetest of dreams.
Oh. That's really sad. That's not where I thought the dream thing was going to go too. I don't even like know what to say though, like that was such a good cutscene. It really does, like I was just talking about what the Makoto cutscene. You know, where A says goodbye. That reminds me exactly of that cutscene, just the feel of it to me. That was crazy. But wow.
I'm just a little confused. We've just saved the world, right?
Yeah.
So why? Why am I crying?
Yeah. It's really sad. Sorry, I can't help but make these connections in my head too. I don't mean to like ruin the moment a little bit, but I watched the No Game No Life movie a while ago. I've never gotten into that series. I've only read like 2 chapters, but it reminds me of I think so. Her descendant's name is like Steph, and that's always been a meme I've been told. But I actually really liked the that character in that movie, and it reminds me of what she says at the end, like we won or something like that. So why does this feel so like she's been cheated? Just those types of moments really hurt. Yeah. Where you're supposed to have won, but it doesn't feel like that. Yeah, but like imagine what you could do with all 7. Imagine what you could do with all 7. And why, like, if the Saritsa is actually going for something bad. So she has forgotten her. I wonder if Paimon remembers then. That would be a big hint as to who Paimon actually is if Paimon remembers. But that's crazy.
What's wrong? Weren't you there just now?
Interesting. So that genuinely does, I think, anything's possible. Genshin's supposed to go on for like another 10 years, I think I've heard, but the fact that Paimon doesn't remember, I think actually does lend credence to maybe she's not, you know? I was never one, like I said, to buy into the theory of Paimon being the unknown god. I just never got that feeling. But the fact that she also doesn't remember, that's really interesting. It's one of those, you'd say that they have the right to know the truth, but I think that kind of, I don't know. If I was in, like, Aether/Lumine's position here, I don't know if I would tell them the truth. I think that would be a really difficult decision to make. Oh, no. And here's happening again. A Harbinger shows up and we fall asleep / unconscious. This happened with Scaramouche. Oh no. And this is where the Gnosis get taken away. Oh no. I thought you left. This is where the Gnosis get taken. Gosh, dang it. I just wanted a little bit of a happy ending. Why is there always got to be that asterisk there? This happened in Inazuma too. Oh, this is a bit humorous there, but...
As I expected, it doesn't have any effect on gods. This is the only thing of interest I found among the sage's research.
Okay.
I thought I'd take it for a little spin.
I find it interesting that they title him the Doctor, not Dottore, right here. Because we usually get Child or like Tartaglia, you know?
I'm here to negotiate.
Or Signora.
Naturally, I won't do anything dangerous that could potentially damage our relationship.
Negotiate with me? I heard you had already left Sumeru. Why are you here again now?
I left Sumeru, but I
his clones. Okay.
Even the God of Wisdom is
I still really do wonder if this is canonically when Signora's funeral happens, though. I could have been dead wrong on that, but I genuinely wonder. Yeah. We get that from Tartaglia's voice line, though. We genuinely did know. He cloned himself from different points in his life.
Will have different cognitions at different ages. A long time ago, I made a major decision in hopes of preserving all my perspectives of how I observed the world. Observation is
I wonder which is the real one, though.
Experiment, but observing the current world doesn't satisfy me. It lacks an important dimension.
That of time, huh? You could make a really cool character genuinely out of Dottore. I just don't want him to be playable because I hate him. Honestly. Well, the Harbingers.
That's all there is to it. Indulge me. How does the God of Wisdom find my method of seeking?
But seriously, is he really human?
It's an insult to the very concept of life. Life inherently has many rules and restrictions, each with its own significance and reason to exist. They can't be broken on a whim.
He kind of just did exactly that, Nahida.
Good.
To be fair, but...
Amazing, even. Indeed, it's difficult for humans to make peace with themselves, not to mention oneself from a different period.
Since you're in the academia, why wait until now to show up? You could very well have stopped us and helped that fake god.
Simple. Let me ask you this. Would any staff member ever help the subject in the middle of an experiment?
And see, that was a little bit thing I was hazy on. They kind of implied that he just wanted to see what would happen, but I was so confused, like...
The academia saw a plan to create a god as their ultimate goal.
Yeah.
Yet you only saw it as an ordinary experiment.
That is scary. Because that really does show the scope of what Dottore's experiments can do. His normal run-of-the-mill experiment is but an entire academy of a nation that had led the nation for so long, consider their ultimate goal. And he's just like, yeah, no, we just create gods on a whim.
I'm first and foremost
Crazy.
a scholar. These results should be left to the judgment of the hypothetical me confronted with that outcome. But you're right. And that's exactly why I'm disappointed with the conclusion of this experiment.
Oh, okay.
As an individual, you don't have any sense of belonging. You seem to have even fewer convictions than a typical scholar.
Oh no, I certainly have my own convictions. They just don't fit your standards. That's
He's an interesting villain, that's for sure. But
conversation for today.
seriously though, I just can't see how we ever align ourselves with the Harbingers, some of them, and the Tsaritsa. Because it would not make sense for like the Tsaritsa to be one of the final boss and we never get to use her. Eventually all 7 Archons will be playable. But yeah, here it comes.
Lesser Lord Kusanali, you're an intelligent Archon.
Yeah.
I'm sure you understand the disparity in our combat.
Is he at least not going to take the Dendrognosis? That's not a terrible trade. It's not a good trade. Because then they'll still have 4 Gnosis. Actually, they'll have 5. Because, yeah. Because right now... Well, so right now, they have obviously the Tsaritsa's own Gnosis, the Cryonosis. They have Venti's, Zhongli's. Oh, they'd only have 4, I guess. I'm an idiot. If they don't take the Dendros. If he only takes Electro here, they have 4. If he takes both, they have 5. We still have to see what happens with Hydra and Pyro.
I'm merely stating a fact.
But the way he says you have no use for the electrognosis.
I'm also a scholar. Naturally, I hope to show proper respect and dignity to the god of wisdom.
Okay.
Your hypocrisy is built on absolute
Yeah. She's calling him
I
out.
understand your scheme, but what if I were to destroy the Gnosis now and awaken the heavenly
Oh.
Awaken.
Oh, we're throwing down the gauntlet. I don't think that's what she's gonna do, but imagine. Be funny if that was like what the God of War did.
The heavenly principles have been silent for many years, but the Gnosis
I'm really excited to meet the God of War, though. Supposedly she's going to be based off, like, design-wise Himeko, but still. And Himeko was a really cool character from Honkai.
How do the Fatui plan to deal with the consequences?
I still remember her, like, last battle. That was...
To gamble such a possibility with me?
Gamble? How surprising. I thought you would show evidence or use rigorous reasoning to prove your point. The word gamble is the last thing I expected to hear from the god of wisdom. But this is a clever move. You must have seen through me when I first captured your consciousness.
Hey, she got a one-up on the Torre. I feel like that doesn't happen often for us against the Harbingers.
As a scholar, I respect all
Well,
possibilities.
no, I take that back, actually. We just beat up Scaramouche, Signor died, and yeah, well, still. Over a high-ranking Harbinger, we'll say.
I can't ignore this possibility. So tell me then, what are your conditions?
This foreign Gnosis will only lead to disaster if it stays in Sumeru. But this electro-Gnosis is the prize I obtained after defeating one of your fellow Harbingers. Now, as the one who initiated this cascade of events, shouldn't you pay the corresponding price?
Price? Interesting. What price would you have me pay?
How about erasing all your other segments?
Oh! What?
So this is how you wish to restrict me, the most threatening opponent.
That'd be crazy. I mean, that already answers how we potentially deal with the Torre, but...
is like plucking out the eyes I have placed in the dimension of time. Segments are extraordinarily difficult to make. They require extremely rare resources and enormous amounts of time and effort.
I do wonder how many he has, though.
Destroy them all here and now.
Because even if he makes more, though, that's going to take some time.
Wise decision on your part. Yes. How very interesting. Can I assume that you have long been wary of me? Among all the
We're about to see.
me, this segment you see now
Interesting.
is the most selfish.
Oh.
If it weren't me, your idea wouldn't have worked.
Oh, but it does work. That's crazy, though. That's super cool. I didn't expect we'd deal with the Torre really at all here.
Grown tired of their doubts and endless arguments.
Like you said, it's difficult to make peace with yourself. Being as smart as you are, have you managed to do that?
I see.
Crazy how Lumine's like powerful enough as an Outworlder to still have her memories of Greater Lord Rukkhadevata, but now she falls unconscious from something that doesn't affect Nahida.
Is the relationship between all the versions of you really
But seriously, is this the most current one then?
There's any need to dwell on that? The surplus versions of me can be exchanged for a Gnosis. Do you think anyone can offer themselves at a higher...
To be fair, also, what's stopping him from going about and making more?
abilities. It's only a matter of time until I find better perspectives.
Interesting.
Perhaps it's best to say you're just temporarily ahead.
But she did get ahead here.
What I'd like to know is, how can you be sure that I've really erased them?
I can see your remaining honesty.
Interesting.
What a ridiculous decision! You can't be serious.
Oh, is that them being erased? Oh my gosh.
You will regret this.
Huh.
you confirmed that it's complete.
That's insane.
Take it. The future of Sumeru City will be in my hands alone. I will shut down the Akasha and let curiosity.
Okay, well, she says on the Akasha she doesn't technically need the Dendronosis, but did she actually get to keep it?
Gaps for you to exploit.
It truly pains me that my academic achievements have never been appreciated in my homeland. Of course, I have no interest in being rejected by this city for a third time. Another chess piece.
Yeah, yeah, I was gonna say.
Dendronosis.
Don't be greedy, harbinger of snitch.
Oh, jeez.
No, this is a different transaction. If you intend to turn off the Akasha,
Well, that's what I was just talking about. Doesn't mean she's gonna give it to you. Do we really want the Fatui to have 5 Gnosis at the end of the story?
Besides, isn't it the Archon's duty to deliver what's desired of the Seeker? Oh. Judging from your expression, you don't seem to find the idea very agreeable. Then let's think of it this way. Since you're the god of wisdom, how about...
It's interesting though, because there's all those theories about like Venti let his Gnosis be taken. Morax obviously gave it. A didn't want hers anymore, which led Miko to just giving it away. Really makes you wonder. Oh, Nahida, you just did so well negotiating over the Electro one. Do you really have to do this?
Knowledge ever heard the rumor that the skies of Tevat are fake? That's the secret hidden by Ermin's soul concerning the truth of this world.
Okay. Was that one sentence really worth your Gnosis, Nahida?
Once I finish telling you about this,
Oh, okay. I was gonna say.
Time for me to say goodbye. With negotiations, we've all gotten what we wanted. I'm very glad I got to meet you like
Yeah. Dotori really is very enigmatic, but I don't like him.
And convictions may mean nothing to you, but I'll still listen to what you have to say.
I still can't get over what he did to Kale. So, you know. Okay. But it really does, again, lend potential to what's going on with Celestia, the Saritsa's war. If she did give them the Dendronosis for that information, and we find out about that here in a sec, that really does lend weight to maybe what the Fatui are doing. But again, the ends don't always justify the means, and they've tried to commit, like, mass murder. Imagine if we hadn't stopped Osile, you know, and Liwa. It's crazy. Like, just one of those things. How many times have we woken up to Paimon like this? Yeah, lots of stuff. Like, every single one of these, especially the main... Like, obviously stuff like the rebuilding the Jade Chamber was interesting. These main parts of the Archon stories are so cool. It makes me wish if we hadn't been in the middle of our Xenoblade 3 Chronicle playthrough, it might have been cool to stream the earlier parts of it, but pretty crazy. Oh, okay. Yeah. Swing Gandharva. Huh. But surely we're about to find out, too, at the end of this, like we did with the other nations, where we're supposed to go next. So, I believe I've been told it's supposed to be Fontaine, but I actually don't know. I haven't seen any spoilers on this. I didn't know any of this was going to happen. I try to avoid that stuff. Doesn't always work, but... So it's just that we've seen like a design of a character from Font. Oh my gosh. Are you... Oh, game. Okay. Well, if we're gonna get our conclusion, we're gonna have to go do a couple quick things. That's fine. I'll probably just skip through it. I'm a speed reader. I'll be able to read it, but I won't worry about, like, I don't know, talking about it. But, I was under the impression that Snezhnaya had to be last. Like, Snezhnaya, I just cannot imagine is not last. So, that potentially leaves... I mean, again, that leaves Natlan and Fontaine, and it's just that we've already met people from Fontaine. We haven't really seen anything about Natlan, like, at all. But at that same point, we really didn't, you know? Same thing with Sumeru. But my prediction was it was Fontaine next, with all the inventions we've seen. But maybe they want to keep building that up with us going to Natlan first. But Natlan doesn't seem like the type of place that we'd see more inventions. Either way.
You honored our agreement, and as such, I'll hold up my end.
Okay.
Glad you're satisfied. I want to see what happens.
Yeah, okay. So this is going more over the corruption. It's crazy though. Oops. Anyway. It's interesting to see that, like, his character quest gives us a bit more in-depth background on the corruption here.
So this is the contaminated region that everyone's been talking about. Oh, it's like...
Do you feel unwell at all?
Yeah, we're doing fine.
How do you know?
I haven't entered the contaminated region for a proper... My observations during our time here have all but confirmed my hypothesis. Look at these flowers.
And I've seen these around, actually, for a long time. I've been wondering.
This flower species is formerly known as the Sumeru Road. They're sensitive to
Interesting.
ley lines and emit from the looks of things.
You're saying the
I can't confirm. Let's take another
That kind of makes sense, though. If the ley lines are part of, like, the world's... Just kind of... That genuinely does make sense to me. Interesting, though. Head toward the L. I'm a little bit annoyed, but I can't... Now it's blocked up by 2 character quests. That's crazy.
This contaminated region currently appears some animals, like how plants have preferred climate, temperature, humidity. This equilibrium is broken when if normal fluctuations in temperature occur, then our bodies automatically adjust. However,
then why are we?
I'm not sure. Of course, it's not a good idea to spend too much time in areas with concentrated ley line energy.
Yeah.
That's about it for
I wonder what happens to the crab after this. Yeah, how are we... Okay, so we already don't have to do that. That was weird. That was only a small portion of that. If there is one issue I've run into during Sumeru, and it is, again, partially my fault for just not... Genuinely not having the time. Like I said, I'll maybe try and do some of these tonight, but I was only planning on maybe streaming the Nahida Archon character quest tomorrow, so... I do not know. By the way, do we have access to... Do we not have the Trounce domain? Oh, it's right here. Interesting. And it does give us the opportunity. So you can convert the other ones. I believe this is Midlander. If it wants to... Yeah, Midlander. You can convert Highland or whatever the other one is that you normally get. I haven't made, actually, all of the weapons from Sumeru yet. One sec. I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick. Alrighty. Sorry about that. Alright. So we just have to get, like, to the next step of this quest. I feel like I'm in the wrong place. Yeah, that has legitimately been the only thing I've really not liked. Like, Sumeru, I think they did a stellar job with the design of the area. The main thing has been that if we're... And I'm certain there's more than just me that have run into this issue. You could argue it could have been solved by completing the character quest, you'd be right, but that takes a good chunk of time. And, just not starting it, but then you get stuck with keys when you do want to do them. If you have the time. Like with working during weekdays. You know. But they do give you more than enough time. It's not like there's that many character quests and... It's not like there's that many character quests and hangout events. But if you saved them all until you were able to do them, then you'd have a hard time with that.
I'm quite content with this current way of life. Do you mean your life wasn't nearly as good before?
Yeah, it's a bit much to pry. Okay. Interesting.
Always be overcome, but I still consider myself sorry for bringing up such
It's okay, Paimon.
Once the event starts, you'll be able to see for yourself.
Okay. So she was a former adventurer. And that's the thing, is they do sometimes speak about that, but living in Nevada is not a safe existence in many ways. There are many times that it can be very dangerous. Jeez. Oh, thank you.
How would you describe the concept of mere curiosity is all? It makes so that's unremarkable. Better than an average person's thoughts,
Oh,
but
okay, well.
is art a product that we create and bring forth? I, for one.
Interesting.
I've been staying. I prefer to abstain from writing as it spoils the existence of the theater, of Nilu, and of humanity itself. All of these can be considered as form.
How does that have any?
Let me ask you this: what?
I'm just gonna say I don't know.
To chance upon a spark of art is.
Huh. Interesting.
What? Who are you? You can't just go on the. I see. I'm just.
Is that embroidered?
No. Well,
It's a prop, huh?
Sorry. I really do need to focus and start working on it.
That's okay. I mean, yeah.
What an oddball. Oh well, it's.
Hey, people take their crafts very seriously, and that's admirable. It is very difficult to... Oh my gosh, okay. Actually, I guess it makes sense that Neela would be involved with the next part. I'm just glad we didn't have to go super far into Tiny Hurries.
And then we can start. Let us give you a hand. Maybe we really should have prepared a gift. Then we could. As it is, all we can do is.
Maybe I didn't do that great of a job.
Oh, don't think like that. Remember our
Oh, so she was making it for...
going to give everyone a pleasant
Okay.
surprise.
So she wasn't maybe making a prop so much as it was for this, like, gift exchange.
Event before. I'm still. There's nothing to be. There aren't any scary people.
Right.
All right. Maybe this one. Everyone, over here.
Wait. I've already said that I'm not.
Take it easy and relax. If you don't say anything,
Using it as a.
So when Inaya was talking about making a prop,
Yeah.
she was actually preparing.
Yeah, she's just nervous. That's fair.
It feels like, but it looked.
actually, Inaya had prepared a special present for everyone.
We're gonna get our first.
Pipe down. The louder you all are, the more
You've worked on it for so long, so have some confidence.
You've got this.
Is Mr. Zubair here? Sheikh Zubair, this is an urgent notice from the Academia.
What a condescending.
Yeah, this happens way too much. Good old Academia. It's a good thing they're no longer in power, huh?
Has long as its manager, you must halt.
Why?
Little girl, this is not the...
I didn't hear anything about we have more shows planned, but it's...
That issue is of no concern. You seem to understand the situation quite clearly.
Demolition?
The Academia has never liked us. This isn't the first time they've come by. But our audience.
Yeah, they actually mentioned this during the Archon quest, the earlier parts. They just don't see value in it.
Difficult to understand. Changing our content would not only mean turning our backs on our. Yeah.
The way they're.
But I also don't.
I do not wish to explain...
But none of us plan to...
Ask whoever you will. The answer will remain...
Enough! Does your audacity know no
Oh.
limits, Father?
Okay.
Father? What, Akad? Let me
Yeah.
tell you. You've always been off.
This is strictly business, or what you think. I hope you all have not been irrevocably... Wrap everything up, and make preparations...
Okay, well, we know, obviously, you know, it doesn't shut down.
Why is he always like that?
This is quite the misfortune, but there's... That's it for today, I'll go talk...
Yeah. That is rough. That is rough. I'm pretty sure I have to talk to Neela here. Yeah. That's, yeah. So it kind of expands on that little thing that, though. Because seriously, in the dream world that I was talking about in the first part, they actually... This season. And so it's cool to see that it, you know, how it was.
I guess you could say knowledge is king in Sumeru, and their pursuit of it leaves no. But if that's all it is, after Inaya ran away from home, she really talks about her family. I never expected.
If you did nothing wrong, then there's no.
Yeah, I suppose.
Nahida? She'd probably help if
she knew what was going.
Hmm.
No. I wasn't doubting her ability.
I think she'd help.
If the Dendro Archon were to.
That's. Who cares? Let's just take him in a
Yeah.
That.
I'll try to think of something. What to do?
Hmm.
What to do?
Can you pretend to shut down? Or we could go through a list of
Hmm.
customers and try to see if anyone in
Yeah.
there might be willing to
Yeah,
help
they could
out.
go for a debate. Then they'd respect them more, I think.
Well,
If we can prove
Hmm.
to Inaya's father that the Academia's position doesn't hold water.
I see.
Hmm.
It's a good idea.
Do they choose? Yeah, I was gonna say. Oh, okay. Fair enough.
No. I can't debate.
I guess it is her character quest.
So stressed out right now.
This theater holds a special, but I just don't know. Can I really?
Yeah, you'll be fine.
Thanks.
Debates are all about preparation.
Even though I may fail.
That's our Nilu.
Okay.
Okay then. Alright, please tell me. Oh, finally. Okay. I've learned my lesson though. Eventually, in like time frame based on patches, I guess. The next Archon quest might not be till like, well, I mean like as far as the next region, it's obviously not till version 4, but as far as the next big quest and stuff, I'm just gonna make sure to clear up my character quests. I just wasn't sure too if I wanted to stream them or not at the time. Like I said, then I started up a full-time job and everything, and it's just difficult. Trying to save money though. Like I said, and then I'll get into school and kind of got my life planned out, I think, for the next few years, but we'll have to see.
Good morning. Looks
Hmm.
like you're awake. Yep.
Hmm?
I prepared some breakfast today. Please have a taste.
Hmm.
I hope you'll like it. It's nice to
I really do like Holly, but I'm so glad she didn't get involved in the Archon quest because of Dottore.
I've recovered from Alizar. I'm feeling
Yeah, it's crazy that that cured the disease too.
prepare 4 or 5 meals a day now.
Hmm.
And Paimon bets they're all delicious.
Hmm.
Oh, by the way,
Hmm.
someone brought a letter for you after you went to sleep last night.
Okay.
Nope, Paimon wanted to read the letter with you after you woke up, so Paimon didn't open it. All right, let's read it now.
Hmm.
Oh, it's from Nilu.
Yeah.
We're going to hold a feast at the Grand Bazaar and celebrate
Oh, okay.
Sino's reinstatement as the General Mahamatra. As heroes of Sumeru,
To be fair, I feel like half the country of Sumeru didn't even know he wasn't the General Mahamatra anymore.
Oh, I've also
Hmm.
heard that you've become heroes here as well.
Hmm.
That's amazing. Sometimes I'm really envious of
Yeah,
strong and
you're doing fine.
people like you. Oh, you're embarrassing me.
Hmm?
Anyway, let's go to the Grand Bazaar to have a look.
Yep.
Oh, before you leave, be sure to inform Master Tainari.
Okay. Yeah, it makes sense though. We're gonna go around and kind of say our farewells, because you have to consider, even if it's going to be a long ways off, this really is us like wrapping up Sumeru in theory. Obviously, there's more to be done with Scaramouche becoming like recruitable and everything, but you know, we are the traveler for a reason. We're gonna have to get ready and start picking up for our next region.
I'm recovering well.
Yeah,
Thanks for
he only got struck by lightning. I mean, seriously, the dude just shrugged it off. I know we do too in Inazuma, but that was insane.
I'm not that busy, really.
Imagine getting struck by lightning and just being like, yeah, I'm fine.
Recovered, as well as Hypatia.
Hmm.
For now, I only need to tend to my forest
Hmm.
watcher duties.
Back to a nice quiet life.
Once Irminsul started getting better, everything else started to recover too.
Hmm.
Yes, but there are still some residual effects. The withering is one example. Though it won't
Hmm.
spread anymore, the existing zones won't just disappear.
Yeah.
By the way, we have some good news. Sino got his position back.
Hmm.
This news is hardly new. He had already mentioned it to me before.
It's kind of funny that they're good friends. They make Sino and Tainari make more sense as friends than like say Sino getting along with Alhaitham, but
Disturbing you while you were
still.
resting. He just asked me a few questions and left.
And you probably already know all about the celebration feast.
Hmm.
Celebration feast?
Oh.
Well, haven't heard anything about that.
Huh? But didn't Nilu say in her letter that they would celebrate Sino? He didn't tell you?
Wow.
Perhaps, or...
Oh, it's a surprise feast.
He doesn't know about it.
That's also possible.
Come to think of it, Sino doesn't seem like the type to enjoy a celebration feast.
Yeah.
You and Kale are
Fair
both
enough.
Sino's close friends.
Nala is taking over some of my tasks these days. I don't think she'll have time for it.
Oh, come on.
Not to mention me.
I know you got your duties, but it's just once.
You see, some VIPs have come to the forest recently.
Oh.
VIPs? Very important Paimons?
Jeez.
Well, technically speaking, they are former VIPs.
Oh.
In recent incidents in the Avidia forest.
Oh. Are they making the sages become forest watchers to help make up for it? That would be hysterical.
Yes, he's a little weak, but he isn't injured and his condition is stable. Lesser Lord Kusanali and Mercy has decided to spare Azar.
Did we ever actually meet Tainari's master?
Shallow ideologies and have
Unless,
to dedicate the rest
well,
of their lives to cultivating wisdom.
no, never mind. I was about to say, oh, maybe it's Farazan. Farazan, he said he. There are definitely more characters to meet, though. I know of Farazan, obviously, we'll count Scaramouche, you know, as far as characters coming up. Alhaitham, Dea, there's supposed to be several others. And you have to consider, too, we also have so many other characters from other regions. We know Mika should eventually be playable, Varka, a number of others. It's possible, I'm trying to think of everyone that is possible that we know of. Obviously, Baiju, Yao Yao, and honestly, it's Genshin. We could meet anyone new any other day. We know Layla is coming later this patch. So, just interesting stuff.
The Balladeer and saved Irminsul. They were shocked at first.
Oh, okay.
But also became happy.
It took that for them to realize that Kusanali was doing a good job.
Begun to shine once again.
I was surprised though, so it wasn't actually like a Gulba thing, in a sense. I thought it was literally just she used too much power and turned into a child. That's not what happened. It was really interesting to see. I really liked the tree branch analogy though, that they used. I thought that actually made it make a lot of sense.
We're here to request permission to head out. Would that be okay?
You've recovered well. You may go, but be careful.
Okay. Alright, back to the Grand Bazaar. I still don't know the fastest way to get there. I usually just teleport there and then run around the path until I see the doors, but...
Take it easy.
Yeah, I really want C1 Yelan though eventually. The constellations I want the most right now are C1 Yelan. I have C1 Raiden and C1 Yai, which is sad because C2 is both of their strongest constellations. But both of those banners, I basically used what I had, and then both of them actually, I won one 50-50, lost one 50-50, which is why I ended up with C1. For example, Yai, I got to I had one last soft pity to get C2 for the extra totem level and everything, and I lost the last one. Which is okay. They'll come back eventually. And I can't say I've been interested in every single character, so...
There won't be any problems if the feast starts at that time. Everything has already been prepared.
Mr. Zubair, I finished tallying things up here.
Okay.
Well, except for the guests.
Is a simple reply really that much to ask of our guests? It's affecting our arrangements.
But there's other characters like Dunyarzad and Zubair I don't think will ever be playable.
It never hurts to get things ready in advance.
They basically have to have either a vision or some kind of elemental power, you know?
Thinking the same thing. The feast will be held sooner or later, right?
Hey, Nilu!
Traveler, Paimon!
We got your letter, so here we are!
You're the best! The other guests haven't even replied yet.
Huh? Are we the only ones that have arrived?
I thought they said it was in 2 days, but apparently it's now.
Someone deliver letters to all of our guests. But maybe everyone is still busy with other things.
I mean, we did just solve a crisis in this nation.
Sumeru is in an extremely important period of transition right now, but even if your friends are important figures, they shouldn't just ignore your request.
Oh yeah. We should at least let them know we can't.
#1 celebrity after all.
Jeez.
You have no idea how happy I am to talk to people with good taste.
If you consider enjoying Nilu's dances having good taste, then almost everybody has good taste.
Yeah.
Because Paimon thinks everybody will love her performance.
Oh, did she actually get to dance for Nahida? That'd be really wholesome.
She's amazing too. Nilu is an absolute favorite among those of us who frequent the Grand Bazaar. For Outlanders, you have a great eye. Master Zubair, let's have a vote for the most outstanding audience members next time. I think these two may win.
Nonsense. It is not for us to determine the value of an audience. But indeed, we could try giving gifts to people with
Oh, the camera, yeah.
good taste. I heard there's a device in Fontaine.
See, I feel like Fontaine's next. That's just been my guess, though.
Such pictures would make
My guess is Fontaine, then Natlan, then Snezhnaya. Then probably other things, Celestia, Conria, but who knows. And they like to toss in Abyss Conria stuff in between.
I'm satisfied just being able to perform here.
There's always a lot going on at the Grand Bazaar.
Yeah, well, it's like a marketplace, too.
That's why I love it here. Traveler and Paimon, could you help confirm if the letters were actually delivered? If for some reason they didn't receive the letters, then please tell everyone that there will be a feast here.
Yeah, we can also check out how everything in Sumeru is going now.
Daya's in the port, Alhaitham's at the Academia.
Was in Port Ormos.
Okay.
And Alhaitham was at the Academia. As for Sino, we've only heard that he appears at the Academia from time to time. I'm not too sure about Ramon's whereabouts.
Yeah.
My guess is that he's with Dia.
That would
As
make
for
sense.
Dunyarzad, I just hope she's feeling better. I
Hmm.
sent her a letter, but I was afraid of disturbing her. If you have time, please ask about her for me.
Okay.
Got it. Let's go, Traveler.
Take it easy.
Alright. This is going to take a second. I'm surprised with how long the story quest was, though. I mean, it's good that they have this much content and everything. It's really nice, but... And to be fair, we did have to do some other stuff, but... I enjoy it. I mean, people always talk about, like, Genshin doesn't release enough content, but I think they do a good job. You have to consider it's a game that they're developing everything as we go. I can't imagine having, like, a 6-week time period, 5-week basically now, to develop an entirely new patch with new content. It's not like a leak patch or something like that, where they just balance change, you know? And they have much more time than that, you know?
Yes, it seems Scribe Alhaitham.
Every single patch has new events and stuff, so pretty cool.
You should be able to find him there. But you're already the second group of people
Hmm.
I've seen looking for him today. He must be quite the busy man.
Oh? Who else was looking for him?
Mr. Cave was just here asking about him.
Okay.
You wouldn't believe how terrible their relationship is. And now you two are here. Don't tell me everyone's here looking for gossip about the sages.
No.
No way. We're strictly here on business.
Ah, I see. Sorry, I thought maybe everyone's as interested in rumors about the
He's
sages
projecting.
as I am.
Fair enough. Yeah, that's how you, I guess, converse and find like-minded people. How you make friends. I'm not good at that. But I do wonder if we have to go find literally everybody. I'm assuming we at least have to go find Dea and Alhaitham. And then there'll probably be like some last party scene. Although to be fair, our last quote-unquote party scene in Inazuma was us talking to Miko. Not really everyone in Inazuma. Ready, here we go. Oh, he's out here. I guess we didn't really explore this building. To be fair, there wasn't really a reason to with the quest, but I might run around here later, see if there's like books. There's probably books or something that you collect. They do that quite a lot.
Should be around here somewhere, right?
They have just interesting bits of lore in them. Okay, so that's probably a new playable character. You can tell, too, by the striking design of some of these characters. You know? That has to be a character eventually. Okay.
This is not just some worthless book. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to find a physical book like this in Sumeru?
It doesn't matter. It's probably just another thing that you used your authority to get your hands on anyway.
Oh, and he has a Dendro. Why does everybody have a Dendro? I get that we didn't have Dendro characters for a long time, but everyone has Dendro. I feel like...
Sound surprised. I thought you would
Well, I say that, but we have Nilo and Day, I suppose. Still.
You're the scribe, not me. So just tell me what you know already.
Well, I almost became a sage. Oh,
jeez.
don't sound too surprised now. You're the renowned Kaveh, light of the Kashara War. Besides, as a master builder and craftsman,
I mean, we became a sage and we don't even live in
the sage
Sumeru.
too.
Even if it's only a title.
Why do I
The
feel
first
like you
sage of
don't really mean it?
Sure. Yeah, there's no way that, like, we obviously know Alhaitham's a playable character. There's no way this dude doesn't become one.
Maybe it's because you've never said
It just, you can
anything
tell.
about me before.
You just look at someone's, you look at someone's design.
And anyone who knows you as well as I do would surely do the same.
You
We're just standing in the distance.
This is why I hate discussing anything with you. Your ridiculous and arrogant attitude always gets in the way.
Yeah.
It seems that you really can't stand
Yeah.
my personality.
Ha! What was your first clue?
Well, then you might as well move out of my house.
Are you threatening me?
They're roommates? Oh,
Don't change the subject.
that's funny.
You, a sage? What a joke. The academia might as well just close tomorrow.
Hmm.
Are they having a fight?
Let's see how this plays out.
Forget what's going
Oh
on
my
with the
gosh.
academia. Haven't you been busy with your construction project? Tell me,
Hmm.
when are you going to build yourself a mansion?
Don't get me started.
Hmm.
I get angry just thinking about it.
He does not look like a builder, that's for sure, but who does?
Master architect
I
work
suppose.
on this time?
Like I need to tell you. Keep your nose out of my business.
Hmm.
No. I think we deserve to know. Where were you when
No.
Sumeru needed you most?
Just so matter of
I was
fact.
in the desert for a large project, but considering Haravatat's utter ignorance of architectural and aesthetic matters, you probably wouldn't understand. Which is truly unfortunate. I can only pity the man who doesn't understand the first thing about beauty and romance. Unlike a true... hold on, wait a second. What do you mean by...
Yeah.
You needed me most?
Well, while you were out fiddling around in the desert, many people came together to save Sumeru from a crisis.
To be fair,
And you think I'd believe that?
it is a desert,
Look,
you know?
all you really need to know is that Azar and all his accomplices have all been overthrown.
Huh? What nonsense are you talking about?
It's no skin off my nose if you don't believe me. It's not like my Darshan was the one trying to apply for funding from the Grand Sage. Yours, though, on the other hand...
You know what? I'll ask around. I'm sure someone knows what's going on here. You're dead if I find out you're lying to me.
It's funny that they don't seem to get along, but Alhaitham was the first person he seems to have asked. You'd ask anybody and you know the sages aren't here anymore. Anyway, that's an interesting way to introduce a new character, but it is funny that they're roommates. Lack of living funds do make for strange roommates, I suppose.
Oh, it's you two. What's the matter?
We're running some errands for Nilu. Have you received her letter?
Letter?
So he hasn't?
She sent out a letter inviting everyone to a celebration feast in 2 days at the Grand Bazaar. We'll also be celebrating Zaino's reinstatement as General Mahamatra.
Don't
If
say
she
no.
addressed the letter to Alhaitham of the Academia, then the letter should have gone to my office. I've been busy these days, so I haven't had time to check for any new mail at my office. I only now have some free time to attend to personal matters.
Like reading a book when your friend was supposed to be talking to you?
Of course not.
Yeah.
I'm only busy these days because several sages have been dismissed recently, and the whole Academia was practically
Yeah,
turned
that does
upside
make sense,
down.
though.
Tainari told us they all went to train in the Avidia Forest. Apparently they will spend the rest of their lives there.
That is already the best possible ending for the likes of them.
Jeez.
4 of the 6 great sages were possessed by their desire for power and attempted to create a new god.
Oh, okay.
In order to pull it off, they even imprisoned the other 2 rational sages. To imagine such things could take place in the Academia.
Yeah, and no one knew. They weren't just like, oh, where'd the other 2 one go? I wonder if one of those 2 was Tainari's master. I would assume so based on the way they talked about it. And maybe the other one's Farazan. Another just random shot in the dark, but that'd be interesting.
Yes, at least that's how they're supposed to sound.
Hmm.
It's said that when the Academia was first founded, the Dendro Archon herself established the 6 great schools,
Oh, okay.
each representing one of the 6 different types of wisdom. Numerous Darshans have sprung up and faded, Only the 6 Darshans attaching themselves to the 6th grade schools have stood the test of time and obtained permanent seats in the academia.
So I wonder if Darshans are like a
The
school of
6
thought or
Darshans
something.
are nearly synonymous with the 6th grade schools, and the leaders selected for the schools are the 6th grade sages. Among the 6th grade sages, there is one
And that's the
central
Grand
leader,
Sage.
the Grand Sage. Unfortunately, only the sages from Vahumana and Amurta remain now. They were imprisoned for opposing.
I think Amurta wasn't Amurta the one that. So I do think that. I want to say I've heard that name before. So maybe it actually is Faruzan and Tainari's master. And we only found out about Faruzan being a thing like a week ago. So. Yeah, but does he want to become a sage?
Yes, about that. You didn't let me finish my sentence. The person in charge of personnel affairs nominated me to be the Grand Sage
Oh,
in place of
okay.
Azar and help Lesser Lord Kusanali manage the academia. But
Personal in charge of personnel affairs. I wonder who. Maybe that could also be Faruzan too. I'm just curious. Every time I hear about a new character that we don't know anything about, I just always wonder.
I'm not even interested in being one of the 6th grade sages. Like I said before, I don't like being a
I do feel that, honestly. But who do you ask? Like, Tainari would say no, Sino's already got a job, Dea couldn't... Oh, okay.
I'm only responsible for handling important affairs within the academia.
So you're still a leader now. Yeah. Wonder who they pick.
And the first thing I'll do is reject Kasharawar's application for funding.
Oh my gosh. Jeez. He's your roommate. That was just spiteful. And if you want him to get out of your house, why would you deny the funding?
His name is Kaveh.
Yeah.
My roommate. You could say he's the representative for Ksharawar scholars.
If you want to know about it, just give him that, like...
Always has so many problems.
Jeez.
So everything that's happened recently must be a huge change for the people of Sumeru.
Such is the work of the Academia Scribe.
Yeah.
Anyway, no matter how busy you are, since you are our planner, remember to attend the celebration feast in 2 days.
Yeah, he kind of dropped off the face of the planet after he got escorted out, but he did do his job. So, you know, that's helpful. Alright. Now we look for Dea. And I'm assuming we have to look for Sino, but... You know. Yeah, there's no way that guy isn't playable. Literally zero.
Take it easy.
It might take a while. And by a while, I mean a long while, because we still have so many other characters that are going to be introduced in upcoming patches. But, you know. Like, to my knowledge, from what I've heard, and you can skip like 30 seconds if anyone's watching this odd and doesn't want to know. From what I've been told, Faruzan's a new 4-star, Scaramouche is a new 5-star next patch. We obviously have Layla later this patch. Apparently 2.4, I want to say I've heard that 2.4 is all reruns, and then 2.5 is when Dea comes out. I've heard that Yao Yao is eventually going to come out a new 4-star. I've heard rumors of Baiju, but we've had rumors of Baiju since, like, 1.0. Trying to think. Obviously, now we have Kaveh. And they could keep, as always, like, how much do we know about Yelan, for example, or Shenhe before they came out? There's obviously lots of options. But those are the things that I've heard so far. Oh, hi, it's Junior Zod.
Is that Paimon I hear?
Hmm?
It's been a while. How are you doing?
Yeah, like, Junior Zod I don't think will ever be playable. I don't think the bandit leader will ever be either, but... Still.
I can go as far as saying I have never been happier in my entire life.
That's
I
great.
don't know if you've heard, but Elazar has completely
Yep,
disappeared.
yep.
And all the patients have recovered. You kidding? Knowing them and the connections they've got, I'm sure they've heard about it.
Well, we know the reason behind it, but yeah.
That's right.
So there's that.
My lady is feeling better now, so I'm accompanying her for a walk.
Okay.
Why do you still call me that, Dea? You've already informed my father of your resignation. I guess I'm just used to calling you my
Their relationship, I know I've compared it to Beto before. Their relationship does remind me a bit of Beto and Ningguang, but they're on more amicable terms. I feel like Beto and Ningguang argue a lot.
Start losing my edge if I keep being a bodyguard for the Homayanis.
You know that my parents and I are fond of you, and that we appreciate you very much. It wouldn't be a problem if you wish to continue to be our bodyguard.
I'm not a woman that's easily persuaded. You should know that by now, my lady. When I took this job, I had already decided that I'd quit as soon as you'd recovered. It's time for me to get back out there and chase that horizon.
Well, if you want to come to the next nation with us, you know.
I want to take a risky job and put my body to the test again.
Okay, well. Yeah. Well, we're absolutely going to run into a crisis in the other nations too, so, like I said, that'll be the idea. Wonder if she's gonna get a character quest. You'd assume most 5 stars will eventually, but it takes a while. So, who knows? Because I feel like usually they get one on release, but we'll see.
And I'm happy that I got to be a part of that operation.
And if she is really in 2.5 or 2.6, that is like early next year.
And as
So.
a desert dweller, I'm still not completely ready to settle down on this side of the wall.
Okay.
Well, I remember a friend had someone bring you a message.
Yeah, and the divide between those of the desert and the forest, I think, will still be, you know, that should break down eventually, I would think, under Nahida's influence.
Did he tell you that he suggested that I come work at the academia?
He did suggest her to be one of the sages, maybe. That's
I heard that
interesting.
His cronies fell from power, and all Hatham told me that now was a good time to find a job in the academia.
That sounds like a terrible, terrible job. I wouldn't want to. I'd rather be a forest ranger, and I don't even particularly like being outdoors. I stay inside of my room all day, and I wouldn't want to be in the academia.
But I think Dia would look great dressed up as a scholar.
Forget about it. I wouldn't last 10 seconds in there.
Huh.
I'll hate them probably just like the way I worked and knew I'm good in a fight. So he suggested I find some work in the academia.
But you know, if you take him up on the offer, Sino might actually agree and let you become a Matra.
That would be one route. But again, I don't know if she'd want to do that.
Have all the talent they need as long as they have Sino. I prefer to be free to live however I choose.
Yeah.
In
Don't-
fact, I chose
that makes
this job
sense.
from the very start because I knew it'd be right up my alley.
Even if being a mercenary means facing all kinds of danger.
That's kind of just what goes with the job.
Return to the wild sooner or later. If anything, being your bodyguard has been unfamiliar territory for me.
I don't want to see you go, but I'll respect your decision.
You can still be friends. I get that.
Come on, no need for the sad face.
And ironically, yeah, like, it's sad. Like, I've had friends, like, I've worked at jobs with a few friends. I work at my current job with a good friend of mine because he, was, like, my recommendation, but I've worked jobs with other friends where one of us has to quit eventually. It's not always a sustainable thing forever, you know? Especially part-time jobs and stuff. And it's just kind of... In a weird way, I kind of understand that feeling.
The whole Dendro Archon thing is settled. Everything in Sumeru will take a turn for the better. That makes me happy too.
As a mercenary, you could go to other lands. That's what Beto and the Crux do, although they're not. They're still tied to Leo, I suppose.
So I'd better get to work while I still can.
Huh? But wait a second. You make it sound like you're leaving now.
Well, no, not yet at least.
Yeah, there you go.
I promised my lady I'd stick around until next week.
So, have you been in Port Ormos this entire time?
I wonder if the events when we do recruit her do still take place in Sumeru. You know, maybe she's just talking about leaving for the desert, but I wonder. And I'm wondering what 4 stars we're gonna get hangout events for. I talk about, like, it's not as, like, generally speaking, I think 5 stars get them pretty immediately. But I do wonder for 4 stars, because there's still quite a few that don't have hangout events.
Leave quite early in the morning, so the old man on duty is also usually dozing off.
So what it really sounds like is that the person on duty is always asleep.
I bet the letter's at the reception desk. I'll go check later.
No wonder there wasn't a reply. You never received the letter. Good thing Nilu asked us to come and check on that.
Sorry to make you two come all the way out here.
It must be something important for Nilu to specifically write to us like that.
Yes, she said they were preparing a victory feast in the Grand Bazaar, and will also be celebrating celebrating Sino's reinstatement as General Mahamatra. She was hoping you could come.
Great. I'll be sure to attend.
Count me in too. But is there some sort of dress code or anything for the feast?
I think you
show
look
up looking
great.
like this?
Since it's being organized by Nilu, I don't think she'll be too picky about that. If anything, I think she wants to see us as our most natural selves.
All right, then this is how I'll show up.
The feast will be held in 2 days, so don't forget.
Sure.
Thank you so much for letting us know. We'll see you there.
Oh, by the way, do you happen to know where Sino and Raman are?
The General Mahamatra always comes and goes without a trace.
Yeah, I don't know how we're gonna get a hold of him.
His whereabouts. But last time we met, he mentioned that he
Ari
had something
Village,
to do
okay.
in Ari Village. You can try your luck there.
Oh, we could invite Candace.
For Raman, your guess is as good as mine. I only remember he said that he had something to discuss with Sino. You can ask Sino when you meet him.
Okay.
Don't mention it. You'd better get going.
All right, on to our next stop.
Kind of makes sense, though. I mean, we first met him out in the desert. I've wondered, though. I still was a bit unclear on that. Are the Mahamatra meant to be more, you know, overseers of what goes on in the desert? Because even his, like, outfit and everything is more symbolic of, like, you know, the Anubis design and everything. Interesting stuff. Oh, he was easy to find.
It's been a while since we last visited Aru Village. There's Sino.
I would say less took place in the desert. Like, an entire, like, patch. Like, 3.1 was largely in the desert. I didn't think it would be...
What brings you here?
It felt like the forest, you know, and the academia was more at the forefront, though.
It seems Gandharvaville's medical treatment is still as good as ever.
Yeah.
And Tainari is recovering well, too.
That's good to hear.
Yeah, you're the one who brought us to him when we lost consciousness, right?
Yeah, what happened to Nahida? Was she not just standing there next to us?
You're welcome. Tainari has excellent medical skills, and Kale is quite attentive. It was the best place for you.
But why are you just standing here like
A dead tree, jeez.
I'm meeting some people.
After the analogy with Nahida, I don't know if you should make the dead tree analogy,
I
Paimon.
talked with Candace and the village chief. They're still at the usual place. You can go there if you'd like to see them. But you know one of the people I'm meeting as well.
Oh, by King Deshret's blessing, my friend suddenly appears in the desert. Don't tell me you've run into trouble.
Technically, we knew both of these people, didn't we?
Raman and
Yeah.
Sataria?
Oh, this is the sage that we tricked a while back, or the student, or whatnot, the researcher.
Know me?
Oh, well, you're pretty famous in the
Oh, it's the one that we, like, influenced with, yeah. I remember that.
These are our friends.
I guess we didn't officially meet. It's complicated.
I see.
I'm doing well. Many good things have happened recently.
Same here. Really, I feel that my whole life has started to shine after suddenly
That's
finding
good.
a new direction.
She was, like, super racked with guilt over what happened with Nahida.
Yeah, you go ahead.
Alright, well, I suppose I should start by saying I've decided to leave the academia.
Okay.
What?
It's not that I've given up on being a scholar. Instead, you could say I've found a new identity. I will no longer pursue research like a typical scholar, but I have not completely given up on my relationship to knowledge either.
I can see what you're saying now.
What do you mean?
I plan to leave the academia and return to teach here in the desert.
That's a good cause, genuinely.
So you want to become a teacher?
Help improve the quality of life. And that could help smooth that divide.
From the desert.
Yep, between everything.
She can't teach everyone on her own, but there are many of us Eremites all over Sumeru. She came to discuss a collaboration with me and hoped that I could bring her ideas to the Eremites.
And that gives him some more work, so maybe he doesn't have to be a mercenary group forever.
We select a group of smart people with the best aptitude for teaching. I'll teach them, and after they've finished learning from me, they can go educate more people.
That's genuinely a really good cause.
Meaning of education and the spreading of knowledge.
The people of King Deshret suffer from sandstorms, exile, and ignorance. Miss Ataria is more than welcome to come teach here. Her arrival is like a star shining in the desert night. The stars have always guided caravans, thieves, soldiers, and travelers who get lost in the night. They lead those in the dark out of trouble and back to safety.
Oh, please. Where's all of this coming from? I'm starting to feel a little embarrassed.
You deserve these compliments. Mercenaries are accustomed to danger and don't fear death, which is why we recognize extraordinary actions that common people would easily overlook.
Yeah, there you go.
Sataria's idea
Gives you an
will be much
appreciation for the
like
smaller things in life.
At first, I feared it was destined to fail. Everyone knows that the academia doesn't allow scholars to teach in the desert without permission. As you know, all knowledge is under their surveillance and control, and very few desert dwellers are as lucky as me. But what I heard at that time has been haunting my heart, as if there were lightning bolts constantly bombarding my soul. Sataria, you tread a treacherous path.
Yeah, we don't have to tell her the truth about this.
The tighter the academia's grasp on
Which is sad too, because we did this before, and it was part of our ability to get done what we did. But still, now that the academia is actually changing, could have been different, but still, she's on a good path.
I knew that I had to bring something back to my people after going home. I gathered up the courage to approach the Grand Sage, only to find that he was no longer active.
Yeah.
Lord Sino told me that Azar didn't belong there anymore.
Azar has received much needed punishment. Though, if you ask me, it may have been too light.
Yep.
You probably have already heard.
It's basically like giving community service, but
helped me obtain permission
it's
to
something.
leave the academia for the desert, and accompanied me here to discuss collaboration with members of the Eremites. My plan was able to go smoothly thanks to him and Rahman.
You're all doing so much for the desert.
Aside from that, I also have some other business to discuss with Sino.
Lesser Lord Kusanali has allocated many resources to support
There we go.
and develop the desert.
Even more being done to help.
Some business for her.
It makes sense though. The academia really was so like arrogant that they wouldn't have even tried.
Of educational materials from the academia, and sent them to several groups in the desert, as instructed by Lesser Lord Kusanali. I believe the people will make good use of them.
That's exactly what the people here need. Physical books and other related items. If it weren't for Sino and Lesser Lord Kusanali,
It's good, like it's a start.
hands on them.
It's a start.
Apart from this, the academia is also recruiting scholars that are willing to teach in the desert.
Oh, nice.
I'll let you and Satarian know as soon as I have any more news.
It's not like there weren't scholars that weren't in the desert before. We've met several.
Maintain these resources to ensure long-term effectiveness.
This is the first time in hundreds of years we've had a glimmer of hope. I think this may be the turning point.
Which is sad. It's honestly really sad, but still.
Here lies our faithful priest, Kasala. His wisdom is a miracle among the people, deserving of high praise and admiration. I hope people with wisdom like that priest will rise again among the desert dwellers. Then we'll once again see the wisdom and glory that once shook the world.
Enough about us. Are you here to discuss some business too?
No, not at all. We're actually here on behalf of Nilu. Nilu wanted to write to everyone, but she wasn't sure where the letters should be sent, so she asked us to come find
Oh, I thought she'd written letters. She just didn't
A celebration
know if they'd gotten
festival
out.
2 days at the Grand Bazaar. She hopes that all of you will be able to attend. At the feast, we'll also be celebrating Sino's reinstatement as General Mahamad.
Seriously though, I feel like half the people in Sumer who didn't even know he hadn't been reinstated.
Already been reinstated. Paimon thought you would only start
Why would
working
he
for the
wait?
academia after the
There's so much to be done.
Celebration?
Yeah, he really didn't.
It's the
Fair
first
enough.
I've heard of it.
Dainari was right.
Hmm.
He really didn't know.
This feast is for you, Sino. Sounds to me like
You
you'll
can't get
have
out of
to be
it.
there.
I get that though. I love hanging out with my friends, but not always my scene.
Not like feasts very much.
No, not really. But I'll go.
Well, I still have a lot to handle here. Besides, I need to look after
Oh.
Miss Sataria in the desert.
Yeah, Raman though. I was talking about the bandit leader. I really don't think he'll ever be, or the mercenary leader. He'll probably won't be a playable character. Neither was Sataria. Again, they need to have some kind of vision, I think, or some kind of power to be a playable character.
I'm sorry for how I I treated you
Hmm.
before, but now I understand the beauty of your dance. It's like a light
Hmm.
shining in the sky.
That's a
You
nice
and
thing
the
to say.
art you symbolize are not only beautiful, but also lively and powerful. So much so that it was prohibited.
And seriously,
Dancing.
she was in her own tough
I'll
situation.
be able to appreciate your art
It
in
doesn't
person.
excuse everything, but she was trying barely to be someone from the desert, surviving in the academia. You know, despite all of that going on. So, you know, and it's one of those situations you're told it's hard to make a stand like that, genuinely. We had to give her that push, but it's rough. Like, people underestimate it, but it's easy to get swayed into stuff like that where you can't really do a whole lot. Sad as it is to say. I don't think I skipped far enough into the future, but we'll see. I wasn't really paying attention. I just saw skip tonight 2 days later. I don't know why they choose to, like, I understand that they have to put some limit. You can't just skip forward like 7 days. Not that it's a huge point. But if you're going to make it like there's a 2-day skip, I feel like you should make it like a 3-day limit, you know? That's always been my thought, is make it, oh, perfect. But make it just larger than what you're ever going to do. Otherwise, it just kind of feels a little bit odd. I've only run into that issue a couple times where, like, it depends on right where you are time-wise. On top of, you know, everything else. But when it does happen, it's kind of like, why is that a thing, you know? Ready, let's get moving. Oh, I thought that was Junior's odd, but it's Daria. I don't even know who Daria is. I was like, why is she there? I thought we were going to the feast. I would say, even if Yelan Z and, like, Sprint Walk for, like, Mona and Ayaka haven't been completely fixed, they made it a lot better. I know they did do a patch for that. You don't just get stuck on a lot of minor things anymore. You obviously can't go over, like, walls and things. I definitely also teleported to the wrong waypoint, because there's a waypoint, like, right there. That's awkward. That's not the button I meant to push. Yeah, surely they tell us, like, I feel like at the end of, like, this conclusion wrap-up part of every land, they've kind of told us how, where we're going to next. And I'd be genuinely very surprised. I really do think it's Fontaine. But I was very surprised that Dottore was the second-ranked Harbinger, so who knows? Because that was one of the biggest shocks of Sumeru for me. I thought for sure it'd be a bigger shock again if Kapitana wasn't fourth, but we'll see.
I'm here.
I really wouldn't be surprised if, like the 7-10 thing with Sandro and Arlecchino turned out being different, though.
Well, look who finally decided to show up.
Yeah.
You look like you came here immediately after finishing up some work. I'm very happy to see you here.
We're not late, are we? It's just that everyone else arrived ahead of time.
Yeah.
I propose that the last one who arrived be put in charge of today's speeches.
Lumine has like 10 voice lines in the game.
Oh, really? Well, even better.
Come join us over here. Let's share some great food and drinks, and chat about all sorts of fun things.
Everything looks quite good.
I still think it's kind of funny. They've mentioned it, like, during the bartender event. Yeah, Paimon's really excited about that. Like, they don't let her drink because there's no, like, they don't have, like, driver's licenses or stuff, and she doesn't look like she's older than every Archon in Teyvat. But I thought that was hilarious. And I remember that. That event was wholesome but sad. I remember, like, Drunk Eula was the one that sticks in my mind. I feel so bad for Eula.
Oh, this grilled meat tastes amazing. The food was specially prepared.
Where did Tainari and Kale go? I know they said they'd be busy, but
And we have gifts that were sent by the
I still thought they might show up.
City when they heard we were holding a feast. Everyone that came said that you saved Sumeru and wanted me to thank you all on their behalf.
I really do wonder how much everyone knows. Obviously, Nahida's back and everything.
Being a bodyguard is also a hero's job. Always been amazing, Dia.
My lady sure has a way with words. Thanks. I'm glad to hear it.
And I'm happy to meet everyone that participated in the great plan.
Don't mention it.
Come to think of it, we've really done something impressive together.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
We saved another nation. And it's almost like we probably have 3 more to go through.
Really?
Yeah.
Why do I remember everybody thinking that luck was against us and feeling like we
Because that's how it always feels.
succeeding.
You look back when it turns out well. Yeah, you look back when it turned out well and you're like, oh, we were lucky.
And it was
Yeah.
luck that let us form a team. Then,
But during it, you're like, man, this is going terribly.
to formulate a plan and implement it successfully.
Hmm.
Moreover,
What happened to no speeches? I'll leave them.
everything worked out well.
Hmm.
Yeah. Everyone gave it their all when it mattered most.
Hmm.
It was almost like a performance. We took the stage and put on our best show.
Hmm.
Everyone played their part. And thanks to everyone's efforts, the performance was a great success.
So, would you say we're good actors too?
It's
Yeah,
such a
that's
blessing
something.
that Lesser Lord Kusanali was able to return to power at the Academia.
Yes, even after being abandoned and neglected so many times, she's finally returned.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Lesser Lord Kusanali once used all her power in a great disaster, which resulted in her losing all her wisdom.
Oh, is that what we're telling them? I don't know if that's...
The Academia basically
Yeah.
abandoned her because of it.
I guess, yeah, I was wondering.
Something everybody should remember.
Yeah, because I don't have the...
You look surprised.
I get that that's a bit shocking,
I
but
didn't say anything wrong, did I?
we didn't know about,
Everything you said is correct.
Greater Lord... That's so sad. That it really is sad.
Something wrong?
That the Greater Lord not only sacrificed everything, but had to, be forgotten as well. That type of thing always hits me hard.
Of the Academia are here. I still have to say it. Those sages
Hmm.
really have some nerve. 500 years ago, Lesser Lord Kusanali used all her power
But, like,
for the people of Sumeria.
it still leaves that weird gap. Like, why do we call her the Lesser Lord? You know? Just one of those things that's a bit out of the ordinary. I have a world join request on. Maybe I'm the only one. Yeah. Even Nahida forgot, so it's hard to imagine that anyone else does. I do wonder if that...
hand that feeds you. Don't act surprised
Hmm.
when it turns into a knuckle sandwich, right, Sino?
Yeah. I genuinely am curious if the other Archons will remember.
Treatment of Lesser Lord Kusanali calls
Hmm.
for a more severe punishment.
You could simply tell Lesser Lord Kusanali that you wish to have Azar and his accomplices severely punished.
I respect our deity's decision and won't interfere in any way. While we're on this topic, why didn't you accept the Academia's invitation to become the Grand Sage?
Are you trying to say that I'm fit to be a sage?
Not at all.
Yeah, well...
But every person
I would say who
handling the
else is
selection
there?
process has said that
Maybe
you are the
Tainari's
most
master?
suitable candidate to lead the Academia right now.
Why? Because he dethroned Azar from power?
Could you try to put it another way? This is a good thing, yet you're making it sound like I overthrew Azar for my own personal gain.
But seriously, though,
Yeah.
I always wondered if you had some personal motives behind it.
I did
Jeez.
have my own motive, but it had nothing to do with being a sage. If the rules of our nation were suddenly cast by the wayside, then it wouldn't be long until chaos ensued.
Oh, okay.
I had no intention of letting
That's
my
very
dreams
on
destroy
character
my
for Alhaitham, to be fair.
By that, you mean your life working as the Academia's scribe.
Precisely.
Well, if that's what makes him happy, there's nothing wrong with that.
Is that all?
So, that's the
Yeah.
only reason why you joined us and came up with all those plans?
It's reason enough.
You've certainly got quite the personality.
Yeah.
You flatter me.
All right then. How about you? You've already resumed work as the General Mahamatra, right?
That's one thing to keep in mind if you're happy with what you're doing.
Will you be happy with that?
That's fine.
It's not about being happy.
Hmm.
There are merely a lot of things that I must do.
Even so, keep your spirits up and try to be happy, okay? And try to smile more every day, just like I'm doing now.
Thank you. I'll keep that in mind.
I still think it's funny, though, that Sino likes to make, kind of bad jokes that he has to explain. And everything. Just funny stuff.
The grilled meat over there is delicious.
And that he likes playing, like, their, MTG, basically, card game and stuff.
Oh, they're very sweet. What in
Just those little things that help the world building.
No wonder everybody likes to rest at the Grand Bazaar.
You said it. Oh, look who else is here.
Hello. Oh, I'm so happy.
They really do remind me of, Beto and Ningguang. At least they're dynamic. Personality-wise, she does remind me of Beto. Not as much of Ningguang, but still.
Hey, less of that polite chit chat and more eating
Just
and
kind of funny.
drinking. The feast is about having fun, not stuffy formalities.
Interesting. But yeah, I would assume. I wonder where Nahida is all this time.
I seldom participate in such lively gatherings, but the atmosphere here is quite good. No. This gathering today has a unique meaning. The Grand Bazaar is lively because the people here feel happiness from the bottom of their hearts, unlike the farces at the Academia. That happiness is an emotion that'll be forever alien to those bookworms who have driven themselves insane.
Genuine happiness, even if it's only in spurts, is something else, really.
Taken both keys when I left the house. Oh well.
This is gonna be such a funny dynamic. I can feel it. Dynamics like that are the best.
Ah, there you are, traveler. Well, how is it?
Yeah, that whole deal with his roommate, I believe it was Kave, is gonna be a fun. It's another reason to extend the story in Sumeru. Maybe an event or. Obviously, I would assume he's a 5-star character based on design. So we'll find out later.
You see, every guest here is quite extraordinary. It's unbelievable that we've got everyone together here. Almost like a fairy tale. Make sure you live it up tonight. I'll be happy as long as you're enjoying yourself.
Yep, Sataria's message.
I'm honored to have her think of me this way. If I have a chance in the future, I would really like to invite
That'd be
her
good.
to one of my performances.
Be a waste for her to travel now, but it's something that she could truly enjoy now.
But I just feel elated right now. Thank you.
I love wholesome endings. I'm a sucker for happy endings. A bad quote-unquote ending, like a sad or like, you know, unfortunate ending doesn't make for a bad story always, but it just... I like to walk away from like a storyline feeling good. I don't know if that's just me.
It feels quite good. I have a lot to handle these days.
It's funny because my favorite manga series is the Kame ga Kill,
I could show you around.
which definitely has a bittersweet ending. But still.
There's always next time. We're friends after all. This feast is pretty good. I like it.
I'm glad it was for you after all. It was for everybody in a sense, but, you know. Oh, cutscene. Are we falling asleep?
Hey, what's wrong? Your head is starting to droop.
Sleeping and dreams are definitely like a big thing that have shown up throughout this though. It's interesting stuff.
You wake up once you put something yummy in your tummy.
Really, I feel like eating a big meal makes me want to sleep more. But this must be where we communicate with Nahida, I would assume. Surprised she didn't just, well, given everything. I'm happy though, in a sense. It's really, really sad with what happened with Ruka Devada, but the fact that she's finally getting to be a part of her nation is super, super, super sweet. Why is everybody frozen? Oh. Oh, okay. That's the same power as Skarmory. That's interesting. So, huh. See, we've never seen another Archon do it. So,
Blame me for being a bit too self-indulgent.
well, that's fine.
I was thinking about talking with you, and the next thing I knew, I had made a
So,
connection with you.
what's interesting is that Skarmory had this power, but it's clearly, like, I thought he was only connected to the Electro Archon's Gnosis. But we haven't seen, like, I don't know if it's like a god thing, because we haven't seen every other Archon have that power. I've wondered if it's like, if it was a connection to the Dendro Archon's Gnosis, which she does supposedly still have, unless we're about to find out that's not the case, and she did give it for that knowledge to Dottore, which I assume is actually probably what happened. I just wonder why he also had that power, and why just these two.
The connection between us is amazing. It's like flora and the fence it grows upon. I heard there's an amazing celebration feast today at the Grand Bazaar.
Oh,
I wanted to have
are
a
you
look for
actually here?
myself, so I snuck in. Lately, I've been so busy dealing with all the fallout from recent events, so I really haven't had any free time. Although you've already helped me with a lot, there's still one more thing I hope you can help me with. Please say thank you to everyone for me.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, it'd be better if she could do it herself. And she now gets the chance to do it.
Is it not convenient for you to do that for me?
Well, right here we could do it. It's not about convenience. Yeah, it's about, you showing your own thanks.
If I just show up all of a sudden,
Oh.
people will become all quiet and stiff, won't they?
Maybe at first, but that's why you kind of...
End up scaring them and
No,
ruining
that's
this
okay.
wonderful
That's why you
place.
kind of,
Be the last thing I want.
give them the opportunity to get used to it. Yeah.
Let me think about it. Okay.
It's sad, though. She's become so used to not being able to, you know?
Yes, I have.
It's interesting, though, because when we talked to Scaramouche before, I didn't think it, like, froze in time like this.
Thank everyone as myself, right?
Hmm.
So, I've decided to borrow your money for this. Please
Oh my
don't
gosh.
forget, the Flora also climbs
That's
up
really
to
funny.
get closer to the sky.
They both got their way. I wonder if they're gonna voice it as like Lamine or Bowles. Yeah, I was gonna say if it's Nahida. Because we had Nahida's voice from Catherine before.
Paimon was just about to bring you the food. It's me. Huh? That voice. Nahida?
Hold up. What's going on?
I didn't expect to have a conversation with the consciousness of Lesser Lord Kusanali in the Grand Bazaar. Interesting. Is this also a part of the feast?
Well, it is now.
No, of course not. Are you Lesser Lord Kusanali?
Hello, Nilu.
You know who I am?
Yeah.
Yes. I already know every one of you. Nilu, Alhaitham, Sino, Dia, Paimon, and Dunyarzad.
Lesser Lord Kusanali?
Well, this goes back to them seeing what they want to see, but still.
The traveler's body, so that I could thank all of you in person. Thank you so much for rescuing me, even if that meant placing your own safety in peril and taking the risk of becoming enemies with the academia, the sages, the doctor, the balladeer, and even the entirety of Sumeru.
They really do seem to favor
Without you,
referring to the Harbingers by their titles and not their
I would
names.
have been in a much more difficult
Which I think kind of
situation.
makes sense, but still.
Had you not helped me to resolve the crisis,
And seriously, though, where did Scaramouche go? We saw him collapse into a pile of dust out of his thing after we took the Gnosis, and then never saw him again.
heroes who managed to rescue a god. I'm quite fond of this name. It not only explains your identities, but also bears witness to your relationship with me. Please, allow me to present to you my most sincere gratitude.
Lesser Lord Kusanali, you have done so much for Sumeru, and I didn't even have a chance to do anything for you.
Oh.
You don't have to do this.
Dunyarzad, the suffering you endured during your illness is also proof of you being with me and praying for me. Thank you.
You don't need to be so ceremonious. It's
Yeah.
always been my duty to protect you.
This is how the relationship between the Academia and Dendro Archon should be. We just did
Yep.
what was necessary and set
This
things
is really
on the
wholesome.
right path.
You're an Archon, but you act so humble. You really don't need to be so polite with us.
I'm honored to have been able to take part in this plan. I hoped you liked the dance I dedicated to you.
Thank you, all of you.
She doesn't even mention the dance. No, I know. I'm sure she's seen it. Yep. Everyone's very happy.
Yeah.
I'm really happy. They've done a great job with this story arc, though. I feel like they've done a good job with all the main ones, especially. I've really enjoyed them. But they gave a nice introduction, a satisfying conclusion to that part, even if it always, ends with potentially Gnosis being taken. But it leaves us with many other things to look forward to. Several new characters that we know will show up. We know we still have to resolve things with Scaramouche, And it's not like it conclusively did everything, so we know there's still work to be done with, like, the corruption. They leave it open-ended so that they can come back to this place, while also, again, giving a satisfying ending to what we are dealing with. I've really enjoyed how they've done this, and this is why I think this game could... But this is why I think that this game could last for such a long time. Really cool stuff. But I've been playing Genshin for like a couple years-ish now, and well, for me it's not been quite that long. I made the account during the first Eula banner and started seriously playing a little bit after that, but it's been a good while, and I'm still very attached to this game. Like, when I start to burn out a bit, I just do like my dailies and such, but still super good. Does look like we finally get to have that in-person talk with Nahida, though. Hey, I'm so certain. The only thing I think we're really missing here is, obviously, we don't know exactly what happened to Scaramouche, but that seems like it might be the focus for next patch, when he becomes a playable character, so I'm fine with them not exactly. Whether they give it an explanation about it or not, I'm fine with that. I do really hope, though, that they give us, like where are we going next? Even if it's a long ways off. They did that in Inazuma, they did that in Liyue, like... I'm curious. Because I really want to know. It's, like, gratifying to know if I was right. Because I'm so sure it's got to be Fontaine. And I'm so sure Snezhnaya has to be the last of the 7 nations. That would be the real curveball, though. Imagine. We just go to Snezhnaya, like, 5th. But that can't be the case. Yep, see, this is what we had with Miko. And we do have a... Okay, let's go through all these. The Akasha. Okay, so that makes me think she did give him the Gnosis. Although they did talk about how it's no longer necessary, so... I don't know. But it's cool, because on one hand, we didn't have something like that functionality with the Animal Gnosis or the Electro Gnosis. But this does kind of mirror what happened with the Golden House. Some, like, established, like, function, you know, that existed within the nation that can no longer be such because of something to do with the Gnosis. Even if it's by choice here, whereas, you know, Zhongli gave his Gnosis away. Mm-hmm. It really was scary, you know? Mm. It was interesting, an interesting way to kind of explore that kind of technology, what it could become. And it's scary. Because you could see, like, the potential benefits, but also the pitfalls. Mm.
I will oversee the process personally.
Mm.
I hope that the new 6 great sages will be more focused on academics. Sumeru needs such leaders more than ever. The other big issue is the people of King Deshret. All the residents of the desert, in fact.
And they mentioned they're trying to get, like, educational materials. It's not much, but it's a start. Yeah, it'll take time. It's something that's been built up, that culture, for centuries since she's been locked away.
Friendship or trust, we will rebuild it.
Alright. About what happened after I fell asleep, yeah.
What happened after the doctor put you to sleep?
Well, we know he took the Electro one, we just don't know if he took... Yeah. Interesting. That's important to know. I was no match for him. Interesting. And we obviously don't know that he destroyed all his clones, or I don't even know if we were aware that he had clones. But that means that it's Piero. So Piero, Dottore, and Columbina possess powers comparable to gods. So just like, since I know that's not really something that's mentioned in canon, we know number 1 is Piero, the fool, sorry. Number 2 is Dottore, who we met, the doctor. Number 3 is Columbina, the damn slut. They're all based off of like a play, by the way. Number 4 is, again, number 4, 7, and 10. We don't know for certain. I would assume number 4 is Capitano, the captain, who has apparently met up with Varka's expedition team. Number 5 is Pulcinella, the rooster, who is, I think he was the rooster. He's like a short elf-looking dude, which makes me wonder if he's part of, like, Klee and Alice's race. And Alice is another character we have to look forward to in a long time. I wonder when she'll be introduced in person. Because we know she's met us. She knows of us. She's kind of showed up in, like, the shadows almost and taken a look at things. We know she's been in the area. We just haven't met her face to face. Number 6, we know is Scaramouche. Number 7, I still want to say that I believe number 7 is Arlecchino the Knave. But it could very well be Sandrome, the puppeteer. I would not be surprised if number 7 or 10 was either one of them. I would be surprised if number 4 wasn't Capitano. Number 8 was Signora. We don't know if they're going to replace them. Number 9 is Regrator slash Pantalone, eh? Pantalone? If it's Pantalone, it'd be kind of funny because it's pants in Spanish. But, we have that. Number 10, again, same thing. Sandra Arlecchino. And number 11, Tartaglia. So, interesting stuff. But interesting, I didn't realize, because there's been a big argument in the community that Tartaglia says something like so when he talks about Columbina specifically, number 3, he says that the Harbinger ranked in terms of strength, so he can't understand why such a little girl is ranked number 3. You could look up Columbina. She's not an imposing figure, but obviously there's some power there. But people have been arguing that's something about, like, the mistranslation, and it was something more to do with, like, their influence, you know? Because that would make sense since, again, Arlecchino's a supposed traitor, but she's involved with the House of Hearth, which produces Snezhnaya and orphans to become members of the Fatui. We know that. Yeah, there's just a lot of things, basically, that could be. But either way, now we know for certain, those top 3, Piero, Dottore, and Columbina, are extremely powerful, comparable to the gods. And we saw, you know, literally, Dottore mess around. It was, again, they described it so perfectly, like, this is the sum of the full ambitions of everyone in the Academia, some of Tevat's brightest minds. And for Dottore, on his level, it was just like another experiment. Crazy, crazy stuff. Anyway, sorry to go on that rant, but I'm so hyped for the Hybriders. Especially Capitano and Arlecchino. Ironically, too, that we aren't sure of their ranks. Yeah.
The Heavenly Principles has been quiet since the Conria disaster 500 years ago.
Yep.
I used this point as leverage against the Doctor.
Interesting.
I told him that the Heavenly Principles may be awakened if I destroy the Gnosis.
He still fell for it. Yeah, he did. That's the type of thing, though. It's the God of Wisdom telling you that. You can't exactly just ignore it.
Wouldn't just stand by and let such extensive damage to its laws take place. And as for what I exchanged for the Gnosis,
You don't have to tell us, but yeah.
punishment for the Doctor,
Yeah.
as well as a boon of new knowledge that I couldn't refuse as the God of Wisdom.
It is Fontaine. Okay. I don't know if it was ever specifically stated, but I was so sure it was Fontaine. Maybe I'm just dumb and it was stated somewhere, but I was so sure. So what happened to Scaramouche? He's in a coma.
I've hidden him like
Okay.
one would hide a feather.
Okay.
I know you have many misgivings about him,
Yeah.
but as someone who had
I know the community's super hyped about him playing. Yeah, I know people are super hyped on him, but Scaramouche and Baiju are 2 characters that I know a lot of people are so excited for, and I was never super hyped on. But I can understand why, you know? Same reason as why, like, I'm not a big fan of Tartaglia because he tried to mass murder everyone, but I can genuinely see why people like him. You know, his relationship with Tooster and everything. I like that. But, yep, the Nation of Justice. The Hydra Archon. I don't know. Oh, wonderful. We went from the City of Freedom, basically just, like, based on freedom, but kind of monitored by the Knights, to Liwa, basically led by a ruling, I don't know how to describe it, you know, group, the Qixing, to the Raiden Shogunate, basically controlling everything, to, alongside the Tenryu Commission, I suppose, or the 3 Commission, the Tri-Commission, to this with the Academia, and now we have a judicial system. I don't remember if the Hydra Archon is actually the literal god of justice, but I'm interested to see. And I'm interested to see what the Hydra Archon is. We do know that every other Archon, though, is female. The Tsaritsa, obviously, but supposedly. So there's a Chief Justice. Okay. Interesting. Focalor. So Focalor must be the name. Obviously, every Archon we've met has had multiple names, but Focalor's. A very unique personality. I'm excited. It's a long ways off before we go to Fontaine, but I am excited. But yeah, some more really interesting information. These conversations are always enlightening. I really enjoyed when they did it with Miko. I'm trying to remember if there's an equivalent in Liwa or Mondstadt, but yeah, we find out Akasha's turned off. She communicates what happened because we saw, but she didn't. We know there's still more to be done with the Balladeer. And we know he's still basically, you know, for all purposes, probably still got ties cut with the Fatui. And then Fontaine is the next stop. Seriously though, I'm trying to remember if it was ever explicitly stated that would be next, or if they just slid that in there. Because, I mean, I think it was Mika who specifically suggested that we go to Sumeru. But, yeah, interesting. We know that the Grand Justice, there's a Grand Justice and the Hydro Archon sits in on these trials. I wonder if we're going to get into trouble, similar to what we did when we first got into Liyue, and that's part of it. That could be it. But overall, I would say at the very least the Chief Justice... I mean, the Grand Sage, you could argue, going into Sumeru, you'd think the Grand Sage would be playable. But as of right now, the Chief Justice sounds like it could be an eventual playable character. And obviously the Hydro Archon. So, interesting stuff. Does she actually know something about it, or is she just teasing us? Okay. Yeah. Well, we know that, again, Ether or Lumine, the Abyss sibling, has been around Teyvat some time ago. Well, there's information on her now, so it's possible.
This is true in your case. Irminsul indeed does not have any information on you.
I thought I misunderstood the Alhaitham thing then. With that.
There must be something different about your brother. Because, as it turns out, the world has recorded information on him after all.
We're finally getting a lead, though. I wonder how much information / lead this actually is, but... What? How does that make sense? They're twins. It could be. Yeah, it could be either one of those things. Her memories are wrong. Something happened to him.
Wasn't this your first trip to Teyvat?
Yeah.
According to the records I was able
Suddenly
to
appeared in
access,
Conria. I wonder if that's when they were struck down. Because there was obviously a big time gap. We showed up in Teyvat like 500 years later. Yeah, he had his journey.
His journey was about to reach its conclusion.
Okay.
The Irminsul records on him suddenly become fuzzy.
I wonder.
Did something happen to him?
Because if he's actually now of Teyvat, what if he can't leave?
For reasons only they can know, is deliberately opposite.
The unknown god, maybe?
And whoever it is, if they can do that,
yeah, that's scary. I mean, the immediate one that comes to mind is the unknown god, maybe. I doubt it's the Tsaritsa. But the Tsaritsa, as you know, the Archons have been around since then. It could also be, yeah, something to do with the Abyss. Maybe Celestia even. I mean, seriously, one theory that I really do feel like I buy into is that Celestia is not a good place. Like, despite the name and everything just... Like I said, there have been a lot of theories I did not personally buy into. That is one that I just get the gut feeling. But I could be wrong. I wouldn't be surprised. And maybe it was a red herring this entire time. It'd be like a decade-long red herring by that time, I swear, but still.
the Fatui have not classified your sibling as
It's one of the Descenders. Okay.
What's a Descender?
Hmm.
I've never heard of it.
Because the Abyss sibling doesn't seem to be on good terms with the Fatui either. We haven't seen them interact, but still.
You must be curious about the information I received from the Fatui in
She did give the Gnosis, okay. I thought so, but that's good to know for sure.
part of the intel was about this world's
External beings.
external beings,
Okay.
ones that don't belong to this world. Traveler, you are Teyvat's fourth descendant.
I wonder who the first three were.
Huh? So the Fatui count 3 other descenders before the Traveler,
And her brother isn't even one.
That's right.
That's so strange.
My current hypothesis is that the first descender was
Okay.
likely what we now call the heavenly principles.
That does make sense.
As for the other descenders,
Okay.
I still need to verify their existence.
Hey, 4 is my lucky number. That's kind of a coincidence. Which is funny because I think in other nations 4 is like a death number or something like that. But just 4 has always been my lucky number. I'm like a 4th child and whatnot. Birthday's on a 4th.
Still have a lot of unanswered questions. I must say, I truly regret that I can't help you more as the god of
That's okay. That really is interesting though.
my heart as well.
Like, we're classified as a Descender,
Each one of them.
but our brother isn't. And they consider him as like part of this world, the Abyss sibling. That's so strange. We really gotta find out eventually what happens with Conria. Crazy stuff.
You'll also begin your journey anew and
Mhm.
depart from Sumeru. I'm very interested
In like 5 patches, but...
It's a journey that can't be observed or recorded by this world.
Hmm.
If fate is the ultimate knowledge, then your future will be the ultimate fate.
Okay, well. I pulled you, so you get to come along with us.
The pleasure is all mine.
Hmm.
I can't thank you enough. Alright, that's enough talk for today.
Okay.
If you ever miss
I
me,
mean, seriously though, we don't know, I think, exactly where on the map the Golden Apple Archipelago is. But it was clearly pretty far away, and she was able to communicate with us, so... Pretty crazy stuff, but wow. That was such a cool quest. I'm really, really happy with that story quest. I'm just gonna wait. I think I'll try to do at least a short stream tomorrow. I did stream for quite a ways today, over 6 hours. And I do have things to do. Like I said, I need to air up my car's tires and stuff. But I was really, really happy with this Archon quest. I've really enjoyed most of them. And like I said, I think that the ones for the nation themselves are very strong, but I really did enjoy, like, the rebuilding the Jade Chamber, the one with, like, where we first met Dineslave, all that stuff. It's really good stuff. Like, it really pulls you in. Like I said, I mean, I've talked about world building games like these. I don't know. Genshin and Arknights are two different beasts. It's hard to compare them, but Arknights is the other big game that I've been playing a lot. I occasionally play Honkai. I've played a bit of Tower Fantasy. I've started picking up, like, Counterside as well. That's a game I'd heard of for a long time. But Arknights and Genshin are probably the two games that I'm most in love with right now. As far as, like, non-roguelikes go, I suppose. And I don't know if I'll ever stream Arknights. It's kind of a weird one to do that on. But, yeah, really cool stuff. I really do wonder what the deal is with the Abyss sibling, but that's one of those mysteries that's been around for a long time. It probably won't be solved for a really long time. But, I don't know. I'm one of those people that likes to theorize, but I don't mind being wrong, you know? In fact, I love it, you know? Like I said, part of the shock value with Dottore being the second Harbinger was that I was so sold on the idea in my head, you know, headcanon, I suppose. And I feel like a lot of the community was as well, that Capitano was second. That when it popped up and was like, Dottore, second of the Fatui Harbingers, it was a legitimate shock to me. I was like, wow, that's crazy. But it's interesting too, like, even just those little details. She says that the top 3 Harbingers are, you know, have power comparable to gods. So, again, we know that's Piero, Columbina, and Dottore. But Capitano, I thought, was described as the world's strongest human, or something like that. But they described Dottore as a human as well. Or at least Scaramouche did. So what's the deal with that? We obviously know Dottore's, if he's able to, like, clone himself and everything, that he's not normal. And it makes you wonder too, because we might get the opportunity to see, now that Signor is gone, and I really do feel like them being called back to Snezhnaya has to have had something to do with that. I could be wrong. But we have the potential opportunity to see what happens. Do all of the ranks below 8, you know, which is Pantalone. I will say Sandrone, but I could be wrong. She could be 7th. But, you know, and Tartaglia, they move up in rank? And again, is this power, is it literally just on, it can't be just on combat strength. Because I know, like, Pantalone, I don't think is even supposed to have a vision. In fact, I don't even know if Dottore is supposed to have a vision. I didn't see one on him. So it's just interesting stuff that there's so much more to see. And it's possible that they have their own powers, since we know that Signora had her delusion, which was Cryo, which is the first powers we see her with, but she had the powers of the Crimson Witch of Flames beforehand, and I don't believe that was due to a pyrovision. So, interesting stuff. I've heard as well that most of the Harbingers will be playable. I think it'd be really cool. I know the community was very split on Signora. She wasn't a kind person by any means, but it's one of those things, like, I think for the same reason as people like Scaramouche, I wasn't hugely sold on either. I just liked I like Signora's design. I thought it was very unique. But part of what caused them to be the way that they were was everything that they'd been through, which is applicable to everyone. So, really, really crazy stuff. Either way, though, guys, I've been streaming for a long time. I do have some errands to run tonight. I didn't know I was going to be streaming for this long, but tomorrow I will probably try to do Nahida's story quest, even if it ends up being a short stream. The issue is, realistically, with the hours that I work during the week, it's really hard for me to stream during the week. I would be willing to, depending, you know, if I started up like a full-on series again, I might, just so it doesn't take, you know, 5 months and I'm only playing one game like it would have with Xenoblade. Which, speaking of which, I still have to go back and finish our last Ascension quest and do that, so we'll see. We'll see. Either way, I do want to try and stream tomorrow, but I think we'll do maybe the story quest. We'll see. But I will be trying to stream at least once a week on weekends, maybe both days. It really just depends on what I have to do over the weekend. Because, like I was saying earlier, at least right now, the job I'm planning to work for about a year until I get back into school, and things might fall through. You never know. I don't even know half the time what I'm doing the next day. But I do want to try and make sure that I'm streaming, because I just enjoy it. But either way, guys, thanks for everyone who stopped by. I know Boo stopped by earlier. Anyone who watches the VOD or anything, I'll try and stream on weekends around like mid-afternoon to morning. Just depends. But I will catch you guys next time. Bye.